Good evening and welcome to ITV News at 11. I'm Chukufumnanya Digwe. The government of Edo State has been commended for harnessing rich arts, cultural heritage and tourism assets, focusing on digital innovation under the Shine agenda in promoting the orange economy. This was a commendation from Course 48 Study Group 3 from the National Institute for Strategic Studies, Kuru Jos, who were in the state on a study tour. Oluwafemi Fayola has the details.
Leader of the delegation, Brigadier General Idris Abdurrahman, described Edo as the leading hub for the orange economy in the country, which has impacted positively on the lives of the youths in the area of job creation. Brigadier General Abdurrahman said this underscored why the study will focus on how the initiative has enhanced job creation and strengthening collaboration with key stakeholders on technological initiatives. The delegation also acknowledged efforts of the state government in addressing insecurity under the Shine agenda. General Abdurrahman solicits support of the state government to enable the delegation accomplish its tasks.
Edo is the headquarters of orange economy, just that Lagos is the route where we channel our products to the outside world. For the past 3 days, the team that has been with us has done very well. They've taken us around so many places, and we have confirmed my stand on the issue of Edo being the headquarters of orange economy. I want to encourage you, Excellencies, to please continue with this track so that tomorrow other state governors will queue up behind you.
In his remarks, Governor Monday Okpebholo pledged continued partnership with the Institute to ensure it realized the desired objectives.
I'm happy to receive you to Edo State. NIPS is one of the places that actually do one or two things in terms of IT infrastructure in at the beginning of NIPS. It's a place that our people will still come back, and I believe very soon when we have the opportunity, we will send students to NIPS. So I want you to extend my wishes to the Director General and tell him that I'll look into his request and see how we can support.
The visit for both NIPS and the Edo State government is expected to promote the existing symbiotic relationships. Oluwafemi Fayola, ITV News.
The Nigeria Police Force Zone 5 headquarters, Benin City, has paraded 6 suspects in connection with alleged hijacking of a truck and the alleged murder of the driver, Mr. Usman Boni, coupled with the sale of the truck in Lagos. Adezi Bay reports that the victim was allegedly killed by the suspects, who disposed of his body in a bush before selling the truck. The report is presented by Patience Osaogiwa.
The Public Relations Officer, Zone 5, SP Tijani Momo, said the truck, which belongs to On Time Construction Company in Ogara, Delta State, was reportedly missing after the driver was dispatched to a mining quarry site along Benin-Lagos Road on 6th of July 2026. He said the police investigations, aided by technical analysis of the deceased driver's mobile phone, led detectives to Apapa in Lagos State, where the first suspect was arrested. SP Momo said further investigations led to the recovery of the stolen truck and the arrest of other suspects allegedly involved in the hijacking, sale and purchase of the vehicle. The police disclosed that 2 of the suspects led investigators to the Ofosu Axis of Benin-Lagos Road, where the body of the missing driver was recovered.
Zone 5 Police Command Headquarters views this development as a significant breakthrough in the investigation of the case. The recovery of the truck, arrest of the suspects, and recovery of the remains of the missing driver demonstrates the commitment of the Nigerian Police Force to ensuring that criminal elements are identified, arrested, and brought to justice.
In an interview, one of the suspects denied involvement in the crime, insisting that he was not responsible for the murder of the driver. Another suspect admitted purchasing the truck, but claimed he was unaware that it was stolen.
I have not done this kind of business before.
The man before, you say, may scrap the motor. I say, I never scrapped this kind of motor before. I not go scrap.
SP Momo assured residents that the police remain committed to bringing all those involved in criminal activities to justice. He also urged members of the public to continue to provide useful information that will assist security agencies in tackling crime across the state. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Moving now to Osun State, where the State Police Command has described as a source of serious concern the viral video of Senator representing Osun East Senatorial District, Francis Fadahusi, allegedly calling on supporters to kill opposition members in Ilesha, a town in the state, before the governorship election slated for Saturday. The developments followed outrage on social media over his purported comments instructing all Progressive Congress supporters to allegedly kill members of the rival Accord Party if seen during the electoral process in some parts of the state. The Public Relations Officer, Osun State Police Command, DSP Abiodun Ojilabi, noted that the police would not support violent public incitement. DSP Ojilabi said the police had before now issued warnings against inciting statements. The letter, signed by Samuel Etaifo Erale, the Commissioner of Police Elections in Osun State, ordered Senator Fadahusi to report to the State Criminal Investigation Department in Osogbo on Wednesday. In more news, there was confusion at the Oba Market end of King's Square, Benin City, following a free-for-all between scrap scavengers and some youths at Lagos Street over the stabbing of one of their members at Lagos Street. The report is presented by Efosa Nwangwe.
Commotion and confusion enveloped the popular King's Square, Benin City, as some scrap scavengers tried to revenge the assault of one of their members who was stabbed with a barrel. The situation later degenerated into a chaotic scene as residents scampered for safety while the affected scrap scavenger laid helplessly on the ground. Some eyewitnesses said trouble started when the victim and one of the sons of a popular native of Lagos Street engaged in an argument. They said before they knew what was happening, somebody was on the ground with a barrel pierced into one of his eyes.
He called a blow the wheelbarrow boy. They give and blow. The next thing, now he used barrow with their hand, choke the guy for eye.
Government, Mona, I beg, may help us. My brother, may you not die. I beg government. My brother won't die. Now that guy come took barrow for inside my brother eye.
What may government look our eye, may help us for that thing. That guy will do the thing, may they arrest her.
At the time of filing the report, Oba Market police officers has rushed the victim to the hospital. From Benin, Efosa Nwangwe, ITV News.
Edo College has marked its 2026 graduation and prize-giving day ceremony on Tuesday inside the school premises in Benin City amidst pomp, music and celebration. Joy Obaisiabon reports that best graduating students in different categories were awarded with cash prizes and plaques.
The atmosphere at Edo College graduation ceremony was one of pride and jubilation as students dressed in academic robes celebrated 6 years of learning, discipline and camaraderie. Tagged the Eaglet Take Flight, the ceremony drew parents, teachers and guests who watched the graduates take a final bow out of secondary school. Sir Cesar Orwe, who chaired the occasion, represented both former Edo State Governor Chief Lucky Nosakari Gbinedion and the worldwide chairman of ECOBA, Engineer Gregory Ugbefun. In his address, congratulated the graduating class and commended ECOBA for its sustained support in positioning Edo College as one of Nigeria's leading schools. He urged the outgoing students to hold on to the values of unity that define the college.
Follow our footsteps, the studios, the hard-working.
The executive principal, Mr. Justice Segehaigbe, also acknowledged the graduates, their parents and the teaching staff for their commitment over the past 6 years.
These accomplishments are the product of hard work, determination and perseverance, made possible through dedication of a highly committed staff.
The event attracted wide gathering of distinguished alumni, ECOBAS stakeholders, as well as the Edo State Chairman of Senior Secondary Education Board, Dr. Rita Erowele, represented by the Director of Social Mobilization, Mrs. Mabel Ojaifo.
I encourage you to remain focused, disciplined.
The highlight of the day was the presentation of awards to deserving graduating students in recognition of their academic excellence and outstanding conduct, bringing the celebration to a colorful close.
The parents of the everyone, thank you for your trust. You gave us your best, and together we get it.
Where we couldn't get to as parents, that's where they are going to start from.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
You're still on to ITV News at 11. After this break, the news continues. Stay tuned.
Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Welcome back. Now we continue in Kaduna State, where the state government has commenced the distribution of free fertilizer to wet season farmers across the state, following the state's flag off of 500 truckloads of farm inputs by Governor Uba Sani. Farmers in various local government areas have continued to receive the fertilizer, describing the intervention as timely support for increased food production. Umar Mohammed has the details.
The Kaduna State government has last month flagged off the distribution of 500 trucks of free fertilizer to wet season farmers as part of measures to strengthen agricultural production and support farmers. The exercise has now moved to the local government areas where beneficiaries are collecting bags of NPK, urea and other agricultural inputs. At Kachia and Igabi local government areas, farmers were seen as designated redemption centers receiving their allocations. Although some farmers described the distribution as coming late in the farming season, they said the inputs will still help improve the cultivation of various crops and reduce the cost of production. Speaking on the exercise, Kaduna State Commissioner for Agriculture, Murtala Muhammad Dabo, said 69 redemption centers have been established across the state's 23 local government areas. He explained that each local government has 3 redemption centers, with every qualified farmer entitled to 2 bags of fertilizer.
Where we started with Gachimo, where we saw food production exercise picked up smoothly. The same with the Minyoro Redemption Center, visited and to see farmers bringing their fertilizer. Here in Gadagan, which is the third local government, they are just offloading the goods. Tomorrow morning, they've already started receiving text messages. Tomorrow morning, they are up and running. As you are aware, we have 69 redemption centers across the state, 3 in each local government.
The commissioner urged beneficiaries to apply the fertilizer appropriately to improve crop yields and contribute to food security in the state. From Kaduna, Umar Mohammed, ITV News.
The agitation for improved wages, youth development and preparations for the 2027 general elections came under focus as stakeholders examined economic challenges facing Nigerians, opportunities for young people, and emerging political developments ahead of the elections. The issues featured on the Breakfast Show program this morning on ITV. Zainab Mohammed has details.
From Benin Studio, political analyst Ahmed Evaike and Nathaniel Osamede supported the agitation for a higher minimum wage, saying that the rising cost of living is putting pressure on Nigerians. They advocated for measures to reduce petrol prices and improve the economy while addressing workers' welfare.
So the NLC should not be fighting for only minimum wage of 500,000. Should be fighting of how the economy should be okay for the low-income earners.
So I think for the NLC to be agitating for an increase in wages, whether you call it a living wage or minimum wage, it is something that is ideal. And it is timely because we are at the threshold of a presidential election.
From Abuja Studio, Coordinator National Drug Desk, United Methodist Church Nigeria, Salisu Waziri, called for greater opportunities for young people, urging stakeholders to address challenges affecting youth and create measures to protect and empower them.
We need to come and talk about things that are affecting young people. I think when we put that out there, government officials, key decision makers, we begin to see this in the limelight and begin to take concrete actions towards what will help to boost the opportunities of young people within Africa.
Meanwhile, from Lagos Studio, governance consultant and spokesperson of the Obedience Movement, Dapo Aderemewa, examined the 2027 elections, focusing on INEC's candidate list and the growing intra-party battles ahead of the polls.
And so anybody that thinks he's going to, scare the people of Osun State, the people of Osun State should defend themselves. They should execute their constitutional right to defend themselves with whatever they can.
Zainab Mohammed, ITV News.
And with that report, we draw the curtain on ITV News at 11. Thank you so much for staying tuned in to ITV. Have a lovely night.
ITV, certainly the best.
days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
bully we're talking
That's
about.
what I said.
So
So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
now, if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shady and something. You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up or dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels, and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society.
ITV, certainly the best.
Many thanks for keeping a date with me on the program Icons, and the storyline is giving value to the society and, of course, making the society a better place for us to live in. Today on the program, my guest is Dr. Tabusaid Osabo, the MD CEO of Twisting Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us he wasn't being born with a golden spoon or a diamond spoon, a silver spoon. But I think he was pretty lucky because he was born in between a bronze spoon, okay, a wooden spoon and a bronze spoon. That's something to care about. So let's talk a bit more about how what gave you that conviction to start something on your own. A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream, or how did you come about it? Okay. Moving forward, how I started Trisent Osteo, which is now Trisent Healthcare. Yes, for the glory of God. We started in 2018 going into 2019. I was thinking I've always been thinking of settling down, but I didn't have money. So with my working field work and office work that I've done over the years, I was able to save some amount of money, which was not up to 500,000 naira. I saved for myself. So I now called my friend in Abuja. Asked Salama, I want to start up something, a business. He said, which business? I said, business in my life now. He said, okay. I said, should I start in Abuja? He said, Abuja is a big city. I said, okay. I said, but I'm looking at my state. I've worked some places in my state, but the people there are suffering of pain. And they just take drugs anyhow. Yeah. You don't even know what is therapy. Therapy actually works. So we were contemplating on it, and I just moved down to the. So I saw a guy who was moving me around. He became a friend. His name is Bobby. I met Bobby, and I said I would like to see an agent in Benin. He said, okay, took me to Airport Road in Benin, and we saw an agent. So the agent took me to one building, just one building. So that was the building he has currently. So when he took me to that building, it was a duplex. It was an upstairs. And that building had no staircase. Because it was a duplex, the staircase was inside the building. And the ground floor was already occupied with a pharmacy. So how do you access the building? How do I know access it? So I said, okay, I will construct a staircase to that building from outside. You can see determination. Wow. I didn't have money. So the money that was with me, I now worked a bit more. So that it became 500,000. So I paid about 300,000 for the rent of that building. No, I paid 500,000 for the rent for that building because it was GRA. But that was living with nothing. That left me with nothing. So when I paid 500,000, I called my sister. I said, I want to rent a building of 500,000. He said 500,000 at your age. What did you do there? How did you get the money to pay? I was just working by faith. So I paid, there was no money between. So I went back again. I started hustling, looking for money. I got 300,000. So when I got that money, I called the neighbor to give me an estimate of what it would cost to do a staircase upstairs. So I got the quotation. I was started buying the materials bit by bit.
to fabricate the staircase. So the staircase was not too high. If you are climbing, it's used iron, so they give the staircase, we had access upstairs. So I did the front decks, which is the reception. Then I now did the office, my office. The office just had a table and a chair. And for me, I bought the table about 350,000. How did I get the money to pay for that table? It was my eldest sister that gave me a post-dated check to pay for the table. So I deposited 100,000 for the table, and I took the check. I met the man. I said, "Sir, please, I need this table. Help me with this. Before the date of this check expires, I will pay you." Wow. And he accepted your advice. He accepted. And my sister told me, "Don't allow this check to bounce because they will penalize me for it." Yeah. So that fear was with me. So I paid with that check. So he gave me the table. And that's the table I'm still using up to today. Wow. Because it's a massive table with glass on top. So when we brought the table in, the money finished. So it's like from square zero. Yes.
I want you to talk to me about how would you, sometimes when you are the person at the center of a conversation or the subject of the conversation, it is a bit difficult as a question to respond to, as in how would you, looking at where you're coming from, how would you assess the level of impact made in your chosen career, your chosen profession, as it were?
I would say sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me. I just look back and I say, God, it's only by your power and by your grace. It's you alone that can choose someone and push the person, propel the person to do more. Over the years, if we have not given back to the society, we have given back to we reached out to more than 3,000 persons. More than 3,000 persons. These are full pro service to them. Not the one we have taken care of. So it will be the ones we have taken care of and the ones we have reached out to, say 7,000 to 8,000 persons. And we have treated them off plane, and we have brought people back for us.
Like referrals.
So there was a time we did a therapy on an elderly woman that had not worked for 2 years. We just did therapy alone. No drugs, no injection, nothing. Just therapy. And the woman came not working. So the woman started working. And as she was working, she was using a Zumba worker to work. Later, she didn't work again. With the Zumba worker, she was working on her own, and she threw the Zumba worker. So she didn't know that they were actually recording her. So they were videoing her, and we posted it on our Instagram. That's how we went viral. So when we posted it on our Instagram, people saw the video was so excited. Somebody that had not worked for some time, she was working. She was a lot of reactions here and there.
Okay, that was good. All right, talk to me about what are those core values you have imbibed over the years that have been very instrumental to your success story? And then I know you talked about your elder brother a lot, your older siblings, how they molded you and all of that. But if you were to look outside the family settings, who would you say are those people in the business world that have inspired you, that have motivated you to what you are today? What are those core values driving you in the journey of life?
First of all, I'll say my reverend. Yes, my reverend, Timothy, the presiding pastor of. Okay, I want to show it's not bad. Okay.
I like to know when people look at you today, they admire the heights that you have attained. What's the story behind the emergence of Trecent Osteo-Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center as the primus inter pares when it comes to treatment for bones, treatment for pains, as it were? I've already said this a number of times. You can take care of pains without drugs. And I can tell you for sure that within the context of Nigeria, the use of painkillers is one of the most abused set of drugs. People are feeling pain, stomach pain. They just go, on the counter, get drugs at the table. You say most times, you can deal with pains without the use of drugs. And then we're talking about that after the establishment or the emergence of Trecent. What are those values that you invite, that are sustaining you? And how would you describe those who you look up to as mentors outside your family settings, as it were?
Okay. Trecent Healthcare, Trecent Osteo, was built a non-drug, non-injection treatment. Just basically therapeutic. Helping your body to heal again. The human body has the capacity to heal when it has rested and when it has undergone some certain therapeutic measures or process. We started, like I was saying, we started mid-2019, and when we started, that was when coronavirus just happened. As COVID-19. So COVID-19 spanned into 2020. Yeah. And like I said, I had been known. When we finished, when I bought the office table, there was no money again. So that COVID-19 brought a whole lot of chaos, a lot of fear in people's mind. While people were seeing disadvantage in that COVID-19, we saw an advantage there. I saw an advantage there. With the number of persons I have met, I have spoken to, educated, enlightened, and all that, they started reaching out to me. So, people were even scared of taking drugs because they cannot even go out to get drugs. They were sitting every day at home. Yeah. The whole country was shut down. Yeah. There was a lockdown. Really. There was a lockdown. Yeah. So the sitting position, people just sitting and all that became so chaotic. Became pandemoniums. Everybody just sit down, they were adding up. They were sitting in their house, no exercise, nothing. They were just sitting in their house, locked down. So they started reaching out to me. So when they reach out to me, I go to their house, do therapy for them, exercise them, and they pay me for it, and I come back. So I was doing that. And it was really money for it. It's not like the money was much. They were just paying me little stipend. But the joy of doing it, that fulfillment, that people can still see, they can do therapy. So I started doing that over and over and over again. They were recovering. Even their immune system was already going down, they were crashing down. They were recovering. I had a lot of money to now buy a bed. Until some person started coming to the clinic. When they started coming to the clinic, there was no bed. So I had this nurse sitter in my office. So I do therapy on bed, on that chair, that nurse sitter. So after the therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. When they come back, they do another therapy, they feel relief and they go back. Those stroke patients started coming. Okay. We started doing therapy on stroke patients. manipulation, exercise, giving them exercise to do, and all that. I had, there was a time I didn't even have a secretary. My secretary left because I was paying the secretary 11,000 naira. There, yes. So I don't know. Right from time, young people, they don't want to work. I don't know why. She now left. So I will go to the reception and welcome the patients. Then I'll take the patient to my office, I'll consult the patient, and I'll take the patient to the therapy room, I'll work for the patient. So when they will ask you, who is the secretary? I'll say, I'm the secretary. I'll attend to you now. You will still see the director, he's around. It's okay. I say, okay, let me take you to the director. We go to the office. When we sit in the office, I will tell the patient again, welcome sir, you are highly welcome to Trisent SU. What is your challenge right now? Are you not the one that just registered me? I think yes, but I can still convert you. I'll convert the patient. They will still see the therapist. Let's go inside. I'll show you the manifest. So we get to the therapy, I'll do the therapy. Okay. You are very good. I said, yes, we're going to have the secretary. I've not seen one yet. One is not yet, another one is coming. And that was how I was doing. On the other section, so it was stressful for me because I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money. So I was staying in the office. I was sleeping there. So your office now became my house. Your house? Yes. Interesting. I could not go to the only sister I have here in the States, in the States. I could not go to her house. Transport was expensive, stressful, expensive, you know. So I wash my trousers, my shirts, just one trousers and one shirt. I had two shirts, one white and one blue, sky blue shirt, and one black pants trousers. So I wash it and I keep it. I wear it, next morning I wear it. But I need to repeat that. I need to repeat that because it's very striking when you look at it from the perspective that people don't realize that there's a time for everything. There's a time for life is a process. Exactly. Whatever level you want to attain in life, you got to take your time to go through it and get to that topmost position to be able to achieve that. So you're saying after you go to the office first, you pay for the table, you get the accommodation, and then you couldn't even afford an accommodation to live in. You have to stay in the office with your 2 pants and one trousers and 2 shirts that when you wash today, you wear tomorrow, then you wash it, dried iron, the next day. Exactly. Then my house was one short joggers, a short combat, and a white vest. That was my whole room. So I washed those things, keep iron them and keep them. Then I didn't have money to be going to see my sister. So I just stayed in the office. Because every time I go there, I'm out of cash. So what helped me? I will come there. What helped me? One day I was sleeping in the office. They didn't know that I was inside the office. So I'm there back here. Oh, yes. So they were breaking the door. Already, there was a burglary at the back of the door, the entrance of my office. They didn't know that. So they were breaking the door. I shouted, who is there? They said they are army officers. I said, which army officer will visit you at 2 a.m. at night? So they kept on breaking the door. So I ran into the ceiling to go and hid myself. So when I ran upstairs, I entered the ceiling. When I used to climb the ceiling, I scattered it so that they know that I've entered the ceiling if they eventually caught me. So they broke in and breaking and breaking, they didn't succeed. So it was making too much of noise, and there are people living around. Then they came to my rescue. So they left. So the next morning, I came down. That day, I still walked in that place. This happened, Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosait Osaibo, the CEO of Tristan Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us your time. Thank you so much. Well, that's a wrap on Icon to while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You'll be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedio Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
sign horse. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ITV, certainly the best.
As this morning on ITV, and got to know that we are live every day as we wake up is awesome to see an amazing day, and of course to be grateful to God Almighty for it. From Benin Studio, I am Philip Omo-Gyukpo, and I'm being joined by Lawrence Osifo, my co-anchor, who has a lot to talk about today. Good morning, Lawrence. And how did you wake up this morning?
Good morning, Philip. Wake up on the brighter side, good side. You know, I told you lately I've been having stable electricity. There's something about stable electricity when you wake up.
Okay.
When you see it, even if you're not making use of it, it just gives you this vibe.
It gives you a right start.
Yeah, this, you understand what I'm talking about. But good morning, Nigerians. Good morning, everybody. Good morning for joining us on the show. It's TMI this beautiful Tuesday morning. And thank you for joining us on the show. We have so much to unpack for you this morning on the program.
Well, it's a new day, like he said. We are unpacking.
Absolutely.
So let's get to our Abuja studios where Emeka Iheanacho is standing by. Are you there? Good morning, Emeka. While we wait for
yeah. And Lawrence, it's great to see you guys this morning. It's wonderful being here again on the day like this. We have a very cozy weather here in Abuja. I would say a little bit cold, but it's quite lovely. We are thankful to God for being alive and being a part of this day. A lot of things are out there for us to deliberate upon, and I'm glad I'm a part of it this morning. We hope we have a wonderful deliberation this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Quite to see you one piece, Emeka, from the Federal Capital Territory. And good to know, you told us about the weather. You said it's cozy.
Cozy. No, Abuja always have a cozy weather.
But let's distinguish between what is cozy and what is warm, or what is cold.
He said it's cozy. He didn't tell you it's cold.
Oh,
so more like in between.
Okay, but I heard about some coldness in Abuja, probably because of the rain.
I don't know what you're talking about, though.
In any ways, I think the import of being cozy, the aspect of, as in the concept cozy, could describe warmth, and of course a very, very beautiful ambience.
That's how it is.
And basically that's how it is.
You cannot be in the Federal Capital Territory without beautiful ambience.
Oh, really?
Unless it's not the Federal Capital Territory. Maybe you're staying somewhere around there.
Okay.
Nasarawa.
But we understand that there are various issues emanating from the corridors of power.
Yeah.
And those basketballs we usually have from the corridors of power in FCT, back forth, and all those backlashes is enough to
make everywhere cozy.
Philip, all right, let's get to you, Messalina Onkwa from our Lagos studio. Good to have you catching on us today. Good morning.
Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Lawrence. And good morning, my colleague from Abuja. Like I said, Abuja is cozy. Lagos is a bit cozy. It's a beautiful weather, you know, no rain, just a little cold. And thank God for a beautiful day. There's a lot to unpack, just as Laura said earlier today on the show this morning on ITV. And trust you guys are doing good this morning.
Well, awesome, Messalina, and if you ask me, good to see you on the bright side. At least your complexion gives some reflection.
Yeah,
that
it makes it brighter because
it's a bright day.
We're not going to be dark over here, and she's looking extremely bright over there.
At least we have a difference between your complexion and that of Lawrence. Lawrence reminds me of the dark times in Nigeria, and of course he also reminds me
I'm not in the dark time.
of the possible bright side.
I'm on the bright side. I don't know what he's talking about, but I'm on the bright side, you know. All right, well, a lot has been happening, and we want to see, the elements of positivities coming up, in our polity, most especially recently as we are having this back and forth, and of course this war of words between the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who is running for the 2027 election as a candidate of the ADC, and of course that of the presidency, over insecurity. Agree with me that insecurity has been a big challenge in Nigeria, and of course we are here reported that the former Vice President saying that over 5,000 Nigerians have been killed in violent incidents over the 3 months period. And of course, that was an indictment on President Bola Tinubu's administration. Of course, insisting that security agencies had in the same window by what the presidency said that despite the fact that he made such an indictment, but he forgot to also reel out the fact that the administration has, in all it did, been able to, kill more than 13,000 terrorists. And I suppose we have it. He said between 13,000 and 20,000 terrorists have been killed in the same period of 3 months that our former Vice President said. And so the presidency also underscores its performance and argued that Atiku deliberately ignored the successes of the armed forces in the war against terror in pursuit of what he described as politics of despair. Or what do you expect as politics?
If you ask me, I will always ask, who is the presidency? Because recently it started trendy. Growing up as a young guy, I've never heard of the whole presidency. But lately we started hearing presidency. And who is this presidency? Two people who speaks for the president, Bayo Onanuga and Daniel Bwala. If you ask me, I will tell you those guys are the presidency. Yes, because it seems like that is their mandate, that is the job that was given to them to always counter. See, the beauty of democracy is when you're not doing well, the opposition or people should have freedom to speak. The Catholic Bishop Conference just came out recently to tell, after they met with the president and told the president, economy is not good, Nigeria is not good. Everybody is attacking Onaika for speaking. When we had the so-called purported bishops in 2023 who wore regalias and pretended to be bishop that they weren't, after the day we saw some under the bridge around Mararaba area in Abuja pulling off their regalia. The so-called presidency are now attacking them. Let's be honest, Philip. We are living in Nigeria. You and I, we are in Nigeria. As we speak, here, where we are right now is Nigeria. We're not broadcasting from the UK. We're broadcasting. Is Nigeria really, really safe? It's part of our conversation today, right?
Well, we have pockets of insecurity in every polity.
Listen,
don't forget that.
No,
we have pockets of insecurity in every polity.
We should not compare.
My country, Nigeria, is safe.
Nigeria is not safe.
Well,
Philip,
it's not safe, how come you are sitting here without being challenged?
We commit our hands our lives into the hands of God.
Well, I think what you said is relative anyway.
It is.
We understand the fact that we have issues on our hands.
A whole lot of issues.
Tackling insecurity.
Let's put a whole lot of issues.
Okay, underline a whole lot of issues. Tackling insecurity.
Yes.
But again, let's not also forget the positive numbers we're having.
What are the numbers?
It's better that at least we are having this our armed forces fighting hard to make sure that the terrorists are killed or brought to book.
Do they have
face prosecution?
Do they have free hands?
And of course, we have this number here, 13,000. Though that's not a basis to applaud the government. But again, there is need to look into that and see how the administration under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will tackle insecurity headlong.
Okay, we look forward to.
Yes.
When you are in election, you are already in election.
But the alarming report here, over 5,000 Nigerians killed in violent attacks.
Over 5,000.
That is quite excruciating.
Over 5,000.
Let's get your thoughts on that, Emeka.
We are worried about the fact, it's mind-boggling revelation, I could say, but the fact is that Nigeria have continued to witness one incident to the other, and then it appears there is no stopping of all these incidents. We are talking about, at the moment, we are talking about many Nigerians being killed. How about those incidents that have happened and nobody can actually give us the find out the reasons behind those incidents. We have the killing of an undergraduate in Plateau State, where he was accused of stealing a phone and all those, and then he got killed just like that. And then the incident is being, looked into. The death of one young girl in the house of a serving minister is also an issue that has not been resolved yet. How about the fake agency that we have out there? Two institutions probing one matter. The House of Reps looking into it when
Well, I think one of the problems we're also facing in the country is
what just
connectivity.
Exactly. It's
many problems, like you said. You keep saying things that happen. Say positive things.
No. I am a realist, Philip. Okay. I have always said it everywhere I find myself.
You said a lot of things happening to Nigeria, but one positive things happen.
If I say the positive one, I will tell you. Let's be honest.
Well, we don't have a prophet of doom here, but
I'm not prophet of doom.
No, you're not. But again, you can easily predict how the story will unfold in Nigeria.
Exactly. You just don't see it happening.
This exactly also shows the fact that the need or the lapses we have in governance, most especially as regards making sure that the system works. And just recently, we had this aspect of increased salaries for the armed forces. Well, let's get the thoughts on what is happening as regards the war was between the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, who is the presidential candidate of the NDC, and of course the presidency, Messalina. Well, we apologize for the poor interconnectivity on that. Well, I think the stage is ready for you to unfold, unleash, or blast.
Philip, the truth is that, well, whether you want to call it blast, whether you call it unleash, anyhow you want to put it. But I am a realist. I've always said it times without number. Anywhere I find myself, I make sure we say things the way they are. The truth is, beyond politics, beyond politicking and politricking, because what we do in Nigeria, we don't even politic, we politrick. We're not playing politics in this country.
Okay, let me quickly cut in there and get to Emeka. I believe that we have
from time to time
connectivity to Emeka.
Thank you so much now.
Good morning, Emeka. Once again, ventilate.
As I was saying, we don't politics in this country, we politrick. What do I mean by we politrics? We make it look like it is politics, but it's not politics. Basically, politics of rancor, politics of hatred, politics of bitterness. Look at Oshun. Oshun is set to go to the polls on
this Saturday, 15th August.
Now, a governorship candidate of a party is sharing bread with his picture on bread. Not the 2,000 naira loaf bread, the 100 naira bread.
That's an inducement.
Come on, man.
And what a poor way to
that is what we're saying. How did we get here? You're giving somebody, you're putting your picture on the bread of 100 naira.
I think voters should know the value.
No, let's leave the voters first.
Of governance.
No, let's leave the voters. Let's talk about the person. How did you rate the people?
Exactly.
That's the question. Let's leave the people out first, the electorate out first. I have the word for the electorate. The electorate, they have their own. I will still tell them.
Okay.
You as a governorship candidate of a party, a flag bearer, how did you rate the people? They are hungry. Their problem is bread.
Don't forget poverty has been weaponized.
That is what we're saying.
Nigerians, a huge number of us
There's somebody sits in Abuja, or in the name of presidency, you attack the people who speak truth. We know when Atiku was there as vice president, okay, probably during his time, nothing really happened. We agree. But right now, is anything happening positively? The answer is no.
Okay,
so he has a right to speak. He's a Nigerian. He can speak.
Let's get to you, Messalina. I hope we have some appreciable network connectivity.
Yeah, you both have been talking about insecurity in the country, and we saw that over 5,000 Nigerians have been killed in in cause of insecurity. It's a sad one. I mean, Lawrence saying that Nigeria is not safe, I wouldn't blame him. I mean, we are in Nigeria. We can see what is happening. We would say it's the grace of God that is keeping us. I mean, there are some parts that I would say is a bit safe, and there are some parts, especially in the north, and now it has gotten to the east and some parts in the south, and we don't even know where it's going to get next. The issue of insecurity, we've been asking for what the people just want is a lasting solution to insecurity in Nigeria, because that's been a major problem. And I'm talking about the I saw the bread stuff where the picture of the person campaigning, you know, is there, and I was like, oh, interesting. They've really, like Lawrence said, they've weaponized poverty in Nigeria to say that, oh, those people are hungry, give them bread, give them 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira, share rice for them. You know, they will come out to vote for you. It is really sad to see all this happening. If you ask I came on the internet and I saw some persons on the internet. I mean, you would not believe what they say about Nigeria in terms of Nigeria is not a safe country. Do not go there, especially foreigners. I mean, saying all those things on the internet, it just give them that thing that they've been saying in their mind, or saying that Nigeria is not a safe country, or this or that. It has already given them the mindset that, okay, what they are saying is true. But from Lagos, we are not talking on insecurity. We are talking on the 2027 election. Campaign is just by the corner. And we saw that some of the political parties, the opposition parties, they will be meeting very soon, August 18, to have a meeting. Are they going to start another coalition stop, knowing fully well that the first one did not work out? So how are they going to unseat the current president? And we saw that the ruling party is doing enough, is doing a lot, you know, to retain that seat. So what happened come 2027? So today we're talking about 2027 forthcoming election. Campaign is starting very soon. Who sits on the presidency seat? Is it the current president or another party overtake? That is all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Selina. I think you give me another wet appetite to talk about the 2017. But let's
2027.
2027.
Yeah, 2027.
These politicians won't kill us.
Because at the end of the day,
too many issues
on
which seem to render us mental paralytic. But we can't be mental paralyzed by what they do. But again, let's look at what is happening even in Osun. The 15th date, which is basically before us on Saturday for the election in Osun State, also raises big questions about how credible 2027 will be. This off-cycle election in Osun State is a litmus test again on how 2027 election is going to be. But again, some will say the efforts at which the ruling party is mostly with strength to win the election is far more than the efforts they are using to tackle insecurity and of course the economic outlook. Well,
economy and poverty.
Yes, but I don't know if Emeka is still there. But let's quickly get your thoughts, Emeka, in 1 minute.
All right. Unfortunately, we have had the incidence of insecurity as a build-up to this election in Osun State. We hope the violence stops, and then we hope that the electorate are given out the opportunity to make their choice accordingly. So 2027 is around the corner. You say it's going to be a litmus test, looking at what will happen in Osun State. But I tell you, and I know that elections, they all have their peculiarities. Osun State may not be the same as 2027 election per se. So what we need is people turn out, vote, and ensure that you are not a part of the violence. Don't allow anyone use you so that you will not lose your life. And then we want all the security agencies and other agencies that are saddled with the responsibility of carrying out effective and then good election per se, to do their job effectively and give Nigerians the results that they yearn for.
Thank you so much, Emeka.
That's as much as I can
reports are reaching us. We have over 25,210 security agents deployed to Osun, and that comprises of 15,000 policemen, and of course 10,210 NSCDC security agents, and we also have 100 of officials of the EFCC. Well, I don't want you to laugh over that. Now, we don't know what's on the minds of the security agents. We don't also know what's on the minds of the voters. Please don't monetize this process, because we understand that some security agents, what could be going on in their mind is how much they're going to make to on the 15th of August. Some voters will also be thinking of how much they're going to make. No, let's make this electoral process work.
See, everything in this country is a business. Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Everything. When people die in Nigeria is a business. When people are hungry in Nigeria is a business. When people are starving is a business. Now, I laughed when you mentioned EFCC. The question is, what is the job of EFCC with election?
Vote buying.
No!
They have to tackle the issues of corruption.
No. Their job is anti-graft. You tackle it before they buy the vote, not on the voting day. They don't know their job. They are derailing EFCC and ICPC.
But the election has not happened yet.
Let me tell you.
Today is just 11. And so they could be there already
the job would
to
have started,
find a way to tackle this.
Philip, the job would have started even before now. You check money flows. How money flow from account A to account B?
Well, let's not be presumptive.
To account C?
Let's not be presumptive.
That is the job. Not going on election day as EFCC officials to go and look for who is buying votes. That's not their job. The security agents should do that.
Probably that's why some say Nigeria is a cruise country.
A very, very cruise country.
Well, we'll take a short break and then we'll quickly look at the pages of the newspaper and let's get to see what the pages of the newspaper got to say for today, this day. Well, like the Mexicans will say, bon appetit. Let's get what has been served. And our first focus on the papers is the Nigerian Tribune. And we have it on the Nigerian Tribune, the very first headline, begging for attention. Well, we've got beautiful. NLC women demand free, peaceful poll in Osun. And that's it, the Osun election. And of course, top of the cover page, troops rescue 33 kidnapped passengers in Zamfara. And of course, foil swap attack on military base in Borno. And experts flag debt servicing crisis as Nigeria grapples with 159.35 trillion naira bill. We have it on J100 begins consultations, meets Atiku, Obi, and others. And I won't be a godfather to my successor. Makinde has that to say. At the side of the cover page, we have this. And of course, we have this, it says, Customs dismantles 3.24 billion naira smuggling rings in Southwest. And Lassa fever cases hit 1,000, death toll rises to 237. NCDC has that to say. Rising litigation costs raises concern over access to justice in election-related disputes and apprehension over looming food crisis. And of course, we have this big photo that speaks a lot. Adelek's wife leads women once against indiscriminate arrest, harassment. NLC advises against intimidation of workers, pensioners. NSCDC deploys 10,210 personnel tactical units, and a lot here. Well, this already shows the challenges we're having as women once against indiscriminate arrest and coming out to do this as a showdown to declare their resentment in this. So that's it on the Nigerian Tribune. And so we'll look up to the next.
Okay, let's see what the next paper is saying. We have the New Telegraph. The New Telegraph is leading with why I led coup plot against Tinubu by Colonel Maji. Why I led coup plot against Tinubu. Maji is the one talking there. Above the masthead, we have recapitalization. Banks, insurance firms raise 4.9 trillion naira via capitalization market to meet target. Also, Pengasin, FG refinery shot over sustained investment losses.
This is coming from the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Pengasin. Below that, we have NEROC takes over Kaduna Discos, remove board over 456.5 billion debt crisis. That's on page 3. On page 29, police arrest 23 foreign nationals over alleged Ponzi visa fraud in Ogun State. Airstrike hit terrorists moving from Zamfara, Kebbi, as security forces clash with 240 bandits. That's on page 28 of the New Telegraph. While on page 4, residents warn to brace for worst as Canada wildfire rages out of control. That's on the foreign scene. Then also on page 2 and 6, Oshun Goba, CSO spot fresh manipulation windows in INEC systems. CSO spot fresh manipulation window in INEC system. Page 9, State Police ignoring fundamental issues will create more problems, says Mohammed. Page 5, Gambia to study TED fund model for new higher education. Nigeria elected VP says. Why? Lastly, on page 2, 3, and 4, corruption now global phenomenon with devastating effect. Who is speaking? The ICPC is speaking there, that corruption is now a global phenomenon. All right, Philip, what do we have next?
Okay, well, we will be looking at the Daily Trust. What do we have on the Daily Trust? Well, a lot we look at here, but I'm afraid we go back to the next, which is the Daily Times. The Daily Trust. Okay, we have it on the Daily Trust. 2027. Opposition revives coalition against Tinubu. And troops arrest kidnapped syndicates. Commander recover rifles and cash. I'm afraid that's much we can take on the pages of the newspaper, as you do well to get the papers from the closest vendor to you, and of course go online. We'll be taking a short break, and after which we'll be starting the discussion from the Benin studio, and of course looking at the democratic practice we have in Nigeria, the need to deepen it, and diaspora engagement. We're gonna be having a business mogul and of course a security expert to analyze this with us this day. Deepening democratic governance, the diaspora engagement is what we're about this morning. And of course, we have a global public affairs analyst with us who is who has earned an AS Biology, BS Environmental Science, and of course a professional toxicologist and bioterrorism preparedness expert and radiological nuclear weapons of mass destruction, HAZMAT, and Citizens Public Academy, a CEO, Daddy Rich Productions Incorporated, and over 19 years of community service and civil engagement. Committee Chairman, Nigerian Independence Day Parade, United States of America, a member of the Community Board 1, District 17, Roundtable member in the New York City Council, and also a Vice Chairman, Nigerian American Public Affairs Committee, and Community Liaison at African Advisory Council of the Bronx Borough President Office, an entertainment consultant, and a dynamic Edo cultural ambassador. Join me as we make welcome Ambassador Richard Iyase, aka Daddy Rich. Good morning and welcome. Seeing you live here because we've always been engaging you via Zoom for the United States, and good to know that you flew back safely to Nigeria. You always do this every time, and good to know that you're here, seeing you live. Good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
We appreciate you.
All right, so we look at the challenges we're having, most especially in deepening democratic governance in Nigeria. What do you see as the role of the diaspora in deepening governance? Do you see this role as significant?
Very, very significant. Very, very extremely significant. Nigerians in diaspora are, economically and intellectually profound. Nigerians in diaspora is a powerhouse, a pillar for Nigerians' economic development. With all these, with a huge, what we are playing with here is that about 17 million people, about 17 million Nigerians live outside Nigeria, and most of that number are eligible to vote. The 17 million remits close to about estimates about 21.8 billion dollars every year to Nigeria.
To Nigeria.
So that is what we have data for. Nigerian, our way of doing things, you know, most time we not go with numbers. And that is what can be tracked.
Yeah.
But if I'm living in the United States, the law is that if I have anything more than $10,000, that is what I can declare. Anything less than $10,000, I can put in my pocket and walk out. Do you know how many people who just will be living in the United States? 1, 2, 3. These are not even documented. So what can be documented is that number that we're talking about.
Million, yeah.
So it's extremely, extremely significant in Nigerian, in deepening Nigerian democratic system.
Okay. But what do you see as the challenges facing Nigerians in diaspora in participating effectively in governance in Nigeria? Because I understand again that, you know, we have a challenge of voting, which basically is not captured for those in diaspora.
Right. So I was going to. That's like the major challenge right there. The Nigerian Constitution of 1999 amended categorically stated that you have to be present in Nigeria.
You have to be physical.
Physical, to be able to vote. So I think in 2010, don't quote me on the date, the House Rep tried to, they submitted a bill and it was rejected. Without us having our voice, the only way the diaspora can have their voice is by voting. So we need to be part of the system. We have to politically involve in what's going on here. Everybody talking about, governor here, there, and there, running to abroad, try to go get investors to come to the country. How do you want me to trust my hard-earned money in your hand when I cannot even decide who is going to govern over that money or who's going to be overseeing?
In charge of
I don't even have the right to choose.
Okay, but we have the experience, for instance.
That brings exactly. That was where I was actually going. The governor just returned recently from a UK trip. A lot of persons have been lambasting him. Why go on a trip? Why not just do a Zoom meeting with the people over there rather than waste taxpayers' money going with a lot of some persons call them bodyguards who are political appointees? Do you think that was a right step in the right direction?
I have never been fans of going with entourage, traveling. I have always kicked together. I've spoke about it several times. People want to go to China to make a deal. They go with their cousin, go with their
family members.
Where the other body will come with professional, expert in different area to negotiate these things. You just go with this appointee. Now, you have to go with experts in the area that you want to go for. That being said, it's a good idea. Him going over there is not, I don't have problem with that. I'm for it. Because we Africans, Nigerians, we believe in technology is coming, is making its own way. We're still not there yet mentally. So we believe in physical, we believe in seeing interaction and seeing. So him coming, and it shows how serious he is, and they can see and interact and ask him instead of just Zoom and a call. So we are not there yet to trust this some of our electronics way of doing it. So we want to physically say, I don't have no problem with going, but going with the entourage, or you know, what are they doing? If you go with experts, negotiators, people who can strike deal, people who know how to, then I am all for it. So you know, the governor, he's doing well now, but he needs help. And that's all, everybody, all of us, all hands on decks, and good advisors. People need to continue to talk to him on the right thing to do, on how to go about these things. So yeah, so that's why people like us, we come, we want to contribute. They have a meeting with him and give ideas one way or the other.
Okay. How engaging is the government of Nigeria at the national and of course sub-national level, even at those states, of diaspora, of those in diaspora? How engaging are they, or are they just only reducing Nigerians in diaspora to the social media platforms?
Okay, if we go back to during election where people were just saying that Peter Obi is social media, but you can't, later on you saw it physically. Yeah. So yes, it's easy to quickly jump into that conclusion that there's just social media. No, during Edo governorship election 2023, we organized more than 2024. Okay. Yeah. So we organized, I spoke to you about this, we organized series of town hall meetings and hosting these candidates. A lot of people came out. We were just talking about those like in New York. Yeah. People came out. Wow. So it was physical, it was real, and they spoke to these people. We did a survey. They were engaged. That is not just social media. That is not just people ranting. It trickled down from social media to real life. Okay. That's how it goes.
Okay. Let's look at some possible challenges of those of you in diaspora in terms of communication with those right here, especially those in leadership authorities, because like the scenario that just painted, the governor went down to abroad, he met with the people he spoke to them, but when he comes back, are there means to reach out to some of these leaders in authority, probably not just the governor alone, say our political appointees, because these are the people, let's use the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for instance, or the Edo State, there's an agency in charge of those in diaspora. Do you guys get to engage with the people in those offices to know what is really happening, for them to also feel your plight over there and also know what's happening here?
Great point. We in diaspora have been experiencing this problem for the longest, and this thing has been cried over and over. During Obaseki term, this diaspora agency being head now by Loretta Oko. So the whole thing was drafted, put in cloth, but Obaseki did not pull it through. And when
it implement it,
when Okpebholo came to New York, one of the first questions I asked him was that, you know, so there was something on the ground that we were working on, and he promised, and he said he's going to finish it, and he's going to have Edo State is the first state to have a diaspora agency. He came in, and right away, less than a few months, he implemented it, and Loretta was appointed, DG. And now we have some kind of a liaison. You don't have to be struggling and fighting to go to the governor's office when you want to invest, you want a land, you need something. You just go straight to Loretta, tell Loretta your plan, what you're planning to do, and she take it from there. The governor didn't even stop there. He went to go and appoint Dion Osage as the special advisor on diaspora matter. And if you have proposal, you want to go, you send to or have a talk with Dion Osage, and he will make an appointment, try and see the right channel to meet the governor. Things are getting better in that form. Yes, like you said, we used to have that lot of, but people in a different other state don't have that privilege. So I will commend the governor for that. That means he's listening and he wants to hear us.
Okay.
And we ought to be here, and we ought to have our voice, because we are contributing a lot.
Okay, you have many names. They call you many names, Ambassador Richard Iyasere. You are also known as Daddy Rich. You are also known as the Duke of New York. And now, you've affected lives. Can you tell us? Because you made mention of even the millions, you know, or billions in dollars that Nigerians in diaspora bring to the country and all that. But can you tell us your impacts in Edo State?
Because of time, I'll quickly run over this. The name Daddy Rich, my government name, I say it that way. My government name first name is Richard. And most of
okay, that's very
so I mostly like to introduce myself as Rich. Nice meaning that Rich.
But what is associated with it also?
So how Daddy Rich came about was a young Benin dude that came to United States. Didn't have no place, or you know, and I accommodated him, stayed with me, and while he was with me and we living together and everything, as Benin culture, traditional demand, he cannot actually call me by my first name because of the age difference. So and we are in America too. You don't want to start calling brother or uncle.
Sound somehow.
So he also sounds somehow.
Yeah.
So he coined it. See, I say Daddy Rich, Daddy Rich. So he started calling me Daddy Rich. I said, I'm not your daddy. Yeah. So, but he said, you gave me this, you did this, or this. When I say,
so more like you're playing the role of a father already.
For playing the role of a father. That's how Daddy Rich came about. Another of my friend who was also very intelligent, working on Wall Street, and said, you know what, you lack entertainment, you've been doing entertainment for a minute now. Why don't you register the company? Call it Daddy Rich Production.
Oh, yeah.
We have Petros, Paul, they all came about. That's how we come up and register the company Daddy Rich Production. Oh. So through that Daddy Rich Production, I was able to start bringing a lot of Nigerian artists, people like a lot of artists, Afrobeat. By the time, first time they started coming to US, I was a huge part of all of that. And bringing them. Then at the point, I said, let me concentrate on Edo. Then I started bringing in some Edo artists, somebody like Influence Akaba and the others. So I, brought them to America. And so just being in entertainment, my name becoming large in Nigerian community. There was a big incident that happened in New York. Amadou Diallo, maybe you guys are familiar with that music. Diallo.
Yes,
so he was shot by the police officer 41 times, and the whole place, New York, was in chaos. The government don't have the African community to communicate with. So out of that chaos, the African Advisory Council was created by the Bronxboro president. Wow. When the Bronxboro president created that agency, he went to different countries. Say in Senegal, picked one person that is very popular or very who's involved, community organizer, and I was picked from the Nigerian community, and he made up that the African Advisory Council. From the African Advisory Council, I got deep into the local politics of New York City, especially in the Bronx, and getting my African people to be involved. We're not going anywhere. We are here. We're part of it. So, and a lot of also our people that come newly to the city are not, they don't know some of these resources that is available to them. That where we come in. Okay. So I'll stop it right there so we can talk more about most of these things.
Okay. Now, quickly, we'll press for time right now.
Yeah.
In your words, if you want to advise the government of the day, whether the government at the top level, the federal and the subnational, like the state level, in terms of democratic relationship between those in diaspora and we here in Nigeria, what will be your advice to them?
Let us have a voting right.
Okay.
So let us get involved. Let us be part of the system. It looks like we are in the air. We are doing a lot. We are coming here to make sure this country develops. We don't have our own
voting rights, which ought to be
a
right.
That is the impact people make. Enabling environment for us to come and invest. Let us trust you.
Trust the system.
Trust the electoral process.
And even the electoral umpire, INEC.
Okay.
Yes, because we have an election, an obstacle election in Osun State that's coming August 15th. So what are your thoughts?
You see, the whole drama is a movie. It's
But Nigeria is a movie if you look at it. That's what we've been talking about. Nigeria is a movie.
A cruise country.
Yeah, also.
Do you believe Nigeria is a cruise country?
Look at how even our own governor.
When people come on.
Listen, we're gonna talk.
We're talking about that next to the time.
Yeah, so I want the governor to focus on Edo State. Okay. I want him to continue doing the work that he's doing, especially in security. And I give him his flower. I give him a props for, coming up with this. I was one of the first ones that started the fast track prosecution. We spoke about so he's doing it. He's working on it already. Okay. Yeah, let's continue to have a meeting with the governor and come up with more ideas and move the. I will tell my people, even if you did not support this governor, even if it was not, you were the other winner, but he is the governor now. If he succeed, the whole Edo State succeed. Okay. Take that part out of it and let's focus on how we can move Edo forward.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Richard Iyasere, and we hope you have a beautiful stay here in the country, and of course continue to impact lives the way you've been doing. All right. You're married.
What?
You're married.
You are married. Yes. Very
beautiful children.
Very many. Yes.
So you have married.
I have 4 daughters.
4 daughters. That's the order of bride price.
Yes, a lot. And men that have girls are always they
are lucky.
And rich.
Well,
just like Philip. All right. Thank you so much for taking the time part of this, and wish you the best of the day.
I have fun being with you guys.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
We will be taking a short break, after which we'll look into security and of course the aspect of the increased salaries. And we will be discussing with a security expert, the founder and of course the coordinator of the Sapphire Shade Safety Awareness Initiative, Reverend Dr. Richard Azeke, in a moment. Do stay.
Thank you so much for staying with us. It's still this morning on ITV, broadcasting live on independent television. Let's dive into our second topic of discussion from our Benin studio this morning, talking about strengthening national security, the salary increase question for military personnel, security personnel. I have a security expert, someone who understands how the architecture of security works so much, the person of Reverend Dr. Sheriff Azeke, who is a security expert, to join us, make sense of this conversation. This morning, Reverend Doctor, good morning. Good to have you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming around again. All right, like we were saying before we came on air, without security, nothing happens. So even if everything seemed to be working, but when you take away security,
you have obscurity.
Exactly, you have insecurity. Everything is paralyzed.
Yes, definitely.
Now, let's look at how it has been a recurring issue for, I can say, more than a decade now, or going to 2 decades, since the whole Chibok incidents happened in 2014, and a lot of them just like that sidelined. But it seems like the morale of the security agents have not been boosted to an extent, or we've seen budgetary allocations for the security agencies, possibly or probably they are not using it for what it should be used for. But now we're seeing a so-called or perceived increase in their pay, in their budgetary allocation. Do you think this will go a long way to help us put to an end, or to its barest minimum, what we've been facing for the past decade?
Thank you very much. We must not forget that security is the foundation in which everything lies.
Yeah.
And security is the oxygen for survival. When you remove oxygen, what you see is death. So the managers of security should not be taken for granted, because when you pull them out from the system, there will be a kind of chaotic situation, and we must look at their welfare, which this program is all about. The welfare of our military and the welfare of our security agencies. Very, very important, because we have been talking about security here, and the security issue in Nigeria is a big problem, which is like a big monster that cannot be tamed easily. But the men on ground For them to tame security, for the nation to survive, we must look at their welfare. Their welfare should be a priority to this government. And thank God, we've seen a little move. Some time ago, we came to the studio, we talked about these things and about their increments. I think the government listened because this, what we saw a few days ago, is a sign that they listen
to.
Because when you have a listening government, it's very, very interesting. And what they've done, meaning they are listening, and it's just a step to the right direction. And this stage they are taking now, I think it's not the apogee of it, but it's just the beginning. And we talk about their welfare should not be joked with. For them to be motivated and do much and get better results, their welfare should be a priority. Very important.
Now, beyond the increment, let's now look at the architecture, the hierarchy, because it seems like probably or possibly those at the echelon of the security affairs somehow, I'm not alleging or trying to indict them, probably somehow it's not trickling down to the people who are really doing the job at the grassroots level. Say the bosses up there, knowingly or unknowingly, some of them try to play the smart one in terms of the allocations that should be given to the junior officers, in terms of the welfare or the allowances that should be paid to the junior officers who are there, whose life are on the line, you know, trying to protect the integrity and the territorial integrity of the country. Do you foresee anything of such happening in our security architecture?
Well, it's a global phenomenon. It's something that happens everywhere. It's not just Nigeria, it's not just an exception. But we can checkmate them. That's why anytime a budget is made or money is being passed for security purpose, we should do everything possible to monitor how the money is being spent. Create committees to monitor. This is Nigeria. To create how this money can be monitored. There should be check and balances and so on and so forth, so that the money can from the top go to the grassroots. Because we have seen in the time past, people allegedly say that the money on top does not come down. But I think the president for now should be able to look at it from that direction, which I believe he's going to do. To make sure that the money they invest, because Nigerians have been complaining, much money have been invested into security, but little have been seen. What is the problem? Trillions of naira have been invested into security, but we are still where we are. What is the problem? So I think the government for today should want to look at it very, very well, because the government is spending money for security. But what is happening between and after? So if committees are set before this whole thing to monitor the money, like I said, security money is like a shrine. I keep on saying it. Security money is
so what is like a shrine?
It's like a shrine. It's not something you. It's sacred. Because that money is tied to the salvation of lives.
A lot of persons.
To the nation, to the security of the nation. I mean, the money is tied to the safety of the people. So when the money is tampered, their safety is already tampered. And a door is already open for death. You've opened the door of death. If you tamper security money, you know what you've done? You've just opened the door of death. And definitely what you are going to see is people are going to die. Blood is going to be spilled. And when people die as a result of you tampering security money by opening the door of death, God will hold you responsible. People will hold you responsible. Even the blood of the innocent will hold you responsible. That's why people do not understand security money and other money, they are not the same. That's why I say security money is like a shrine. When you go to the shrine to pick something from the shrine, you know what is going to happen. There's a spirit, there are gods, there are deities. They will go after you. Go after you, go after your children, go after your generation until you return that thing. So our people, whether military or politicians, paramilitary, or whoever is a manager of security fund, you should understand from this background that security money is like a sacrament. It's very sacred. It should not be tampered. When you tamper it, you have tampered so many things. We should keep that money intact and use it for whatever. Because if we are using the money that is allocated for security to do the job, we will see much impact.
Definitely.
Even our security money will be well taken care of. Whether the military or the paramilitary and so on and so forth, you will see the impact. That's why I said Nigeria will have the money to take care of security and security managers.
Okay, let's look at the recruitment process.
Yeah.
How do you think the recruitment process should be? You are an expert. Because in most cases, it is the, I don't want to call it the condemned child in the family, that people always say, go and buy form to join this military apparatus, join this. The one they see as the good guy, the diligent one, is never pressured to go and pick a form. It is the bad one, in quotes, the one that is doing things in the streets. Everybody knows as the strong guy. Everybody will like, oh, this one will fit join police, this one will fit join army. What should be the process like? The process of, you know, recruiting people into our security architecture.
Security job is not something you joke with. It's not something you bring miscreant into. It's something you bring the best of the best, because they are going to manage lives. It's not something you just look and say, well, let's bring the nobodies. No, you bring the real people, because these are people who will be the custody of lives will be what they manage. They are custodians of lives. So you don't bring people who cannot manage lives. And we talk about recruitment. You see the level of recruitment is low when it comes to the security, military. You know, in the past, when we talk about military recruitment, you lobby.
Exactly.
It's slot.
Exactly. I have a question.
When you get it, your community will rejoice with you. They will even big band, call whatever. They will celebrate you. That even the family will call everybody, say, one of us have joined the military. It's not easy to join. Very, very. It's not easy to join the, especially the military. It's not. It wasn't easy to join the military at that time. But today, even we can bear it. Even not too far, forms were brought. People were rejecting the forms. Slots were given. People were not
rejected
because of what they've seen
over time.
Yes, because military work. Let us bring it down to military or security work. It has to do with lives. You are signing your life. Joining military is like you are signing your life. You are no longer yourself.
You are no longer. You don't belong to your family anymore. You are giving yourself like a sacrifice to the nation.
You've been taken over by the nation. You are now a property. You are national property. So your families, they don't have right to even. That's why when the person dies, they don't take the corpse home. You will be given military burial because this one belongs to us. So for such a person to, like, when I answer the call as a pastor, it's like giving my life. I disconnected from everything to God. I became God's property. My parents do not have connection, like that right to keep on calling on me because they see me as this is God's own property. That is how we see the military. The soldiers, they are federal properties. For somebody to sign, you want to join the soldier or the military, you have already signed your life. For such a person, just like a reverend father, who want to be, a man want to become a reverend father. You know what it means? So for such a person to do such, should be taken care of. Should be given the best. They should even live better than others, because this is government property. Government should be able to take care of his property. But what we are seeing is the reverse. You see some of them on the streets, see some of them on the highway. Sometimes you just weep. They are government property. They should be given the best of life. We talk about 180 something or 187,000 for the list. No. When I came to that day, I said the list should not be even up to, it should not be 300,000. I said it here. The list payment, the list person in the military should not receive less than 300. What is 300,000? I told you here by my research, the least soldier in America received more than the highest general in Nigeria. Go and check it. Now they shifted the salary of the generals to about 3-point-something million. We think that money is still big. When you convert it to dollar, it's quite a small money. It's just 2,000 something. Just 2,000 something dollars, which the least soldier in America receives. So what are we talking about? Their welfare. They cannot come to the studio like this.
No, they can't. Exactly.
You see, they are dying in silence. I have feeling for them. This is an internet world. When you go to the YouTube, you see some videos of how soldiers were being killed. You will weep. I don't want to use the word massacre. They were killed as if they were not trained. exposed to danger because much has not been given to them. A soldier should not be played with. A soldier is a property of the state. Anything that disturbs that soldier should disturb the state. When you put all these things on ground, people will want to join. You don't begin to force people to join the military. You reverse the time as it was in those days. People will want to gallantly serve their nation. You see, patriotism has reduced. Nobody wants to sacrifice himself for this country because patriotism has reduced. Independence Day is coming. Last Independence, I did a research. I tried to find out people that put on the green, white, green. Somebody put on green, white, green, came out. He saw everybody watching him. They were mocking at him. When he went home and changed. Before, when Independence is coming, you see the joy, the exuberance, the happiness. You look forward. I'm going to put on green and white, green. But today, the patriotism, that's how it is in the military. The willpower to do the work has reduced. A man you give a gun, you should not joke with. You've trained him with a gun. Don't joke with him. You should take care of him. You should pamper him. You should put everything, make him comfortable, so that gun is carried that you are training for the other way. Use it that way. It's more dangerous to train a man and give him a gun and joke with him.
Okay, let's look at the welfare of the families of these people, because in most cases they are the battlefront. They are not at home. A security personnel, military, basically they leave their family for like a month or two, or because they've already signed their life for the protection of the nation, just like you said. The families that they left behind, how is their own welfare too for those that are alive? Then let's look at those that have passed. In most cases, every January 15th, if I can remember, it's a Armed Forces Remembrance Day. The government, governors, the president, they go, they lay a wreath at the cenotaph and all that. It just seems like that's just the only celebration day they have for these people. Beyond that day, beyond the normal what they give to the people, but the family, the welfare of the wife, the children, most of their relatives who are also in all of this. What do you think should also be done in order for them to also have a feelings that they belong?
It is said, one for all for one. If you are treating a man, you should also extend it to his family.
To his family.
So it's not a matter of we are paying them this and that. You look at the welfare of their family package. Because in America, which we try to look up to, you see, they don't joke with the family of the military. They don't joke with them. The soldiers, their family, their welfare, their children. When you say, I'm a son to a soldier, it's a pride. You're like a golden boy, like a national trophy. They don't joke with you. Your education, your health, your entire well-being, even the wife, the entire family, the packages. So that when the man is going, it is said, where your treasure is, that's where your mind is.
So
the family is the treasure of the soldier.
Absolutely.
So when the family is not taken care of, which is his treasure, his mind will be divided.
Divided when he's doing the job.
Because he's thinking about home. But when the home is in order, his psychology is in order, emotionally is balanced. Absolutely. Physically is balanced, and so on and so forth. It's good to go. So the welfare of their families should not be joked with, should be looked at. When you also go to their barracks, talk about facilities. When you go to their barracks, I think the government need to do more. I don't want to begin to condemn certain things. The government need to do more in terms of putting their barracks in order. Because when the barracks are in order, you see things will be in order. Your environment influences your attitude. When your environment is in order, I think it has a kind of influence over what you do. So the government should do more in the area of putting their barracks in order. I don't want to go into the police because that one is a different case altogether.
That would be a discussion for a full day.
For another day. That one is a different case altogether because the police have been long time neglected. We should say the truth. The police have been long time neglected. And the government, because everything falls down to the government.
Absolutely.
The government need to do much in that area, but we are talking about the military here. But when we take care of our military will take care of us.
We'll press for time before we wrap it up. Let's now look at this increment. Do you think it's going to spur them
to do more? Because you know they say he that is more is given, more is also expected. Yes. So do you feel this increment or this boost in their budget, in their pay, in their welfare is going to also spur them to do more?
Yeah, definitely. What you give to a man motivates him to work.
Yeah.
Because your sacrifice, your effort, they are all connected to what you get at the end of the day. They are motivating factor. So it's going to encourage them, not spoil them. It's going to encourage them that more are coming. I want to appreciate the president for that move. But I want to say, like Oliver the Twist, we should do more. Please, you should do more, Mr. President.
Okay, talking about doing more. When you say they should do more, more in what aspect? Because people will say, oh, they've increased their welfare, their budget, their pay, and all that. So, which more, as an expert that you are, do you think that can be done to also make them feel some bit of comfort? The more?
Yes, in terms of motivation is very good, very important when it comes to the military work. You motivate them psychologically, motivate them emotionally. In terms of family, we just talk about taking care of their families, giving them their amenities, their wares. Sometimes you see them even buying their own wares. We should give them good wares and those things. Even the salary we are talking about, we know it's not enough. When we talk about the present day market, it's not enough. It's just a sign that the government is listening. But the government should do more, because I'm looking at anything less than 300,000 for the least soldier is not enough. Talk about what they are doing, taking care of their families and the rest.
Let's now narrow it to the state level, because we've seen some relationship between some state governors with some of the military bases in their state, knowing that, the military is a federal apparatus, it's the federal that controls. That's why the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. But could there be some also relationship between these guys and the governors in terms of making sure their own welfare in their jurisdictions are also taken care of, providing some necessary equipment for them, and in most cases as well, probably establish some funds that they could be, giving them some little things in terms of encouragement. That's I'm talking about the subnational level now, which are the states and all that.
It's very, very important, because apart from the federal, they are also taking care of the states directly or indirectly, and they are also helping the governors to do their work in terms of security. So the governors, I think some of them should be doing it, but I want to appreciate our governor, Edo State Governor, for the strive in the area of security. I want to say he's trying. I won't say he has tried, because when you say he has tried, mean you put a full stop. He's trying. He's taking security very serious. I want to thank him for that spirit, and I want to say he should keep the flag flying, he should keep the fire burning, and he should make sure that Edo State is covered, Edo State is safe. I want to see Edo State becoming the best state when it comes to security. That is my prayer, that is my belief, and that is what I hope to see. That when you are talking about the safest state in the country, you should be talking about Edo State. It's possible. We can do it. The governor can do it. People around him that he has put in charge of managing security, because he has put intelligent people around to manage security, I believe they can do it. And the governor, let me talk about our governor here. The governor should do more in the area of synergizing more with the military, the security personnel, the security agency, to make sure that things that have to do with security in those states is taken care of. There should be rapport between the army, the government, in the government house, the police, and other security agencies. And I want to say before we round up that this package you are talking about for the military, the federal government, the government per se, president should not stop it at the military.
Just the military
should
alone.
Extend it to the police, because we have about 9 security agencies, paramilitary agencies in Nigeria. We have the police, we have the DNA, we have the EFCC, we have the EFCC, we have the custom, we have the immigration, we have the fire service. We have them like they are the 9. So they should look at them, because they are doing same work. Because when they are taken care of, because when you take care of John and leave Musa, you have not solved the problem. Everybody should be happy. You should spread it. I know the government is going to do that. They are starting from the military. They will shift it down to the police, because I like talking about the police. If you have brought police issue now, I love talking about the police more. But I want to thank God for the military. They are doing well. The military can take care of Nigerian security problem if they are well motivated.
if they are well motivated.
It will not take 72 hours to address this issue. If there's a willpower, there's a political will, and there's motivation, they can address this terrorism issue we are having in Nigeria. And we are seeing a better day in Nigeria where everybody can sleep with their two eyes closed and wake up smiling and say, a blessed Nigeria. Good.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Sheriff Azeke, a security expert and the Chief Executive of Sapphire Shield Security. Thank you, and safety. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
It's still this morning on ITV. We will now hand you over to our Abuja studio where Naimeka Ehanacho is standing by. Shortly after the break, stay with us.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the Abuja Network Center. It is still your favorite morning show, TMI, from this end. All right, we have on this side Nigeria's rising debt profile. You know, this is an issue that has been on in the public space for some time. The last time we had it, the former Vice President Atiku Abubakar accused the federal government under President Bola Tinubu of not doing enough, of not ensuring that Nigeria's, the so-called revival of Nigeria's economy is just a lip service kind of thing. Nigerians government have been paying lip service in terms of what they've been able to do to, you know, get Nigeria's economy back on track. Meanwhile, nothing is being done to ensure that Nigeria's economy gets back on track. We are looking at this debt profile, which at the moment, with the, according to the Debt Management Office, it says that the total public debt has climbed up to 159.35 billion naira. That's as much as Nigeria is owing, you know, the International Monetary Fund and other places where funds must have been, you know, borrowed from. This data dates, the date is on from the current administration. I think is up to March 2026. That's the information we have at our disposal here, and we're hoping to link up to our guests who will help us analyze the situation, tell us where we're headed to. Factors, a lot of factors have been mentioned as those that have been responsible to this quagmire Nigeria is going through in terms of its debt profile. We have the new borrowing. You know, Nigerian government from time to time have continued to borrow funds and not doing enough in terms of servicing them. I had a guest last week who claimed that Nigerian government is currently, you know, taking steps towards servicing its debts. Then we also have a factor that's working against this same issue, which is the exchange rate adjustments. You know, devaluation and currency adjustments. It is heavily influencing the valuation of external debt, you know, when converted into naira. The other issue is the rising servicing costs. As time goes on, the servicing costs keeps rising. So we are hoping we will link up to our guest who is on standby now, I think Ben Ogunloye, who is a public affairs analyst. He'll be joining us in a moment from now to help us analyze some of these issues, and then we'll see if we can have a way forward. All right, good morning and welcome back once again to the Abuja Network Center, where we are now connected to our guest, Mr. Ben Ogunloye. Yes, he's a public affairs analyst, and he will help us, you know, analyze certain things in terms of Nigeria's rising debt profile. You know, we are compelled to actually, you know, take a look back to what the previous administration did before leaving office. With the records I have here, the president, late President Buhari's administration left office in 2023 with a debt of about 87.3 trillion naira. That's approximately 113 billion US dollars. But now, under President Tinubu, there's a record of a significant rise of about 159.35 trillion naira. What does this mean to us, considering I know there is this disparity in terms of the naira value at this point in time in international market? Is that part of the reason why we are where we are at this point in time? Mr. Ben Agunloye, who is a public analyst, public affairs analyst, can you help us break down this issue? Are we on the right track, considering where we are at this point in time?
Well, from where we are, I don't think that we are good enough for ourselves, but relative, of course, to some other countries, people will find it figures like debt to GDP ratio. When you come from that perspective, I think that we are not excessive. However, we need to look at also the figures. Now, when Buhari was leaving office, exchange rate was about 400 naira to a dollar. As of today, it's about 1,380 to the dollar. So when you check that carefully, then you will know that valuing debt in terms of just the naira may also be running the statistics that is actually coherent enough. Because, for instance, $1,000 in 2023 is just about 400,000 naira in the official market of all notes. But today, $1,000 is about 1.3 million. So the gap is wide. But let's take it away from there. I think it's not about the debt. It should be about what are we using the debt for? What are we doing to ensure that these debts are applied to capital projects that are able to shore up or grow the revenue of the nation? So it's not just about borrowing. It's about what have we used the borrowing for. So that we can see that the borrowings have been applied. If you have borrowed to build infrastructure, then you know that the infrastructure would improve the economy. And then, of course, we can have better economic activities and GDP growth will be fast. Now, we also need to note this. Whatever we have to say about what borrowing was up to the end of the Buhari's regime, we must remember that that regime made use of so much of ways and means. And as of today, the government of the day need to restructure the ways and means of that time into what can actually be paid off. So it's not just the borrowing for the external borrowing or the internal debt. So it is that there were ways and means that were done at that time that are now being harmonized or being restructured to ensure that the economic footing and the figures are good. We also know that at that time there were also things like borrowing crude, that is crude forward shipping. So a number of other things have been there. So what we should look at carefully, at least from this point forward, even if any loan comes, it should be tied to projects, and the project should be properly monitored by the National Assembly, who will give approval to the loan to be sought.
Yeah, that
is properly done.
That is.
Then I think that we will be in a better foot.
All right, like you said, it is one thing to borrow money, and it is another thing to know where the monies are being channeled into. It has to be into profitable ventures, which are likely to, get this or have this return in investment, so that the country will be able to service the loans and then be able to, have enough in its own coffers. Do you think we are doing enough in this area? You said that the National Assembly should monitor the, implementation or usage of these funds that are being borrowed. Are they doing enough, or you think they should do more in terms of monitoring of how these funds are being expended?
No, definitely in the area of monitoring and oversight function, in my personal opinion, I think that the National Assembly is not doing enough. It needs to do more. A good number of leakages that are in the system can be plugged if the National Assembly becomes up and through in their oversight function. That way, we ensure that they are not borrowing to waste. We ensure that projects that should benefit are not abandoned. And then when you have a system that is working, then we are going to be on the right path. So definitely, we need to focus also on things that will generate the revenue for us, so that before you even go for the debt, you are sure that you can mobilize the revenue that will sustain the maintenance function. And of course, it's still from the National Assembly as of today. When you see states are talking about IGR, this is talking about IGR, one of the most assured revenue places for any government in the world is tax.
Thank you. That's an area I would have loved us to deliberate upon. Yeah, Nigeria's new tax regime, yes.
So we sure need to widen our tax base to ensure that more people are captured and that people who should pay tax are not avoiding it and are not evading it. Right? It should be tax avoidance principles or procedures. People should not be allowed to abuse. And of course, tax evasion should be prevented completely. You see, I have always seen things in the past where somebody tells you, oh, yes, I'm a civil servant. You say, oh, you have never spent your salary, you have not done this, you have not done that. You say, oh, I have a farm. If you have a farm that is generating £1 billion per year, then we also need to see what tax are you paying from that farm. Because definitely that farm is not autopilot. There are people working there.
Yeah, so Mr. Ben, just a moment. Yeah, so in other words, you're saying that the introduction and implementation of this new tax regime is another means of generating enough funds to be able to pay back the loans that the Nigerian government has been able to incur over the years. You think it's a very veritable way to be able to raise funds, to service these debts?
For sure, ensuring that we have the right tax matrix and that the people who should pay are paying will boost the government revenue. And when you have more revenue, you are able to perform your function, including addition, including debt servicing. Where you generate you, then the performance of the budget and the performance of the government will also become good. So there is no doubt about it that if well implemented and well coordinated, the new tax regimes and more effort in the area of widening the tax net must be wide if the government goal to sustain it its responsibility.
Let's take a look at a report that we have. Let's say in 3 months, there are about 7 states, including the FCT, who have actually borrowed over 355 billion naira, in a country where I would say it's believed that a majority of the funds derived from the subsidy removal of this administration were channeled. Majority of the funds were channeled to these states. Why should we have this record at this point in time, 355 billion naira in debt, for about 7 states, including the FCT? Is this not contrary to what we are looking at?
Well, we need to look at it this way. When we say subsidy removal,
yes,
in my opinion, what we have done in subsidy removal is cost avoidance. And actually not saving. And this is what I mean. By the end of the last administration, we were not taking money from what we had to pay for subsidy. We were doing forward crude sales. So that's borrowing. So what we have done is that we have avoided the cost of borrowing and the borrowing itself to service subsidy. So it's not like we have money to pay. And so if you stop it, then you now take that money to do something else. No, we've been taking loan or borrowing to pay for subsidy. So we may not be really talking about subsidy saving. But again, as for the state, we have a lot of infrastructural deficiency everywhere. Now, like I said at the beginning, borrowing is not the crime, but the application of the loan is the issue. So if the state is borrowing for a road, you are borrowing for a dam, you are borrowing to power agriculture, maybe to buy Niger or one other state, then we need to be clear that those monies are actually applied to the things for which they were borrowed. So if the money for agriculture, for instance, was put into agriculture, you know that in 3 to 6 months, some agricultural produce will hit the market.
So with
agricultural produce will hit the market and will begin to get return on that investment. But where the borrowing is meant for consumption of the pay salary, then there is disaster. They actually have borrowed them specifically for projects. And that's where the monitoring and the scrutiny of the local approval authorities come in, whether the State Assembly or the National Assembly. How do they look at the papers and the documents and the purpose of the borrowing before it goes ahead? And at what stage are the projects for which the borrowing are being applied?
So with Nigeria's debt profile, the way it is at this point in time, where does it place us in? I mean, the outlook of the nation, how we are being perceived from the outer world. Are we on the right place at this point in time?
Well, within international limits and
yeah, we know other countries are also indebted.
I think that we are not bad. No, when you compare us positive to nations like Brazil, South Africa, and some other nations like that. The number of nations have the GDP to the debt ratio that is above 50%. I think we are still way below that. Some are even at 100. But like we are saying, I don't think it is comparing. We need to compare ourselves with ourselves, which is how effective are the loans that we are taking being applied. What do we do to ensure that those loans are correctly, appropriately, and timely applied? Not that you apply for loan and the loan is there gathering interest, and for months you are not even ready to use it. I think we had that case at some point in Niger, where maybe the governor had already moved for the loan, but the infrastructure projects or those who were taking the project were slowing it down, and the loan was already attracting interest. So we need to look at managing the borrowings to ensure that we are taking per time what you are ready to use. If possible, as a matter of fact, maybe some of the services should given to consortiums that can do the project and then you borrow to pay. Meaning that the project you are paying for has been done to an extent. So we may need to begin to look at restructuring the contract award process.
Ben, we are actually running out of time. We are running out of time now. We're running out of time. We may have to let you go at this point in time. Thank you so much for joining us on the program, Mr. Le. I know we really didn't have enough time to talk about this. Here from Abuja, we'll be handing you to our Lagos Network Center for Marcelina to continue the program. It's still TMI on Independent Television, ITV.
Many thanks for rejoining on this morning on ITV. I am Marcelina Unko, and we have a lot to talk about today about the forthcoming 2027 election. Campaign is just by the corner. You know, campaigning is starting soon, August 19. Like I said, a lot to unpack from this particular topic this morning. And of course, our guest this morning is Honorable Said Ajadi. Honorable, good morning. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me. Nigerians.
How are you doing today?
I'm all right.
All right, okay. I'm very well, thank you. So this morning, we're going to be looking at 2027 presidential race. Atiku, Tinubu, and Obi face off as campaigns heat up. That is there's a lot to talk about today. Like I said earlier, the race for Nigerians 2027 presidency is gathering momentum with President Bola Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi once again at the center of the political conversations as campaigns draw closer, which is going to start August 19. You know, the big question is no longer just who wants the presidency, but who has the political structural alliances and support base to actually win. Can the opposition unite behind the candidates, or will division? You know, the president, we all know that the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is seeking a second term, and the APC is positioning its administration's economic reforms and policies as part of messages, while Atiku Abubakar is contesting under the ADC, and it's part of the wider opposition efforts aimed at unseating the APC in 2027. I also know that Peter Obi, now running under the Nigerian Democratic Congress, is also seeking the presidency and remains the important figure in the opposition space. Okay, I wouldn't say important because all of them are important. The big question is, can the opposition unite? This is probably the most one thing, interesting angle we need to focus more on. And we also saw Honorable Said, Atiku, Obi, Rabiu Kwankwaso, Sheyi Makinde are expected to meet August 18 as part of discussion around the opposition unity against Tinubu. I mean, this has happened before, the whole coalition stuff. It didn't work out, where Obi defected to NDC and left Atiku in ADC with Rotimi Amechi, while Obi and Kwankwaso as an NDC. But now they are meeting again August 18, for another meeting. And this has got a lot of people talking. I've been thinking, the first coalition didn't work. How is it? Let's get your take.
Thank you very much.
And remember, campaign is starting August 18. Just few days from now. Good morning. Good morning.
That's why it's a big laugh. Yoruba adage comes to say that
can you translate to those that are not Yorubas?
What means that the bottom line of that, if you don't train your child very well, it becomes a bastard and will destroy the heritage. Discipline is what we are seeing right now. When we analyze Nigeria, synopsis of democracy, some people brought in former President Obasanjo from prison to become king. That's Ecclesiastes. I don't know what chapter and the verse anymore. But we were warned in that Bible verse that you should be careful about a king that was brought from prison to make king. It is better for you to listen to the youth of the society to make a difference. We saw the leadership of Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar. I was an employee of federal government. I resigned my appointment to go into politics strictly because of Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar's analysis and policies of government. I knew this was coming 23 years ago. I knew that we had to interject for Nigeria since 1993. I knew that if some of us don't sacrifice, how do we develop? So what is happening right now is not something new. It's something that we had predicted and we had known that it's going to come. Why? Maybe because of the exposure of the discipline we had by our parents and the kind of education we had. Maybe those are the factors that made us see the future at that time. We were in a place that the federal government gave us to monitor them from the penthouse apartment they gave us, overlooking the Aso Rock then. So we knew and we were monitoring President Obasanjo every day. When we wake up in the morning, we observe President Obasanjo. We observe Atiku Abubakar. We had friends coming in from Lagos to understand what the situation was then. They thought it was a joke. They today would hear and know that we said it then and it's happening now. So let me go back to what is happening today. Synopsis is what I'm trying to make you understand.
Okay.
Nigeria is ours. We're not going anywhere. We're Nigerians, and some of us are patriotic Nigerians. We love our country because we have seen that with love, we can develop Nigeria. Though we've not had any opportunity to prove the capability of Nigerians. You mentioned 3 individuals and some coalition that has failed before and that they're trying to do again. The reason why I mentioned Obasanjo's regime was because Atiku Abubakar was his vice president and he was being monitored by we younger generation at that time to see what they were able to perform. Atiku Abubakar wasted the opportunity given with El-Rufai and the BP court. They sold the property of Nigerians. We cannot forget.
Then. Okay.
GRA Ikeja, because we're in Lagos today, GRA Ikeja was sold about $1 million. GRA Ikeja now is sold about 1 billion. So if it's the property of Nigeria, it will be our assets, will not be borrowing as a professional. Do you understand? They are complaining that government is borrowing. Government is a continuum. What you do, another person takes the governance, continues. You're not going to stop Nigeria from moving on because Obasanjo and Atiku failed. That's what we are seeing the results of it today. As professionals, economics, OALR from 4. So talking about the candidature of a person of Atiku Abubakar is not in my lexicon. Because he has been given opportunity before. And he has failed. A man comes on air, asked like a journalist like yourself, asking us, saying that, okay, they gave you $16 billion. What did you do with it? He said, we released contracts. We paid 100%. And nothing was done. That is the man that wants to come back to be a president of Nigeria. Doesn't make any sense. What do you have in stock? Nothing. Up here, nothing. So we can sit down and say, a candidature of Atiku Abubakar is just using black magic to cover our eyes. But the reality of the situation is that we don't need such people anymore. We are forward moving. You've wasted 16 years of our lives, not your own life alone. Lives of Nigerians doing nothing. You sold all our properties. A custom officer. Whatever you are doing with Obasanjo is not our problem anymore. You have gone. And so coming back and saying there's a coalition today, I don't think Nigerians are stupid.
Remember, it's not just Atiku Obi.
That's where I'm going to. Nigerians are not stupid. I'm going from synopsis of each person you mentioned.
Okay.
So one step after another. So Atiku, who is it deceiving in the north? Saying that he's a Muslim? Or saying that he's a northerner? What did he do with 16 years? As PDP chieftain, 8 years of control. Atiku held Nigeria to swing. 8 years. Doing nothing. I was in Abuja. I was monitoring them every day. I couldn't sleep. Because I was working under them. I resigned to be a politician. I contested Senate against Adedubu's son. Where's Adedubu? No legacy. PDP was a waste of time. I was in PDP. So if we are talking about patriotism, such people like Atiku Abubakar should not be saying he wants to still contest in 2026. It's a sham. He doesn't have anything for us. And we know him very well. Challenge him to a debate publicly before August 18th or 19th. Let us talk to them. A debate. You're a journalist. You're a TV station. Challenge them to a debate. Call them to order. Let's talk to them. They don't have anything to offer. That's number one. So we don't waste too much time. Peter Obi. We have seen his scorecard in Anambra. We have seen what he's capable of doing in 8 years of governance in Anambra. If he did what he's blabbing about now that he's capable of doing, we would have seen in his scorecard in 8 years in Anambra. You were bereft of ideas. All you could do was invest in a brewery, which was subjective at that time. Your family. It's such a shameful act. Okay, so you're now saying that the brewery is now profitable. Are you telling the people of Anambra to just be drinking alcohol? Is that all they have? I served in Anambra State. Okuzu and Obunike. I can talk about Anambra. I can talk about Opiwika and the markets. Because I was a young man. And I saw what was happening then. They were sandbags. As if there was a war in Onitsha. You couldn't do anything about it. You couldn't make the change that we expect of you as a young man. All you need to do was invest in that. What did you do? What did you do with education? What did you do with the infrastructure and the roads? If you did the best thing at that time, the man, Soludo, will not have any job doing now, commissioning roads and all of that now. You would have done it and finished it at that time. So you now came back and you said, okay, your MD of your bank becomes the governor. So, and you are saying that with what you are so subjective about, of your 8 years, that is what we should expect as you want to govern Nigeria? Nigeria is not an Anambra State. If the obedience are gullible, Nigerians are not gullible. You go around the world and you are starting to cast aspersions at Nigeria because you want to be a governor or you want to be a president. You talk about Nigeria derogatorily. That's very wrong. If you want to challenge the people that are governing, go about facts and issues. Don't bring down Nigeria because you want to be a president. You talk about religion, you go to the Catholic Church and all of that. That is myopia. Half of Nigeria are Muslims. Half of Nigeria are Christians. You appeal to the youth who are not even religious. Talk to them about what you plan for them. Talk about industries. Talk about intellect, issues. That is what governance is all about. Leadership. It's not about your person. Who cares about Peter Obi? Who cares about Atiku Abubakar? We have seen them play.
So Peter Obi has said if he should come, he's going to do one term after the first term.
Fantastic statement.
You know, he's handing power.
Is it possible when you have not done 4 years in Anambra, you ask for another term in Anambra? That's as a governor. Who are you fooling, saying that you're going to use 4 years as a president? It's not possible. How long does it take you to work with the 3 arms of government to make issues come to bear? You are complaining that the system is slow now. It's because the 3 arms of government must ratify whatever the president now is doing. That is democracy. So you now asking for 4 years, it is myopia. We are not stupid people anymore. Nigerians are very intelligent. Nigerians are very, very, very wise. Forget social media and the rhetorics. Let us face reality.
So let's talk about the president.
You want to pass a bill?
Let's talk about okay.
You want to pass a bill? If the president now wants to do something, he will send it to the assembly first to ratify. So if the assembly does not go through their process to ratify it, that means that thing cannot come to bear. And so you want to spend 4 years to change Nigeria, and you say you will finish the job. That's a lie. We can challenge each other. I'm an accountant. I'm an economist. I'm a psychologist. So whatever he's putting to bear in Nigeria, I'm prepared for it. Let us discuss. And we will bring out all your scorecard. You left 75 billion in your account as a governor, that means you are bereft of ideas. Soludo is looking for money now to spend on Anambra State. And you are saving money in your own bank. Subjectivity, that's not governance. That's not leadership. That is greed.
Okay, we'll talk about the incumbent.
So that is Peter Obi.
Okay.
So we are talking about one after another. So who is the opposition now that wants to take it from the incumbent president?
Sheyi Makinde is there.
Oh,
Showere is there.
Fantastic. You are mentioning Sheyi Makinde, a young man. What did you do in Oyo State? One by one. What did Sheyi Makinde do in Oyo State? He told me we have to be analytic. We have to have issues. Awolowo left farm settlements 65 years ago. Sheyi Makinde cannot think to develop it. Land, asset, go to A.O. Lawal from 4. He's an engineer. I would have been a chemical engineer. Maybe I've made a mockery of engineering. He's an engineer. Tying the road in Ibadan does not make you a governor. It doesn't. You have moribund land. People are complaining of hunger. You cannot feed them. In those days, the military will have farms. When we are doing Ilea and all of that, or Christmas or Easter, military that ruled that time will give us chicken in comparison with the market. They will give us rams in comparison with the market to bring down the cost of living. Now you have farms wasting away. Rain is falling every day. You cannot farm. I have people, I have technology. We know how to farm strategic plants that we can export and make money from. Now the federal government is giving you so much money. You cannot think. The governors are making times 4, times 10 of what they used to get 5 years ago.
Okay, Honorable Said.
Yes, please.
Let's talk about the incumbent president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
I'm going one by one. You mentioned Shawori.
Because you mentioned, we'll talk about that. Because you mentioned something, I just want us to talk on this before we continue on that conversation. Okay. The incumbent president. You know, you mentioned most of this governance not doing this, not doing that. What makes the incumbent president different? Because, I mean, we're in Nigeria, we're seeing what's happening in terms of insecurity, food insecurity, and all of that.
I don't want to be subjective.
What makes him different?
I was going one stage after another.
Okay.
So, if we are jumping Shawori, we have not finished Sheyi Makinde. So we'll go to the president, who is the APC, and controlling. Remember, PDP used to control. PDP had 31 states at that time, if I refresh your memory. So now, APC has 31 states. This is a man, let me tell you the synopsis of his political arena. AD, ACN, APC. Building blocks. ABGA, ANPP became APC. Now he installed the president, former President Buhari. The former president gave him a future, and he was able to succeed and be a president. That is strategic thinking. That is building blocks. Forget sentiments. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed has tried as a human being. Very few people will achieve such feat in their lifetimes. Nigerians. Quote me.
What are the achievements?
Let me finish.
What are the achievements?
That's what I'm going to go to now.
Okay.
Thank you. A man that comes into power, they just handed over to him. Don't forget that there is a transition government.
Okay.
That will give the committee the documents of what they have done, what is happening, and what to expect. In the transition government handing over, they had nothing for oil. Buhari did not budget for subsidy. There was no budget allocation. So he came straight to Nigerians and said, there is no more subsidy. Some people have 1,000 petrol stations now. Some people have 2,000 petrol stations. Some people have 10,000 trucks. It's all about subsidy to their pocket, not to Nigeria's pocket. So a lot of people have become multi-billionaires.
So what are we, the ordinary citizens, benefiting?
Thank you. That's what I'm going to. So you know subsidy. That's a bold step.
All right.
No kidding anybody. There's no money for it. So he removes subsidy and says to Nigerians, sorry, we are going to suffer for a little while. But things will change.
For a little while, okay.
A little while. Yes. 16 years of PDP, I just told you. Nothing. They had money. They couldn't make it. Not even one bulb was lit. So it's a waste of time. But here, he has scorecards, which I'm going to analyze to you now. 1, he removed the subsidy. 2, he stopped the idea of going to central bank to collect dollars and sell at 200 naira extra on the black market. Collapse that market of the Aboki. I know people that are below the change now. I know what is going on. He collapsed the market of deceptive governance. And so the Naira now is strengthening whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not. So as a businessman, I can plan. I can project on my business devoid of government because the Naira to the dollar is stable. 5, 10 naira movement is different from 200 naira, 300 naira margins. That's number 2. He said to us, we know that our indigenous parents that cannot pay school fees, students can access loans now. I didn't have that when I was a student.
So how many students has
Honorable
Said? Hold on.
I will answer your question. But
let me ask the question. Sorry. How many students has come out to say they've benefited from that loan? Do you know of anybody that's collected the loan?
I know.
You know of somebody that have collected the loan?
Yes, but I don't know of many. I am a sponsor of students. So it's a burden that has been lifted off me as well. I send people to school to go and study. For indigenous widows and all of that. I do that, but we're not supposed to be saying what we are capable of doing. We do that, no matter how little. But if the government now says we know our responsibility, farmers' children can go to university now. It's a challenge that has never been. A lot of married women, because they want their children to go to school, commit all kinds of things underneath. Because the children must go to school. So for government to take that responsibility out, it is left to the youth and the students to say it out themselves now and say that yes, we do this. Government has given us this.
I've actually not seen anyone that have benefited from that.
ASU strikes and all of that. There's stability now. We're observers. We have seen them discuss and say, okay, this is the money that has been promised to you since 2009. Don't worry, we'll give it to you now. And they are processing those monies. We have seen solar off-grid stations in universities in Nigeria by federal government. Off-grid. Powering libraries. So the Minister for Communication or the Minister for Information or the Minister for this or that, maybe they are sleeping.
Let me tell you something.
They are not helping the president.
Let me tell you something.
But we are seeing it happen.
Honorable Said.
That's number 3.
Honorable Said, sorry, you would continue. Before you continue, I quickly want to say this thing. You said in schools, federal schools. I would not mention the name of my school. Do you know, recently I'm doing something in my school to get something. I called my HOD, right? Do you know what he told me?
What did he?
I'm not going to mention the name of my school, but it's a federal school. He said, there's no electricity currently in the school. The transformer is faulty and we do not know when to fix it. Mind you, it's a federal school.
Fantastic.
Continue.
What I'm saying to you is that something that has been 100% and is being changed gradually. I'm not saying that they are powering the whole university. I'm saying sectors of the university that need critical power is being installed. Because solar is very expensive if you want to do the whole university. I do renewable energy, so I know what I'm talking about. We, on the private sector, compete for contracts to do these jobs. It was never available 10 years ago. But government thinking about these things now, it's a plus, madam. The reality is that there is positivity in the thinking. We have resources now on the macro level. We are strengthening the macro level. By the way, last time I came here, I said a bulb of tomato was 200 naira and 5 was 1,000. Correct? I'm saying to you this morning that the people that are making this happen, because of my research, are the alarubos, the middle people. They are the ones stifling government's progress. I went to Ibadan. I went to buy the same tomatoes. A bucket of tomato is 10,000 naira in Lagos. I bought 3 buckets at 15,000 naira in Ibadan. A basket that fills 3 buckets, I bought at 15,000 naira. So what does that tell you? It's telling you that there are a lot of challenges in the network of Nigerians, and even Nigerians are not sincere to themselves. Government is different from individuals. We do not love each other. Everybody is like a crab in the basket. Let me make money. Let me make money. I don't care. Blind his eye, cut his leg. Just let me get out of the basket. That's what is happening. So there's crabs in the basket hunting themselves to go out of the basket. By the time you get out of the basket, maybe one hand is cut, one eye is blood, and all of that. But the reality is that Barrack must stay. Whoever is there might go. Look at Nigeria's security situation. This president inherited what was happening. It did not come from him.
Was it as bad as this?
Hold on.
Then.
Hold on. We have seen results in the last 3 months. Talking about your state, they rescued the children. Talking about the North, 308 was rescued last week. That's progress. It is our nation. We cannot run anywhere. We don't want America to come and help us do anything. No. Train our soldiers to be strategic. One of it he has done now. They are earning more than they used to do. Imagine a soldier earning 49,000 a month. But now, that's part of strategic thinking. They have increased the salary of soldiers.
Yeah, we applauded the president for that.
So let us talk positively. Let us talk positive. It's only positive that can bring positive. Negative will continue to bring negative. You cannot continue to bring down the president of Nigeria and you are wanting development. You cannot wake up in the morning and tell God, let him not succeed, and you are wanting development. You are deceiving yourself. It's just like a woman that dresses reasonably, covering her body, and a woman that exposes her body. And the same thing with food. If you cover food, flies will not perch on it. But if you open the food, flies will lay eggs on it. That's the same process. So we have to think. It's about introspection. How are we doing it? Are we doing it right by ourselves? Leave government. Are we doing it right? Am I doing you, the journalist? Am I doing you right? Are you doing me right? Am I doing right by the people by telling them tomato is not supposed to be that expensive? I'm not making that money to feed my family alone. I had opportunity to collect salary from government for 8 years. I rejected it because I don't want to collect money that I cannot explain. But everybody's collecting it now. So we're different kind of people. What we're saying is that we want a different kind of change. So I'm giving you analysis based on what is going, though difficult. But movement is gradual. Kinetic. The car started. If it did not start, it's a problem. But it has started. And it's moving. If the likes of Professor Konjo-Iweala can come and say the people that are not supporting the president now are beefing him because of what they cannot get, that the man is trying. I'm not a professor. I'm dealing with OA Lawal. Form 4. Whoever wants to pass WAEC or JAMB deals with me because that's basic. What we are seeing now, macroeconomics, fantastic for Nigeria.
So you think the economy is working?
Starting to work.
It's starting to work.
Yeah, so if we can now leave that and move to the micro level, which is you and I, productivity, then excellent movement will come. That's how it works.
So you do not
think...
think...
we have gotten it right. 2 things. I told you about the collapse of the Forex. We are not deceiving ourselves now. We are not pegging the Naira. We are not borrowing to pay for the Naira. We are not borrowing to pay salaries. Governors are not borrowing to pay salaries. How many governors could pay under Buhari? Buhari was borrowing. to give them to pay salaries. What are you talking about? Don't you even understand the basics of what's going on? Nobody is borrowing to pay salaries. Call the governor out that will say he doesn't have enough money to pay salaries. Why are we deceiving ourselves? Just 6-8 years ago, we couldn't pay salaries. Now we can pay salaries. Now we have enough money for construction. We have enough money for development. We have enough money to think and do stuff.
Honorable Said, remember, it's not just about construction development. I know that is part of it, but mainly is the ordinary Nigerians.
Infrastructure is key to development. If I am producing tomatoes in my farm and I don't have good roads, the tomato will perish before it gets to the market. Common sense. So if infrastructure is available, that means I can get turmeric from the north. If Sokoto Badagry can be functional, I can get turmeric from the north. I can take it to Badagry and export it to Benin or Togo at a cheaper rate, rather than waiting for a trailer that will be broken down at Lokoja. I can get palm oil from Calabar and bring it to Lagos. Before it's 6 a.m., I have sold it at my 12 market, the palm oil that I bought by 6 p.m. a day before in Calabar.
So,
what you are saying, what I'm saying to you is that the effect of infrastructure has a positive effect on the economy.
So what you are saying now is that the president has an advantage as the incumbent.
It's working. It's working.
Do you think a lot of Nigerians will agree to
This is what I'm saying, that the ministers that are sleeping in Abuja, they're not doing anything. The man is working. I am the president of Nigeria. I know how much Seyi Makinde was getting under Buhari. And I know how much Seyi Makinde is getting now. A man that was given 30 billion. If the other man did not blow alarm that the federal government gave him 30 billion, would we know?
So you're saying we are doing ourselves?
This is the problem. And now you have not cleaned your own room. You want to be a president, you want to clean outside. Where is the sense? We are waiting for the scorecard. Seyi Makinde's scorecard. We are waiting for it.
So you do not think what you are saying now is all these opposition parties, these people that are coming to contest, you do not think Nigerians should give them a chance?
Nigerians should not even listen to them because they have been tested.
All of them?
All of them. Maybe Showori, that is a journalist, devoid of every other person. Every other person is tested. 30 billion. You said he left it in First Bank. Doing what? Over a year now. Doing what?
Sorry.
Gaining interest for you? They will give him money. We're not stupid. We are an accountant. I'm an economist. I'm a trained managerial psychologist. I can read people. We can do business. We can discuss. The training is because of Nigeria. What do we need in Nigeria? How do we solve the problem? We have seen the problem long time ago. So it's not a thing that we are just seeing. No. We are not ready to discuss the problem anymore. We are only waiting for the opportunity to solve the problem. And which the president is doing now. Whether you like it or not. Whether you see it.
So the president is solving the problem.
Yes! Okay, let me give you another instance. The tractors, 2,000 tractors he bought last year. If he releases those tractors, I don't care who he gives it to. They are all Nigerians. Give it to local governments. Let them farm. Let us see what the cost of tomato will be in 6 months before the election, or even 3 months before the election. Tomato does not take 3 months. I bought Tatashe in Ibadan. There is no Tatashe in Agege Market. I bought a basket of Tatashe in Ibadan. Who is hoarding it and keeping it in Ibadan and not allowing it to get to my 12?
So what you are saying now is
Honorable
Said, what you're saying now is Tinubu administration has done enough to convince Nigerians to vote for him for the second term.
Because the people of Nigeria don't even know what he's trying to do. That is the major problem.
You wouldn't blame them. Honorable Said,
I'm not blaming Nigerians.
Exactly.
No,
you wouldn't blame them.
It is the work of the ministers and the MDAs. That's why I said 6 months ago that if I was the president, I would have sacked so many people. By now, with this kind of money, I would have sacked so many people. I have a lot of female youth wanting to work. I will train them. 6 months, come back. Another 6 months again, come back. By the time I train you for 1 year, I give you parameters of what I expect from you. They will give me the job.
Honorable Said, it is easier said than done.
This is why I'm telling you that this is what I do. I train. And I know that the people I trained last year are different from the people I'm training this year. So I know the capability as a private sector driven person. Don't tell me it's not possible. Give me the chance to prove it. That's all. But it's not possible, forget it. I know people that trade with farmers, or take from farmers, and are multi-billionaires today. I don't need to wear set and suit. I'm telling you to think. Let us think. We have arable land that we can use to feed ourselves. It's called food security. And that's what the president is trying to do now. So I'm latching on to that. I'm telling you it is possible. Forget the governors to do this.
Okay,
that is why the president now is saying that local government autonomy. I have listened to programs on Fresh FM on Saturday morning, Oshelu today. They invite local government chairmen to come and give their scorecard. And without the president's intervention now, can they make that kind of money? Can they do all those projects they're doing? Let us face reality. There are a lot of things going on.
Honorable Said.
As an accountant, as a businessman.
Atiku, Peter Obi, Shea Makinde, and some other political, some other persons, they are meeting very soon. Yeah, don't you think if they eventually, which I don't know if it's going to be possible, don't you think?
Don't waste your time.
Honorable Said, you never can tell. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. Don't you think if they eventually decide and come together and present just one candidate,
they can't?
Don't you think they will work against the ruling president?
That's something, and you say anything can happen.
Anything can
happen. The day
happen.
must break. Is that anything? It's certain, whether you like it or not. Whatever powers you have, terrestrially, the day must break. Who are you? You are nothing. Forget all those coalitions. I am telling you today, effectively, it is bullshit and it's nothing. Can't have any effect. Unless people don't know what to do with resources. 31 states in your control, going to 34. And you are telling me a coalition will take that off? What are you talking
about? I mean, now the ruling party, they are doing everything possible. They've submitted all their candidates.
Yes,
I saw it.
Yeah, that's
yeah, they're doing everything possible. Election is just
talking. How many of them have done the same thing? They're still wrangling. Let us see what will happen by November, December. Not even election. November, December, in August.
No, I mean, campaigning is starting soon.
I am telling you that we have not seen it all. I told you earlier on, the game has just started. Why are you in a hurry? By September, October, November, then we know who are the candidates. All this one that they're doing now, we don't know who they are, the candidates. We don't. But we know only one president. And we know he wants to contest again. And he's saying that, give me the chance, I will stabilize Nigeria. $51 billion foreign reserve and counting. They are telling me this.
What about Jonathan? That was his name was excluded. That he didn't meet up with the requirements. INEC said he didn't meet up with the requirements.
I told you that.
He was the former president.
Analysis was one by one. You didn't let me get to Jonathan.
Let's talk about that.
Fantastic.
Briefly.
Jonathan, he knows his limit. And he was a very fantastic president. Why? Because when he got to his limit, he said, I don't want Nigeria's citizens to shed their blood because of the war. That's a statesman. And so if he wants to come back now, what did he forget? What did he forget? 6 years of nothing? Yes, people went for training. Musa Yar'Adua was the initiative that told his people, let us bring you out of this mess and train you, which is what I came back to. And you're telling me it's not possible. All the people carrying guns in the Niger Delta. They are pilots now, they're engineers, they're divers, all of that. Nigerians are benefiting from the oil sector now because of training. I am setting up a training institute because of the youth, so that we can compete in the oil industry, we can compete in UK, we can compete in America.
So at this point, what advice do you have for the opposition parties?
I don't have any advice for them because they are not stable, and I don't wish them any positivity because I want stability. I know that if this man comes back in 4 years,
it's obvious that you're in the president's side.
Yes, because Nigerians will then start to reap the benefit of the hard work.
And you think Nigeria wants him back?
Let me tell you one thing that I want you to understand. Nigerians might not. That's the truth. Nigerians might not want him back. But you are going to lose an opportunity. Because, see, from Aguiyi-Ironsi to now, mention the kind of presidents that have had the dexterity, the understanding, and the creativity to put us where we are.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Said Ajale.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you all our viewers. Thank you Nigeria for joining our Lagos Network studio this beautiful morning on TMI. I am Marcelina Unkwo. We'll be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on TMI. Do stay with us. Don't go away.
Good morning and welcome to TMI Social, where I bring to you the trending news just as it hits the internet. My name is Eneja Wisdom, and here is what's trending. We've seen a video on the internet that has sparked a lot of reactions of a woman from the All Progressive Congress handing out rice to the residents of Osun State ahead of the gubernatorial election. I'm talking about the governorship election that is forthcoming. And you know what? A lot of people have different reactions towards this particular video. Some are saying, you know what, it's just rice, and she's handing it to people who might need it. But I thought we all agreed on a different way of doing things. I thought we all agreed on change and, you know, discarding the idea of selling your votes. You know, I'll let you watch the video and then we'll go through the reactions together.
They like it. They like you. Almost nígbà tó ṣe wípé ní wọ́n jẹ́ láti jọ wọ́n ti lè bí ayé. Lẹ́yìn pé ní mo pé nǹkan, mo ti pé nǹkan wọ́n wà ká.
There you have it, and we've seen this over and over and over again. Nigerians, we know how this thing works. And you know, with all of the financial and, you know, the economical issues that we are facing in this country, you would hope that when it comes to an election that should be free and fair, an election that you get to determine who leads you for the next 4 years, you would be on your feet, all hands on deck, you know, 10 toes down to do the right thing. But although many people would like to say it's not just rice, maybe it's just an act of kindness, we have seen this before. This could be a clear picture of people selling their votes, or it could just be a simple act of kindness. But let's go through the comments together. The first one I have here from Saobina Emelobo. He says, Nigerians will never learn. We complain of hardship for 4 years, then turn around to collect food items from desperate. That's my next comment here. When you watch the video clearly, you go see saying that ghetto women wey life they show shege banza, then they share rice give. It's well. That's all I can say. And from Giant says, at least she has done her own part. Some people will see rice to eat for the next 2 days. Dollar Pizzo, the poverty rate in Nigeria is alarming. See modern day slavery. I wept for Nigeria. And from Oma, hunger will be the bait to rig this election, and it's sad to witness. Ikonde Jr. says, una mothers don't start. Later, una go begin blame APC. And now una mothers, they cause them. Tosin, these are the people that will vote. That's why they are less concerned about the people on social media. These people selling their future don't really know what's going on in the country. Make them hungry, and they will do whatever you want to eat. All right, clearly we can see different comments and different reactions. While some people are saying, you know what, these people have gotten the opportunity, they've gotten rice to eat for the next 2 days, and others are saying they're selling their future for rice. But from whatever angle you'd like to look at it, those parcels of rice will only last a few days, but will it determine the next 4 years of your life and the lives of your children? Let's do the right thing in Nigeria, yes? Now I'll take you to the next interesting and trending news I have on my list. Evangelist Tonto Dike has come out with a new one. We know the popular actor Tonto Dike from the Nollywood industry. Now she is preaching at her newly built industry, New Wine Prophetic Tabernacle in Abuja. In other words, she now has a church. Yes, Tonto Dike is not just an actor anymore. She's not an evangelist, and she now has her own church. There are a lot of, there are a lot of mixed feelings, a lot of reactions towards this particular one. I'll just let you see the comments for yourself, and who are we truly to judge? But still, I'll take you through the comments so we can see the different angles. The first one from George here says, Josh highlights, let's not get ahead of ourselves. When did this one give her life to Christ, much less accept a divine calling? And from Queen T, she really put in a lot of time and energy into seeing this business come to fruition. More grease to her elbow. That's from Queen T. But truly, will you call this a calling? Will you call this a ministry? Or will you call it a business like Queen T did? Now from BM, I honestly don't know if I should judge or not, because this thing they funny me for real. But same time, I dey try keep composure. But Basti, what God cannot do does not exist. I think he got this popular line from Pastor Jerry Eze, who used to be, or maybe still is, the pastor of Tonto Dike. And we have some people wondering, how long has she been under Pastor Jerry Eze for her to branch out or go out on her own to, have a church of her own and be a pastor? One more comment here from Prime Dave. Now, very anyhow people go through this church. Now from Mr. Thomas, who discipled her? What doctrines is her ministry founded upon? What Bible college or school of philosophy and theology has she attended? Who ordained her? She calls her ministry prophetic. What order of prophets is her ministry built on? Too much questions to ask her. Well, since it's not up to us to determine people's ministry, all we can do is ask questions and hope to get answers. Mr. Bucci says she has brought Nollywood movie scenes into real life. A great actress, both in reality and on set. Legend. All right, quickly to the next story. We have a trendy video from the locals of Cat in Duse. Right, they are fetching water from a dry well in Kachi Duse. They first have to enter into the well to fetch water. That's how bad the situation is, right? It's such a dry well and it's so deep, and they have to go into it before getting any water. And you can see that it isn't even so much water that gets out, that comes out with them at the end of the day. Let's see the video, so you have a proof of what I'm saying. right. Clearly, it's a very, very dire situation over there. I'll just take you through the comments real quick. From Chigozie Bashwa, she says, there are still the ones that will vote just because of religion, and they will never call out their leaders for gross incompetence. All right. From Fortune, no, APC has provided. Stop telling lies. APC progress. I think this one is a strong APC fan. From Country, Not Nation. Yet they have a governor, senator, House of Rep, state rep, local government chairman, councillor, all receiving allocations on their behalf. And from Mona Lisa, it's so painful. We have plenty of water, so we shouldn't waste our water. It's the most precious and priceless material. Next comment on my list here from Jennifer. It will surprise you that those locals would choose burning a guy for blasphemy over a borehole. Could this be true? Yet it is a touchy situation, because whatever the case may be, water is life and people need water. From Chukwemele, ironically, they will vote Tinubu because of religious perspection. All right, that's the last comment for this particular story. I'll take you right to the last one. And, you know, this one is clear and evident for itself. The residents of Amupe, Sapele are out to the government to urgently intervene and provide relief before the situation gets worse. What is the situation? There is a serious flood that has swallowed up houses, that swallowed up the earth on which they tread. They now have to move around with canoes, yes. So the flood has become so bad that they're calling on the government for speedy intervention. I think I have a video there for us to see.
Leader of Delta State, Sheriff, this is Sapele, Delta State, and this is Amope.
I really wanted to
suffer. Everywhere surround water, no going out and no coming in. People just inside their house, morning to the dark, not if they come outside. Not if they come outside from their houses, hungry because of water full everywhere. All the road now, water cover everywhere. And school goes to resume. Our children wanted to go to school. Everywhere full with water, people houses they inside water. And with the year now, see my water not inside the water, not inside the water, snake they inside the water.
Some people don't pause for the
See how this on top water. See how this. This person now won't finish this house now, but because of water, he won't leave the house. See how this. See people. See how this inside water. People they inside the house, they can't come out. They not come out, no going out, no coming in. No going out, no coming in. See everywhere water. Leader of Delta State, Sheriff, Abel come to our rescue. This is Amokpe. See everywhere water. This is Amokpe. See as this. See as this. Inside water. Inside water.
Man, lie. Now we won't work on so because this is not so far. Because when they said that last time, they just said they're not digging anywhere. But that's still because I know food don't catch water. You know what I go wish. So nobody should come out. No, not for the cook. Okay. So Mama Ningo. They are for the cook. So.
You know, it's easy to dismiss such a thing when all you do is see it, you know, watch it in videos and see it on TV. And you're wondering, could this be AI generated or is it just an animation? This is the reality check of human beings, people living in Delta State, and they are daily calling on the government for intervention. And that's all the time I have to spend with you on TMI Social. I'm really happy you gave me all this time, you know, to spend with you this morning. Thank you for staying, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the programs we have packaged for you right here on ITV. For now, I have to say goodbye. My name is Eneja Wisdom. Until next time.
ITV, certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where I get you? Not over. Yes. Not do so much. Yes, where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? What's my dear? It's comment c'est papa voici
ça m'a toqué Sama tope.
Ize. Wayagi ma pome sama me. Wayagi ma pome sama me. Wakume pome gbidejo. Wakume pome sama me.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your Edion, I wait to us and I know what I've ever
said. Papa.
Caliban was in a cocoa, no, we said, who paid you? Who paid you? Baba. Eko mwana sewa. Ewa ya lote nete dirwe asewa mabo. Awe huwe dine. Ejo muhi. Ejo na wele. Ejo na pulupe. Ejo na mluri ya kwa ewa. Isewa. Bawe kwa ba. Ojo we. Kaja de nena ya de wuyi. Wa wi ade wona mo no ma se lo kai.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best. ITV. certainly the best.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Insecurity is now an everyday discussion by many citizens, if not virtually most talked about in the country. And we're going to be looking at Edo State, yes, putting Edo State into consideration, the measures with which the current administration is using to tackle insecurity in the state, putting into consideration the economic aspect of it. Will insecurity be improved enough for the people to still feel the economic gains once again in Edo State? That's basically what we're going to be looking at today on Viewpoint. So let's go talk to a few of our respondents and hear what they have to say about the method, the patterns, the approaches being used by the current administration to tackle insecurity in Edo State.
One of the private and constitutional rights of every state for all to benefit from a better security. We can remember very vividly that every democratic elected governor took a sacred oath on the altars of with the Bible to defend the law and the sanctities of the Constitution to protect life and property. And that validates his constitutional right to make sure that the state and the entire general are being safe and being secured. But now what we are seeing, the problem in Edo State, because just of recent, about 2 months ago, I was in an embassy, then somebody gave me a call. I spoke back in Benin. I didn't know somebody was watching me. So 2 people just walked to me immediately. 2 white men with 1 guy. They said, "Are you from Benin?" I said, "Yes." Instantly, the white man just walked me to me and said, "Listen, we have been in Benin for the past 1 month. We are trying to bring an investment to Benin City." I said, "Same, but we have been to all the localities. What kind of investment?" He said, "They're trying to bring to go to houses, development, and so on." He said, "I've been to about 16 by 18 local government in Edo State." He said, "All the information given to them or breakage of the law." He said, "Legal criminality." I said, "What?" He said, "We are moving out from Edo State. We are going to Ghana." He said, "Well, I'm seeing you as a bishop. See if you ever said to the governor, talk to him." So that has been in my mind for the past 2 months. So when you came with this security, number 1, the 6th Assembly of Edo State under the previous administration, when I saw the issue of kidnapping in Edo State, criminality in Edo State, or arrest in Edo State, the 6th Assembly passed a law. Number 1, they go into the root. What was the cause? For a better city, we got it for a better community, a better villages. They found that CDA, this CDA, Community Development Association, a lot of crime was not generated from the village. The Edo State Assembly sat down and found out what the people to cover the crime. They enact law. They enact law, they banned CDA in every communities. And this time around, the government considered some good people who were in government cycle, who have something to lose, to work in the government, civil servant, to manage this area. And we have peace in Edo State. For now, as of today, now we have psychological kidnappers in all the 18 local governments in Edo State. People are crying and so on. So if the Edo State government will do something very strategic, it must constitution. Look at the law. This law was passed in the 6th Assembly. The law of protections of life and property. That no man, no traditional ruler, no under these guys, no an agent can forcefully collect somebody, extort anybody, or intimidate anybody. Kidnap was an abduction. Abduction is an ability for you to kidnap somebody that by gun or something, take them inside the boat and mentally torture the people, and they start they start money from there, stop money from there. And today, all over the 18 local government in Edo States, 1 and 2 wards, we are experiencing psychological abduction, where people can no longer invest. Listen, when the law fall, what do we return? In any city, any community, in a country, nation, where criminality are not punished, and that something has step up to see how they oppress. So now, if they do see government, the approach they are using is very kinetic. But let me tell you something: if they go, this Edo State government must fight this thing to the root. It's simple: step by people toes by voting, enacting the law, execute the law. Edo State, as of Edo State, is receiving 900 million monthly for security. Delta is receiving 2 billion for security. Kogi State is receiving 400 million for security. Ondo State is receiving 600 million for security. Now, if these 4 people unite together with this adjacent neighbor, how much does it cost to get into anti-missile, go into a drone? How much does it cost in Ukraine? $300. Now 100 million multiply in the conversion in dollars, it's about $657,000 US. Before the government, if the government will be truthful in accountability to security, if it involve just only $100,000 on anti-drone missile, I'm telling you, Edo State will be secure. The populations of Israel is 10.2 million. Edo State population is about 5.2 million. And Israel is fighting war with over 20 nations for protection. We don't need this kinetic system. What we need to do, the Edo State government need to do, build an AI generative office where the drone will be on air across the 1 and 2 ward. While in the command center, the anti-drone system, rather the air system, it generates and detect every criminal, detect everything. From that place release, it shoot on the air. So if the state governor mean well, he must step on traditional truths. He must step on the appearance of the people. What happened to the law? The law at kidnapping is yes, good for punishment. The law at court is good. Let Edo State governments. We are also here to call the Edo State Commissioner of the man in charge, Attorney General, Professor Roland Itoya from Auchi, to please, he should constitute a very intellectual team and let them enforce this law. Let them disband this Okaigele and Okavo. These are the activities they are carrying out in the village. If security are well in the village, the security here in the town will be intact. If they can disband this Okaigele activity has reformed into CDA, where they intimidate people. You know what it means for you to kidnap somebody, is mentally torture the person and you extort the person. Now all over the local government, this law are not being enforced. So Edo State government, if it must cure insecurity, enforce this law back again. It reign under previous administration and we have peace in Edo State. And let the money that being budgeted for security, now 100 million, please make use of that money. Go into AI technology. The method you are using now, this kinetic war will not stop them. And the monitoring of property listing. I love if a victim being caught and the zone of that house, there has to be demolished. I cannot be in abroad, my children in abroad. Labor me somebody tenant in my house or not to me. And because it's in my house, you cut me in the house and you demolish. That is an archaic. We are not in the monarchical system. This is democracy where law work. That is why those government must defend the oath or the sanctity to protect life and property. If you are demolishing it in the name of somebody was in my house, at least that the law is wrong. Please, if you can go on AI technology, I'm telling you, Edo State is a place of security. But we appreciate you for what you've done last year, for making not to sleep peacefully because you have cut it over.
I want to say that when we came on board, under the leadership of Distinguished Senator Monday, we met very serious security challenges. Cultist activities, court-related activities took hold of the state. A lot of young men were killed. They were killing themselves, basically. And unfortunately, innocent people also died in the process of these clashes. The governor was very sad and he took the battle to them. And you are aware of all the measures he took to deal with the court-related activities in the state. And the carrots and stick approach was a strategy that he used. What he did was to ensure that he advised all the groups to lay down their arms voluntarily. Otherwise, there will be consequences. And he also ensured that any premises that was used by court people, whoever is practicing court activities, those houses will be demolished in line with the laws that was enacted at that time. So that challenge he took decisively, courageous steps. Another challenge came up, and that is the kidnapping related activities. And that also was a challenge that the governor faced brutally. Basically because, of course, when you have security challenges, it affects the economy, it affects the social life of the people, it affects the psychology of the people itself. Because security is a thing of the mind. If the people feel they are not safe, then there's already a security challenge. And that the governor, in his way of doing things, they took up the challenge. And he has done this again, and by way of creating a separate court to deal with court-related activities, as well as kidnapping-related activities. This is basically to accelerate or fast-track justice dispensation. And that is why those courts were created. And he also said that he would sign death warrants. Basically, that is to show the seriousness that is handling this matter. It's not taking it lightly at all. And you can see the state today. I can tell you that the state is safe for business, is safe for investment. And I was in Italy a few weeks ago, and I told our people there that they should come home, and that Edo State is safe for business. Bring your money, come and put your money, it's safe. You will be safe as well, because the two challenges that we have, kidnapping and court-related activities, have been dealt with. I'm not saying that we must be complacent or we must not continue to do what we are doing. Where the government is very proactive. The government is very proactive. And I want to tell you that the government has spent so much on security infrastructure. Vehicles have been bought for security people, the police and other security outfits that we have in the state. And that is going very well. And I want to say very clearly, without any fear of contradiction, that yes, the security and economy, they go together. If the security is improving, of course, people will not be afraid to invest their money in that economy. They will not be afraid to go out and do business. And of course, you also have night business going on. You see, so people are not afraid to run home by 5 p.m. You see, you see businesses being done at night, and that improves the economy. If that is why 24 hours economy generate more funds and improve economy more than the economy that by 4 p.m. everybody is running home. You understand? So it is imperative to know that the economy of Edo State is improving, and I know that if we can sustain this effort, the economy of this state will improve more than what you are saying. So it is to continue. Well, if you see what happened recently at Vegetable Market, where Dead Devil, broad daylight kidnapping took place, but the governor took it up and advised the Commissioner of Police that this culprit must be brought to book within 48 hours. And that took place, and you see what happened. They were arrested, apprehended. Even the ones around to Delta State, they were eventually arrested. So if we cannot prevent you from doing it, we'll catch you after you have done it. So the state is safe, and I can assure you that we are making progress, steadily making progress.
It's very unfortunate that we miss the point. But if by now the governor have decided to face the issue boldly, with sincerity, without political attachment, the political will to do the right thing, I think we are getting closer. One, at the time, the early 60s of the Oyenusis, where firing squad were introduced, it checkmate many things. And there was drastically reduced armed robbery and all that. But as at now, we need to be very prayerful because of political situations. Because we have seen a situation where an armed robber or kidnappers are arrested, power from above will release them. In a situation where a governor of the state will be talking, a commissioner of police will tell that he cannot take instruction from chief security of the state. So where do we go from there? A situation too where the judiciary is weakened. Where are we going from there? So it depends on our own ability. Thank God for I thank God for the initiative. If the decision to do it solely and with the fear of God, I think it will reduce certain things without the influence of powers that be both within and below. So if you can do that, not that God, because somebody is a political enemy, you go and it's not to destroy us. A way to allow people their heart to be destroyed, not houses that matters. How many houses do you know the man has? What are the houses abroad? But I believe where we can be able to say, do the right thing. What we must find the cause of this matter? Injustice. Injustice. When you give the wrong thing to the right thing, a problem will come up. So we have to look we have to look for the cause of a problem. So what he has decided to do, for me, I welcome it on condition that will not be politicalized, and the will to actualize without mingling life with other people. And whoever you want to choose, either to be the head of the tribunal, must be somebody that has conscience, because conscience is God in man, not society person, not a person that a judge will be seen in a party drinking and drinking. So honestly, justice should be addressed. When you address justice, crime will drop. You provide job for the people, then there will be way, and it will be very difficult for economy to bounce back. Why? The Niger. But we are one of those who joined my former CAN chairman, Kure, when they introduced Ruga, that we don't want Ruga. So if this thing continues, who want to go to farm? Who want to die? Nobody want to die. So unless the government itself, because they are trade by barter, most of the things are collaborated with politicians. So unless the government have to stand, and we people as a people have to rise, we cannot continue to be using our head to break coconut. We will not be able to live it. The men have to cooperate. The civil society have to come up. Where are the laborers? Where are the men and women? So it's very difficult for economy to bounce back where there are killings and no justice. So we need to pray, yes, but prayer must be backed with actions.
I want to say that the chief security officer here in Edo State is the executive governor, and so far he is doing his best. I can say there have been some relative peace in Edo State, especially since last year, with the issue that relate to court activities, killings, maiming, and what have you. The courts issue, he has been able to tackle it to some extent. Then the kidnapping, I want to say there is a great improvement as to the security in that area in Edo State. Take for example the issue that happened at the vegetable market at Airport Road. I remember vividly that day, most churches in Benin City, we all wore black to church and we are praying against this kidnapping, insecurity and all that. And of course, we heard that news and some of us were saddened. And within the shortest possible time, the suspects were arrested, they were apprehended. And with the way the governor handled that, I think that is a plus to his administration. Then looking at the issue of tenants living in houses, somehow the landlord may not know who they are. And I want to say today, most landlords are trying to check into the life of the tenants that are in their premises. And of course, when we look at it economically, most landlords now will want to evict tenants who they suspect with questionable character. And they come to we, the lawyers, to ensure that we do the right thing and the needful. Of course, with the way the governor is tackling the insecurity, I can say that as it stands, most of the lights are not working. And if we will work towards that direction to ensure that the street lights are working, the traffic lights are working, I can tell you that within the shortest possible time, nightlife will be restored and economic life will bounce back very well. Especially in this side of the city where we live, the street lights are not working. Siloko Road to Igbo Markets, down to Upper Siloko, Iguadolo, the street lights are not working. I think of recent around Teacher's House, we're told that a young man facilitated the street light that was installed in that area, and I think that one is still working as I'm speaking now. but that will not be enough. So if street lights are in place, the security are well equipped, the local vigilantes are well funded and equipped to collaborate with the police, we will go a long way to have our economy bouncing back very well. Again, I want to say that the issue of state police is very, very necessary, because those in the environment will also know the nook and crannies of the territory, and they will also know who comes in and who goes out. So when you have that in place, I think that will solve a lot of foreigners coming in with arms and ammunition to cause mayhem. I want to say the best is yet to come, and we ask that you do more so that we can have more peace in Edo land.
I do not know what law the governor of Edo State is applying in his demolition of houses where kidnappers or cultists are found. We see that no court order is given, no proper procedure is taken through before, when they just hear that someone who is a kidnapper was or is or a cultist was in a house, they just go and demolish the house. What is that for? Have you gone through the court process? Is there a law that empowers the governor to on his own demolish a house because he suspects that somebody is a kidnapper who was there? He has no right to do that at all. Mind you, we are a rules-based society, a society governed by the rule of law. If there is a law passed by the House of Assembly saying that kidnappers found in a house that property should be demolished, is the governor, the prosecutor, and the judge to finally say that that person is a kidnapper and pass judgment and execute it on his own? Is there no room for appeal? Then talking about executing kidnappers at Ring Road is laughable. What is the law that says a kidnapper or a cultist should be executed? What law is he operating? Has the House of Assembly or the National Assembly passed a law that says, and even if a court that has just been set up says that a person is a kidnapper and he should be sentenced to firing squad, let us just say that, because no law says that, it is that he should be hung till he is declared dead. I think governors should get the advice of the Attorney General and advisors before they speak. And again, a court has been set up. Let's find out that someone is a kidnapper. Does he not have right to appeal to the Court of Appeal? Does the governor think that because his court has declared that somebody is a kidnapper, he just take the person to go and kill in Ring Road? That person has a right of appeal. Till his appeal is exhausted in the Supreme Court before it will be brought before him to sign his warrant. It takes procedure. I think we should, the economy system of a country, people look at it, does that country, is it a country based on the rule of law? When it becomes a rule of the thumb of a man, people will not want to invest in that kind of economy. When people see that a man can just get up and say your hotel was used by cultists while you are abroad and you don't even know, and demolishes your hard-earned money, harbor, I think people will not want to invest in such a climate.
The governor is doing quite a lot so that foreign direct investment can come back in Benin to the state once there is a level of confidence in the measure and steps the governor is taking to address the high level of insecurity in the state. I give you a typical example. Look at the dastardly event that happened at Vegetable Market the other day when a couple of youngsters, couples were kidnapped. It didn't take the governor 3 days to get them rescued and released from their abductors without paying any forms of ransom. That tells you the determination, the poise the governor has taken to address the high level of insecurity so that it can restore confidence in people that will be willing to invest in Edo. And to a very large extent, there will be expansion in the economy. It will trickle down to everybody. That's number one. And again, the level of support the governor is equally giving to the security agencies, is unheard of. It's unprecedented. That is why today the morale of the security agencies has been raised because of the effort the governor has intentionally put in place to encourage all of them to go into it. I tell you today, across the 3 senatorial districts in the state, there's relative peace. Look at the high level of courtesan across the length and breadth of all tertiary institutions. To a very large extent, you agree with me that the rate with which courts operate, threatening lives, property, and mailing and killing people are drastically reduced against the backdrop of the governor's intention to establish special court to try courtists. He will equally expedite the level of jurisprudence in terms of trials and all that, that when it takes maybe longer period to secure justice, this isn't going to be when there are special courts established by the government, which he intends to do. These are steps he is taking to address the high level of courtesan in Edo State. Why is the governor taking this deliberate step? Because he is aware that security is a threat to economic expansion. Security is a threat to trade and business. Once there is security across the length and breadth of Edo State, the economy is down. All the sectors are shut off. Even banks will not even open. That is why the government knows very well that for economy to bounce back, the level of insecurity has to be addressed. If market, commerce, and industries are to flourish, it is dependent on peace. So the government is really desirous in bringing peace, restoring public confidence in the government, that the government is ready and willing and able to protect lives and security, which is the primary responsibility of any responsible government, to ensure that all of us can go to bed with our 2 eyes closed, checking the level of insecurity.
Despite the applause that was actually given to the current administration in regards to the measures and approach being used to tackle insecurity in Edo State, citizens are still asking for more efforts and measures to be put in place in order for insecurity to be a thing of the past and citizens have opportunity to enjoy the economic aspect of life, and then again bring more investments to the country, both internationally and locally. Business can also see opportunities to thrive, as no business can thrive in a state where insecurity is dwelling. Especially the area of nightlife can also be restored. It is Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
In the headlines, Governor Adeleke declares Friday work-free day for shoe workers ahead of polls. Defense Minister emphasizes stakeholders' role in national security. Edo government commended for job creation initiatives. Scrap scavengers youths clash in Benin over alleged stabbing of colleague. Plus, lasso to graduate 20,604 students in 29th and 30th convocation. Hi, a warm welcome to the news on Independent Television. I am Ogane Victor, presenting from Abuja Network Studio. I'm not alone. I've got two ladies. I've got Anu Luakwo Stevens at Benin Broadcast Studio. Anu, good evening and a warm welcome to the news.
Thank you so much, Victor. Good evening. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. At Lagos Network Studio, I have Messilina Unko.
Beautiful evening to you, Victor, and good to see you on the screen tonight.
I'm happy to share the screen with you, ladies. Don't forget you can watch ITV live online at www.liveitv.itvradioNG.com. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook at ITV Radio, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Let's kick off the news from the security sector. The Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, has emphasized the need for stakeholders to strengthen peace and security for national progress and development. Security correspondent John Taylor reported that the Defense Minister stated this during a meeting with retired senior officers and other stakeholders in Abuja.
Strengthening peace and security requires good governance, community trust, and effective defense mechanisms. Stakeholders say leaders must address root causes of insecurity, including poverty, illegal arms, and financial crimes, while ensuring fairness and justice for all. At the forum with retired senior officers, academics, and traditional rulers, the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, who spoke through a representative, says nations seeking sustainable progress and development must prioritize peace and security.
Having to talk about peace which the country needs the most, and security. And the two go together, because without peace, actually, there is no progress. Peace is a determinant for progress. And they're both P words.
Retired senior officers and other stakeholders at the event say Nigeria and other African countries must prioritize policies that promote peace and security.
Similarly, people cherish security. Tenants want accommodation in well-secured places. Transporters withdraw their services if they are not sure of adequate security on the roads. Schools or offices are closed down whenever there are threats to security of lives.
One of the major problems that we face as a nation and a continent, Africa, is that we are strong in the areas we should be weak, and weak in the areas we should be strong. We emphasize what should be de-emphasized and de-emphasize what should be emphasized.
The theme of the summit is the roles of stakeholders in strengthening peace and security of a nation. From Abuja, John Taylor, ITV News.
Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has directed the immediate closure of the Secretariat of the dissolved ad hoc committee on sales of federal government houses in the FCT. The FCT administration disclosed this in a statement issued on Wednesday by the Senior Special Assistant to the Minister on Public Communications and Social Media, Larry Olayinka. The statement added that Wike also approved the creation of a division in the Department of Land Administration to handle matters relating to federal government houses in the FCT. The division will take over responsibilities previously handled by the defunct ad hoc committee on sales of federal government houses. The statement said the Secretariat was retained after the committee completed its assignment to attend to issues arising from its activities. The statement said, with the formal closure of the Secretariat, the general public is enjoined to henceforth approach the Department of Land Administration on all issues relating to sales of federal government houses in the FCT. The FCT administration also warned the public against fraudsters posing as staff, officers or members of the defunct committee or its Secretariat. Let's now take you to Osun State. Governor Ademola Adeleke has declared Friday, August 14, 2026, a work-free day for public service workers across the state ahead of Saturday's governorship election. The declaration was contained in this issued by the head of service, Elder Ayanleye Aina, and posted by the spokesperson to Governor Olawale Rashid on X on Wednesday. The circular, the decision was taken to enable workers who need to travel to do so and prepare to exercise their constitutional right to vote in the election. The government said all race of workers served by the declaration except those engaged in emergency and essential duties. Meanwhile, Adeleke has urged Osun workers, their relatives and friends to turn out massively for the election and defend their vote to ensure continuity in the state. He urged workers and other residents to remain firm in defending their constitutional right, adding that the election provided an opportunity to sustain the achievement of his administration. And that's just about it from here. Let's bring you more report from our Benin Network studio.
Many thanks, Victor. And in Edo State, where the government of Edo State has been commended for harnessing rich art, cultural heritage, and tourism asset focusing on digital innovation under the Shine Agenda in promoting the orange economy. This was a commendation from Course 48 Study Group 3 from the National Institute for Strategic Studies, Kuru, JAS, who were in the state for a study tour. Oluwafemi Fariola has the details.
Leader of the delegation, Brigadier General Idris Abdurrahman, described Edo as the leading hub for the orange economy in the country, which has impacted positively on the lives of the youths in the area of job creation. Brigadier General Abdurrahman said this underscored why the study will focus on how the initiative has enhanced job creation and strengthening collaboration with key stakeholders on technological initiatives. The delegation also acknowledged efforts of the state government in addressing insecurity under the Shine Agenda. General Abdurrahman solicits support of the state government to enable the delegation accomplish its tasks.
Edo is the headquarters of orange economy, just as Lagos is the route where we channel our products to the outside world. And for the past 3 days, the team that has been with us has done very well. They've taken us around so many places, and we have confirmed my stand on the issue of Edo being the headquarters of orange economy. I want to encourage you, Your Excellency, to please continue with this track so that tomorrow other state governors will queue up behind you.
In his remarks, Governor Monday Okpebholo pledged continued partnership with the Institute to ensure it realized the desired objectives.
I'm happy to receive you to Edo State. NIPS is one of the places that actually do one or two things in terms of IT infrastructure at the beginning of NIPS. It's a place that our people will still come back, and I believe very soon that when we have the opportunity, we will send students to NIPS. So I want you to extend my wishes to the Director General and tell him that I'll look into his request and see how we can support.
The visit for both NIPS and the Edo State government is expected to promote the existing symbiotic relationships. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
Away from that now to Osun State, where Osun State Police Command has described as a source of serious concern the viral video of Senator representing Osun East Senatorial District, Francis Fadahusi, allegedly calling for supporters to kill opposition members in Ilesha, a town in the state, before the governorship election slated for Saturday. The development followed the outrage on social media over his purported comments instructing all Progressive Congress supporters to allegedly kill members of the rival Accord Party if seen during the electoral process in some parts of the state. The Public Relations Officer, Osun State Police Command, DSP Abiodun Ojalabi, noted that the police would not support violent public incitement. DSP Ojalabi said the police had before now issued warnings against inciting statements. The letter, signed by Samuel Etiafo, the Commissioner of Police Elections in Osun State, ordered Senator Fadahusi to report to the State Criminal Investigation Department in Osogbo on Wednesday. And back here in Edo State, where there was a confusion at the Oba Market end of King Square, Benin City, following a free-for-all between scrap scavengers and some youth at Lagos Street over the stabbing of one of their members at Lagos Street. The report is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
Commotion and confusion enveloped the popular King Square, Benin City, as some scrap scavengers tried to revenge the assault of one of their members who was stabbed with a barrow. The situation later degenerated into a chaotic scene as residents scampered for safety while the affected scrap scavenger laid helplessly on the ground. Some eyewitnesses said trouble started when the victim and one of the sons of a popular native of Lagos Street engaged in an argument. They said before they knew what was happening, somebody was on the ground with a barrow pierced into one of his eyes.
So that ticket boy, what they call ticket for wheelbarrow, he called a blow the wheelbarrow boy. They give and blow. The next thing, now he use barrow with their hand, choke the guy for eye.
Government, Muna, I beg, may help us. My brother, may you know die. I beg government. My brother wonder, now that guy come took barrow for inside my brother eye.
What may government look our eye, may help us for that thing. That guy will do the thing, may they arrest her.
This issue of ticketing is getting out of hand. I want to appeal to government to know the taxable and non-taxable businesses. Because somebody hawking a granite, you cannot just come and start collecting tickets from him. Somebody pushing wheelbarrow is not supposed to pay tickets because he is suffering. It's not normal.
At the time of filing the report, Oba Market police officers has rushed the victim to the hospital. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
In the meantime, Edo College has marked its 2026 graduation and prize-giving day ceremony on Tuesday inside the school premises in Benin City amidst pomp, music, and celebration. Joy Obarsiabo reports that best graduating students in different categories were awarded with cash prizes and plaques.
The atmosphere at Edo College graduation ceremony was one of pride and jubilation as students dressed in academic robes celebrated 6 years of learning, discipline, and camaraderie. Tagged the eaglet take flight, the ceremony drew parents, teachers, and guests who watched the graduates take a final bow out of secondary school. Sir Cesar Orwe, who chaired the occasion, represented both former Edo State Governor Chief Lucky Nosakari Gbinedion and the worldwide chairman of ECOBA, Engineer Gregory Ogbefun. In his address, congratulated the graduating class and commended ECOBA for its sustained support in positioning Edo College as one of Nigeria's leading schools. He urged the outgoing students to hold on to the values of unity that define the college.
To keep that line, follow our footsteps, the studios, the hard working.
The executive principal, Mr. Justice Egeagbe, also acknowledged the graduates, their parents, and the teaching staff for their commitment over the past 6 years.
These accomplishments are the product of hard work, determination, and perseverance, made possible through dedication of a highly committed staff.
The event attracted wide gathering of distinguished alumni, ECOBAS stakeholders, as well as the Edo State Chairman of Senior Secondary Education Board, Dr. Rita Erowele, represented by the Director of Social Mobilization, Mrs. Mabel Ojaifo.
I encourage you to remain focused, disciplined.
The highlight of the day was the presentation of awards to deserving graduating students in recognition of their academic excellence and outstanding conduct, bringing the celebration to a colorful close.
To the parents and to everyone, thank you for your trust. You gave us your best, and together we gathered it.
Where we couldn't get to as parents, that's where they are going to start from.
From Benin, Joy Obai Siagbon, ITV News.
The Nigeria Police Force Zone 5 headquarters Benin City has paraded 6 suspects in connection with the alleged hijacking of a truck and the alleged murder of the driver, Mr. Usman Boni, coupled with the sale of the truck in Lagos. Adaeze Ibe reports that the victim was allegedly killed by the suspect, who disposed of his body in a bush before selling the truck. The report is presented by Patience Busaragiwa.
The Public Relations Officer, Zone 5, SP Tijani Momo, said the truck, which belongs to On Time Construction Company in Ogara, Delta State, was reportedly missing after the driver was dispatched to a mining quarry site along Benin-Lagos Road on 6th of July 2026. He said the police investigations, aided by technical analysis of the deceased driver's mobile phone, led detectives to Apapa in Lagos State, where the first suspect was arrested. SP Momo said further investigations led to the recovery of the stolen truck and the arrest of other suspects allegedly involved in the hijacking, sale and purchase of the vehicle. The police disclosed that 2 of the suspects led investigators to the Ofosu Axis of Benin-Lagos Road, where the body of the missing driver was recovered.
Zone 5 Police Command Headquarters views this development as a significant breakthrough in the investigation of the case. The recovery of the truck, arrest of the suspects, and recovery of the remains of the missing driver demonstrates the commitment of the Nigerian Police Force to ensuring that criminal elements are identified, arrested, and brought to justice.
In an interview, one of the suspects denied involvement in the crime, insisting that he was not responsible for the murder of the driver. Another suspect admitted purchasing the truck, but claimed he was unaware that it was stolen.
I have not done this kind of business before. The man before, you say, me scrap motor. I say, I never scrap this kind of motor before. Me, I not go scrap.
SP Momo assured residents that the police remain committed to bringing all those involved in criminal activities to justice. He also urged members of the public to continue to provide useful information that will assist security agencies in tackling crime across the state. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
Away from that now to Kaduna State, where the Kaduna State government has commenced the distribution of free fertilizer to wet season farmers across the state, following the flag of a 500 truckload of farm inputs by Governor Uba Sani. Farmers in various local government areas have continued to receive the fertilizer, describing the intervention as timely support for increased food production. Imam Mohammed takes it from here.
The Kaduna State government has last month flagged off the distribution of 500 trucks of free fertilizer to wet season farmers as part of measures to strengthen agricultural production and support farmers. The exercise has now moved to the local government areas where beneficiaries are collecting bags of NPK, urea and other agricultural inputs. At Kachia and Igabi local government areas, farmers were seen as designated redemption centers receiving their allocations. Although some farmers describe the distribution as coming late in the farming season, they said the inputs will still help improve the cultivation of various crops and reduce the cost of production. Speaking on the exercise, Kaduna State Commissioner for Agriculture, Murtala Muhammad Dabo, said 69 redemption centers have been established across the state's 23 local government areas. He explained that each local government has 3 redemption centers, with every qualified farmer entitled to 2 bags of fertilizer.
Where we started with where we saw food production exercise picked up smoothly. The same with the Minyoro Redemption Center. Visited and see farmers doing their land. Here in Gadagen, which is the third local government, they are just offloading the goods. Tomorrow morning, they've already started receiving text messages. Tomorrow morning, they are up and running. Where we have 69 redemption centers across the state, 3 in each local government.
The commissioner urged beneficiaries to apply the fertilizer appropriately to improve crop yields and contribute to food security in the state. From Kaduna, Mohammed, ITV News.
Some mind-boggling stories from our Benin Network studio. Let's also take you to our Lagos Network studio for more report, and Lina is going to take over from there.
Many thanks, Victor. And right here in Lagos State, where the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveiled a mid-level agro-produce hub at Penn Cinema Agege to strengthen food distribution and improve access to affordable food. Governor Sanwo-Olu said the facility was part of the state's food systems transformation agenda, pointing out that over 70% of food consumed in Lagos State comes from outside Lagos State. Igboje Ikwere has the details.
Inaugurating the Agege middle-level agro-produce hub at Penn Cinema, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said the hub would reduce supply chain challenges, post-harvest losses, and food price volatility, while supporting farmers, traders, and other actors in the food value chain. The governor also announced that the Lagos Central Food System and Logistic Hub located at K2 Ekpe is at an advanced stage and will be commissioned before the end of its administration.
It's designed to become the largest food logistics hub in the entire sub-Saharan Africa. It's capable of serving more than 1,500 food trucks daily and handling over 1.5 million metric tons of food every year. I'm pleased to report that the work at KCU is at a very, very advanced stage, and the hub will be commissioned before the end of this administration.
Chairman Orile Agege LCDA, Honorable Abiodun Idowu, while commending the state government for the successful completion of the project, said it will bring down the cost of food in the area.
State government, to the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, I want to thank him to all the members, the agricultural processing of Udon, and the commissioner of Agri for bringing this to us again.
The governor inspected the food hall where he purchased some items.
People marked their 11th wedding anniversary alongside the 10th birthday of their first daughter, Christabel Akubude. The celebration began with a Thanksgiving Mass at St. Andrew Catholic Church, Bioko, Benin City, where family members, friends, and well-wishers gathered to thank God for the blessings of marriage, family, and life. Joy Obarisiabo completes the story.
Following the Thanksgiving Mass, the celebration moved to the Akubude's residence, where guests were treated to a lively reception filled with music, dancing, and laughter. Relatives, friends, and well-wishers joined the family to celebrate the two significant milestones. The atmosphere reached its peak when the celebrant, Miss Christabel Akubude, cut her 10th birthday cake amidst cheers and applause from families and friends. Moments later, Mr. and Mrs. Omega Akubude also cut their wedding anniversary cake as guests celebrated the couple and wished them many more years of love and togetherness.
I thank God to the people that come today to join me to celebrate today. Upon how the weather be, they are still come to celebrate with me. I pray that all of them will go in peace.
I feel so blessed to have those kind of people around me. I thank them for coming out for me.
so happy, and I would say to my parents, thank you for celebrating my birthday.
I'm wishing them everything that a man will wish his children.
I wish them good life, long life, and what God has been doing in their life, it should remain permanent and long may it continue.
I praise their union. It's not easy to celebrate 11 years.
The double celebration ended on a joyful note, gratitude and the blessings of family. Guests were also treated to an array of food and drinks. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The leadership of Okeroma community in Ikpebaoka local government area, Edo State, has appealed to the Edo State government to call for the allocation committee to order, as they are not satisfied with the manner they are allocating plots of land, as they have breached the agreement in its totality. Now, the leadership of the community made the appeal on Wednesday during a press conference held at the community to air their grievances before Governor Monday Okpebolo. The report is presented by Ikmonwosa Ugiagbe.
The leadership of the community, while appreciating the Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebolo for his benevolence to make it possible for the seized and demolished land space to be released to them and relocated, they however said the manner the allotment committee is going about it appears to be biased, as allocation that was meant for 1,000 developers have increased to 1,900, a situation that prompted the community to cry out and wants the allotment committee to be investigated.
How can we rightly share 130 plus of land among 300 people without causing acrimony and infighting in the community? The Okeroma people have 100% implicit confidence in our amiable governor, His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebolo, ability to resolve this issue once and for all.
Others, who include Eda Wilfred Irage and Okeroma Committee Chairman Sylvester Obayuwana, while corroborating the submission of the second in command, said what the governor gave them was to correct the injustice meted on them and is being sabotaged by the allotment committee.
The land, even the community, doesn't get what they are expected to get. They cheat us, they overrun us as if we are nobody.
The problem we are facing here now is that among of the committee, some of them are using their own weight, bringing other people from outside, start selling the land.
The Secretary Allotment Committee, Abdul Wasiu, denied the allegations, faulting the press conference and said the leadership is trying to get involved in self-centered acts.
All those who have 50 by 100, you will get your full land. All those with 100 by 100, you will get your full land. But anybody who has up to 1 by 2, 1 by 3, 1 by 10, meaning you bought it for commercial purpose, so you will get 50% of large size of land. And everybody agreed.
Ikmonwosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Improved wages, youth development and preparations for the 2027 general elections came under focus as stakeholders examined economic challenges facing Nigerians, opportunities for young people, and emerging political development ahead of the elections. The issues featured on the Breakfast Show program this morning on ITV. Zainab Mohammed has the details.
From Benin Studio, political analysts Ahmed Evaike and Nathaniel Osamedi supported the agitation for a higher minimum wage, saying that the rising cost of living is putting pressure on Nigerians. They advocated for measures to reduce petrol prices and improve the economy while addressing workers' welfare.
So the NLC should not be fighting for only minimum wage or 500,000. Should be fighting of how the economy should be okay for the low-income earners.
So I think for the NSC to be agitating for an increase in wages, whether you call it a living wage or minimum wage, it is something that is ideal. And it is timely because we are the threshold of a presidential election.
From Abuja Studio, Coordinator National Drug Desk, United Methodist Church Nigeria, Salisu Waziri, called for greater opportunities for young people, urging stakeholders to address challenges affecting youth and create measures to protect and empower them.
We need to come and talk about things that are affecting young people. I think when we put that out there, government officials, key decision makers, we begin to see this in the limelight and begin to take concrete actions towards what will help to boost the opportunities of young people within Africa.
Meanwhile, from Lagos studio, Governor's consultant and spokesperson of the Obedience Movement, Dapo Aderemewa, examined the 2027 elections, focusing on INEC's candidate list and the growing intra-party battles ahead of the polls.
And so anybody that thinks he's going to, scare the people of Osun State, the people of Osun State should defend themselves. They should execute their constitutional rights to defend themselves with whatever they can.
Zainab Mohammed, ITV News.
The Edo State Geographic Information Service, EDOGIS, has warned communities, traditional institutions, and individuals involved in the illegal sale, occupation, or allocation of government land to desist from such activities or face the full weight of the law. The agency also says it is strengthening land administration, improving the processing of certificates of occupancy, and deploying digital technology to provide more efficient and transparent land services to residents. These were part of the issues raised during a press briefing by the Managing Director of EDOGIS, Dr. Innocent Bello. Afure Aneta reports.
Speaking during the press briefing, Managing Director of EDOGIS, Dr. Innocent Eyaguna Bello, urged property owners to properly document their land and conduct searches before purchasing, stressing the importance of obtaining a certificate of occupancy. He said the agency is strengthening digital processes to improve land administration and reduce delays in the processing of CFOs.
The government has consistently encouraged residents to obtain CFOs and validate their land interest through EDOGIS, particularly as part of efforts to combat land grabbing, land kidnappers, and land killers, and protect property owners.
Dr. Bello identified land grabbing and racketeering as major challenges, citing the Okeoma area of Obage, where he said government land was allegedly subjected to multiple sales. He warned communities, traditional rulers, Okaigeles, and individuals against selling, occupying, or renting out government land without authority, saying violators will face the full weight of the law.
The community also involved in carrying out multiple sales, one land being sold to 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 persons per time, and different persons selling, Amagba selling, Obage selling, Okoroma selling, and even Mayor selling. The government decide what they do with their land. No individual have the right to come and tell government what to do. EDOGIS currently is in charge of giving CFO, is in charge of land administration. If there's anything, meet EDOGIS, and no one should be involved in this racketeering. Any form of image tarnishing, carrying out any form of castigating the committee for doing their job, just be rest assured that you will be caught and you will be sued. You are not to tell government how to manage its land.
From Benin, Ofure and Neto, ITV News.
Edo State Ministry of Information and Strategy, in collaboration with Novel Communications, has trained information and public relations officers across the state on strategic communication and effective information management. The one-day training held at the Jan Odige Oyego Public Service Academy in Benin City was tagged Amplifying Shine Agenda, Strategic Communication for Transformed Edo State. Patience Osaragiwa has the rest of it.
The participants were drawn from ministries, departments, and agencies across the 18 local government areas in Edo State. Declaring the training open, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Prince Kasim Afegwa, urged the officers to be proactive and provide timely and accurate information to promote government policies and programs.
Be factual in what you present. One sentence can go a long way in helping to explain something to a lot of people who don't have information.
The permanent secretary in the ministry, Dr. Desmond Agbama, spoke on the importance of strategic government communication and effective public relations.
Public relations builds and protects how the public, media, and key groups see an organization. It creates mutual trust and understanding through storytelling or messaging.
The head of Public Relations Department, University of Benin, Professor Comfort Obaje, highlighted the importance of effective media relations, professional press writing, and strategic use of digital platforms in communicating government activities. Dr. Obaka Jimo of the University of Abuja focused on crisis communication, reputation management, and the need for ethical communication in promoting transparency and public confidence in governance.
You cannot tell people not to perceive things the way they want to perceive. But your ability to manage the perception brings out your work as public relations officers.
As a PR person, you have crisis, you are the combatant in the front because the world is facing you.
The officers have been equipped with the knowledge on how to be strategic with their communication.
It gave us the ability to unlearn the things that we thought we knew and that was wrong.
The training is expected to strengthen the capacity of information and public relations officers to effectively communicate government policies, programs, and achievements to the people. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
For updates in the world of sport, Tolulope Oguntimei is on.
Stakeholders have called for increased investment in youth development programs to strengthen the sports growth and competitiveness in Nigeria. Speaking out of the just concluded Premier Scotch League, organizer Tikono Topdolo said the tournament was designed to identify and nurture emerging talent for the national team.
If they keep on playing tournaments like this 3 times a year, you will see that the outcome is going to be massive. The challenges are enormous. One of them is finance, the fund. The funding is a very, very big challenge. And that is why I want to call on a lot of people, philanthropists, supporters of sports, supporters of young players or young people, so we can come together and take away people from the streets.
Bernard Umpe Richard and former Nigeria Scotch International Longdi Dasbach highlighted the importance of tournaments of this nature in discovering talent and driving the development of squash in Nigeria.
In addition to the level of play being upgraded, the numbers of those who actually participated in terms of players-wise, it's encouraging. We have them in their numbers, and people came from different states as well. We need participation of all and sundry. The media, like you people, come cover the events, and most importantly, sponsorship. Very important. Without sponsorship, we can't achieve whatever plans we have for ourselves.
More sponsorships, more tournaments, equipment too, and then more squash courts, because that's one of the things that is limiting, access to the courts.
The week-long tournament provided players with valuable opportunities to assess their progress, test their competitiveness, and identify areas for improvement. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime Tolulakpo Ogutime.
And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuluwakmo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ọmọ nọmba nedo ukwu akpọlọkpọlọ
Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbinedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Okada zima Esama zima dio Bona zima dio Obala zima dio Malawe Maari Esama dio na Nimado Pom Esama Nimado Beken Esama Ema dio Warena Esama Magbekene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga not Yami Magame Manido Beken na Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agbo Arokpa Egudori Ima Adi Awogene all the Tiagbo Yano Emi Magame we need just to know me afa
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbinedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbinedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbinedion, Peter Osawori Igbinedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbinedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbinedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbinedion, Ukponwa Igbinedion, Osawe Igbinedion, Edosa Igbinedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbinedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbinedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's edition of International Forum. I am Wilson Omasho. Due to some unforeseen circumstances beyond our control, we just couldn't make contact with our guests in diaspora, talking about the guests in France, or the guests in the US, and the ones in Nigeria. Yeah, we're having serious technical issues in relation to, visual network interconnectivity. That's just the reason why. But all the same, we're going to give you a value for watching today's edition, because we're going across the world bringing you news making the rounds, trending stories making the rounds on International Forum to keep you abreast of the situation on the ground, because the world, they say, is a global village and what affects a part of the world directly or indirectly affects all the parts of the world. Welcome aboard International Forum. Once more, my name is Wilson Omasho. Quickly, let's delve into what is really happening right now between Russia and Ukraine. Well, Russia has been accused of using North Korean missiles to strike Ukraine, says Zelensky. Is a case of accusation and counter-accusation, and this is a first story. Ukraine and Russia have continued striking each other overnight, with Volodymyr Zelensky accusing Moscow of using North Korean missiles. The Ukrainian president said strikes in Zaporizhia, which killed at least 6 and injured at least 19, involved ballistic missiles from their Russian ally. In Voronezh, in southern Russia, warehouses belonging to the online retailer Wild Berries were hit by Ukraine. Now, this is the first story. The company known as Russia's Amazon has been repeatedly targeted in recent weeks. The attacks came a day after at least 13 people were killed, including one child, in Ukraine drone strike on the Russian Republic of Tatarstan, more than 1,100 kilometers, that is 680 miles from the Ukrainian border. Okay, now in a video addressed to Monday evening, Zelensky said for the first time Russia cannot wage war without reinforcement from North Korea. Hence, I say that North Korea is the one really empowering Russia. All right, so as it stands right now, the more North Korea strike they are here in Ukraine, in Europe, the more the missiles and soldiers are used, the more they correct our shortcomings and, of course, blind spot. Anyway, if you just joined us, this is International Forum. I think we should go for a break right now. When we return, we'll bring to you more stories. We're going to continue with this story. After all, you get to know what is happening between Russia and Ukraine. Do stay tuned. Don't go away. I will be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. Today's edition, we're bringing out stories making the rounds. Globally, can call this story is making round across the world. Now, we're talking about Russia being accused of using North Korean's missile to hammer Ukraine. Now, from what Zelensky said, he said the more North Korean strikes there are here in Ukraine and Europe, and more missiles and soldiers are used, the more they correct their shortcomings and blind spot. In this, Zelensky also heard the successful airstrike on Russian petrochemicals, because right now he's saying that this is not the first time the world is aware that North Korea, they're the ones supplying Russia some missiles. According to him, maybe the Russian stockpile has been depleted because of a constant bombardment on his own country, Ukraine. Now, Zaporizhia Regional Governor Ivan Fedorov posted photos of vehicles and building on fire, saying Moscow has struck the city using missiles and guided bombs. In addition to those killed, at least 19 others were injured. One person was injured in the strike in Kiev. All thanks to North Korean missiles. At first, it was Iran that was supplying Russia these are kamikaze drones, because they have an altercation with Israel and, of course, with the US. It's like they've not diverted their funds, everything towards a particular war, particularly of territory, and, of course, striking other US allies. As it stands right now, Russia, according to a report, need to move away from Iran, so to speak, to ask North Korea for aid so they can really bombard Ukraine. As it stands right now, this war is all about allies, okay? Ukraine, they have their own allies. Russia, they have their own allies. But dragging allies into the war, thereby expanding the base and, of course, the frontier of the war. Do you feel that this really do good in terms of negotiation of peace? But from what Zelensky is saying, he said, look, for there to be peace, they have to strike Russia also. Now that is going to be the basis of the next story. Before we go to the next story, take a look at these missiles. Is North Korea right now a country to be feared? Because according to international politics, apart from you being good at politicking, you have to also be bold when you talk about war artilleries and itineraries. You have to have them in great stock. You have to have them in your stockpile. Right now, everyone is relying on their allies to go give them serious bomb. Hence, Ukraine is shouting, Russia, if you don't want to fight us, you don't need to ask your ally, come at us. But for the information they are getting right now, according to Zelensky, it's like Russia's arm has been depleted, so they are focusing more on North Korea for help. After all is fair in love and, of course, in war. Now, it is not only Russia that is like, hammering Ukraine. Ukraine also have gotten some good targets in Russia. This tells us one thing. Ukraine can get to Russia. And that brings forth the story. At least 13 killed in Ukraine drone strike deep into the heart of Russia. Now, this is the second story. At least 7 people have been killed in a Ukraine drone strike on the Russian Republic of Tatarstan. Local officials, they've reported. This is the second story. They confirmed one child was among those killed, with 75 more people injured as drone hits Nexus camps more than 1,100 kilometers. That is 18 meters from the Ukrainian border. Russia's armed forces said city Stebano oil refinery has been hit. It's one of the deadliest single attack on Russia since the start of Moscow's full invasion in Ukraine in 2022. Kiev recently stepped up its long-range strike on facilities it says contribute to any logistics to Russian war against Ukraine. Because as it stands right now, Ukraine already made this request to the US that they should give him long-range missiles, even to strike into the heart of Moscow. America said no. They just can't give it to them. But somehow, EU, they've stepped up. They are beginning to support Ukraine by every means necessary. As it stands right now, Ukraine have the ability. They have the weapons. They have the drones that can really affect Russia. So once in a while, they choose their own target. They do not going soldier to soldier, man to man, and mano a mano with Russia. That will not work. Russia will just crush them. What they're doing right now is to develop their own technology in drones. And they've effectively done it so well that for you to neutralize drones coming at you, you need some kind of a new technology to really do this, and it's very, very expensive. And Ukraine are depending on numbers. If they want to attack an oil installation, which they've done on several occasions against Russia, they send many drones in their hundreds. So if you really want to take out the drones, how many can you take out when you have over 100 targeting a particular facility? Now that has been Russia's main undoing in this war. Ukrainians are beginning to reserve their military. They're beginning to reserve their strength. They're beginning to reserve anything they have to do when you talk about fighting Russia. Now what they are doing is a tech-based war. They calculated the distance. They know the minimum amount of bomb they'll need or required to cause severe damage in some powerful Russian installation. That's what they've been doing. They target the power installation, target the oil installation. There is nowhere that you can really set their heart to do to get into Russia that they cannot get into Russia. They can really do it is because of technology, and that has been their strongest point this time around. So, since the military cannot really match the power or the presence of Russia, they are sending drones, and they are beginning to get reserved for 20 persons to be killed in an instant. Ukraine, though the policy they are delivering to Russia, it's small, it's minute, but the effect will go a long way to really weaken Russia when you talk about financing the war. Now, these are the critical infrastructures of Russia being targeted by Ukraine. They're targeting the manufacturing company. They're targeting the oil company. They're targeting the power rig. Now, these are the installations also that Russia took out in the first instance of the war against Ukraine. And Ukraine are beginning to do it back again to Russia. Zelensky said, look, for Russia to remember that peace is important, for them to force Russia into negotiation table, for us to listen to them, they have to deal deadly blow against Russia. That is the only way that Putin will listen. If not, the man will not listen. So maybe Russia can just bombard 50 to 100 places in Ukraine. Yes, people are dying, people are being killed, but you can just target one installation in Russia that will hurt them deeply. And that is what they've been doing. Use drone. You don't need to waste the life of soldiers anymore. Just enter into a tech drive, use your drone, and go bomb some of the important installation in Russia. And guess what? According to a report, it's like it's working. It's not it's like it's working. It is really, really working, because Russia right now, they are the wounded lion. Putin is talking tough, still hammering Ukraine, but Ukrainians, they are precise. They target all those important things that they felt that will disarm Russia from funding this war against Ukraine. Now that Ukraine have the ability to strike Russia, how do you think this will pan out? Will Putin get so vexed? Will he get so angry? Will he unleash all the Satan 1 or 2 he has in his arsenal to really quiet Ukraine? Or he may be forced to come talk for peace, maybe forced to come negotiate for peace, maybe forced also to come say, fine, let's get to talk. Because in international politics, 2 things are expected. Okay, let's say 3 things are expected: your political power, your military might, and of course the economic might. So as it stands right now, Ukrainians, they are small. Their punches are very, let's say infinitesimal, but if they can gather those punches and just hit on a particular target, that can weaken the economy of Russia. And that has been their mode of operation. At first, they went to Russian airports, they dismantled some plane, they went to oil installations, they dismantled the oil installation. Right now, beginning to target weapon manufacturing company in Russia. So let's see if all these things will continue. For how long? I repeat, how long will it really take for us to say, okay, fine, enough is enough, let's come talk peace? Only time definitely will tell, because it's getting more and more interesting to really get to realize that at least Ukraine, yes, I repeat, Ukraine, that small country, can get to Russia. But they are saying that if Ukraine ventures targeting the Kremlin, Putin may have no other choice than to unleash his war's arsenal. Is he going to get to that? Now, paint the picture. Russia has been hammering the capital, Kiev, of Ukraine consistently. Ukraine also, they're managing their weapons using tech to arm important installations in Russia. And now, from reports, they're targeting the Kremlin. If that should happen, will the people rise against Putin to make him stop the war, or Putin will get so angry, so vexed, and release what has been threatening to release inside of Ukraine? The war is dicey. Trump is busy trying to make Iran to bend or break because of the Strait of Hormuz. Nobody's been paying attention to what is happening right now between Russia and Ukraine. And Russia right now is getting support from Iran, which has stopped giving, I want to put it again, kamikaze drone because of the war that they procured against the US and Israel. Now they're turning to North Korea to get more missiles, and of course arsenal. There are rumors that they are getting 1 or 2 things from China. China denied it. No company to say they're supporting Russia. No, but you know the trend. You know the relationship between China and, of course, Russia. It's like a wonderful scenario in this. Get to see strength, tactics, wisdom being displayed in this particular war. But how long will this last? For how long will Putin keep putting pressure on Ukraine? Do you feel that Ukraine can survive this, basing their hopes on tech, giving younger minds the opportunity to really express themselves in this war? Because in war, there are no victors, no vanquished, because both sides definitely must lose. Ukraine has been the theater of the war. Right now, Ukrainians are pushing it back to Russia, even if it's just 1 out of 100 blow. But one of their blow is always devastating to the state of Russia. How will peace really come into effect? The world is watching. Everyone is watching. Now let's move straight on to what is happening as Netanyahu's rejection of Trump's 15 points Gaza plan unlikely to be the final words. You know, when this onslaught between Israel and Iran started, or will I say in the Gaza Strip, fighting against the Hezbollahs and the rest of them, Iran also struck the drone, and of course Israel. Israel retaliated by taking out all the air space, all the air defense of Iran, grounded the Air Force and all that. As if that wasn't enough, U.S. gave them bombs and missiles, the one that can penetrate rocks, the one that can penetrate concrete to destroy what they call uranium nuclear weapon laboratories, of which they succeeded. Some are saying it was a massive destruction. Iran might not recover for quite a long time. All right, U.S. now came into the war giving conditions, saying, look, Iran, enough of all this fight, okay? You have to relinquish X, Y, Z. And Iran also, they have just one ace. And that ace has been the ace they've been holding on to for quite a long time. The Straits of Hormuz, where 20% of the world energy must pass through. Now that is their ace, and they're holding on to it, saying they are not going to allow anyone to take a particular strength from them. That was how the war dragged on to this particular moment. Now, Trump is a good businessman, also a good negotiator, but sometimes can be very, very forceful. For there to be peace in the Strait of Hormuz, for them to really have this particular agreement for a ceasefire, for them to release the Strait, so to speak, they drew out a 15-point plan. Among the plan is you must stop attacking the Hezbollah hideout, so to speak, in Lebanon. Israel said, well, that is not going to be part of the agreement. It cannot be part of the agreement. Even the agreement they have with Gaza, because Iran brought to the table, said, look, you must leave the Gaza Strip. Israel said, for what is happening right now, they have to put their forces there to prevent an invasion, because Israel realized that they have tunnels that they dig from this particular strip into Israel. That was what led to the invasion of Israel, well, let's say 3 or 4 years ago, but my brother is correct. And that was what led to the war between Israel and, of course, Hezbollah, Israel against Iran, because of what they did to them. That's saying for them to really have peace, they have to create this large buffer zone, and it is going to include that Gaza Strip, so that telling the populace to move back. And they're saying that since they want to capture this area, so to speak, they are going to be positioning their military base there to keep watch of this territory, to prevent intruders from gaining access yet again to Israel. Now, this is the game. Iran said for them to free the Strait of Hormuz. One, Trump and the American ally, with American troop, must remove their blockade from the Black Sea, because that seems to be where Iran normally comes out to do their own trade when talking about oil. If they don't do that, Strait of Hormuz will be mined by the Iranian military, and that is not good for business. On one hand, U.S. is choking Iran. On the other hand, Iran is choking 20% of the world's oil supply. Trump has spoken tough over a period of time because of this war, telling them to come broker peace, that Iran must strike a deal. Iran is saying they're not negotiating with Trump, they're talking with negotiators in Oman. They don't have anything to do with Trump. Now, this is where it gets a little bit funny. Now, when they had the first agreement, there was a ceasefire. But Benjamin Netanyahu kept on bombarding Lebanon, saying that is the horde, or will I say the hiding place of this terrorist Hezbollah. He wants them out of it. Since the Lebanese government just cannot handle them, the Israeli soldiers just have to go out there to handle it. They want Israel, according to Benjamin Netanyahu, to have this lasting peace. They don't want trouble. According to them, they didn't stop this thing, but Israel, according to the report, will end it. And that is where they are today. Iran said, look, you've killed succession of our leaders, no issue. But what we want is this, compensation. After that, you have to tell Israel to stop killing the Hezbollah troops in Lebanon. After they've done nothing to them, Israel said, no way. Trump, this cannot be part of the agreement. Israel needs peace. So they are pushing away all forms of rebel in Gaza Strip, in Lebanon, even some parts of Syria. They've bombarded so many of them. They've killed a lot of, terrorists, according to Israel. And this is not going down to Iran. So what they are saying, for there to be peace, everyone must put their cards on the table. And therefore, what Benjamin is saying, look, Israel, it's high time we started building our own defense capability. Yes, Israel, we talk about tech, they are good. We talk about technology, but now they said they want to go deep into tech to create their own weapon. They don't want to rely on the U.S. anymore for some weapons. None of the products of a nuclear bomb that can really drill through rocks, drill through concrete. They want to start manufacturing their own. Now that is the next step of this man. You're saying Benjamin Netanyahu to make sure that Israel is well fortified against what they term the enemies of Israel. They want to wipe out Israel from the surface of the earth. Now this is causing serious conflict between Netanyahu and Donald Trump. Trump likes Bibi. He likes his way, but this time around, when you talk about economy, you talk about business, there must be compromise. But Benjamin is saying, without security, you can't talk about economy. As long as Hezbollah is still breathing, we will not have peace in Israel. And we know their hideouts. They're in Lebanon, so they keep bombarding. But Iran said it should stop for us to talk about the Strait of Hormuz. So the question now is, in this particular arrangement, who is going to bend? Who is going to break? Who will listen to who? It is true that Iranian military have been decimated. Yes, it's true. The Air Force, we know the story too. But they still have this little edge, the Strait of Hormuz. They don't mind considering all their mines on the strait. So if ships really want to try their luck right now, in quote, they should go ahead and cross. They've seen what mines can do to ships. We've seen a couple of ships being bombed, yes, and that particular Strait of Hormuz, and the U.S. retaliated massively. But for now, Iran to be fighting against them because they house U.S. embassy, that is what the boss said, that's truly crazy. They just can't fathom it. But Iran are saying they don't want to negotiate with Trump. They want to negotiate with Netanyahu. All they want to do is to negotiate with the negotiators in Oman. That is who they are listening to. But guess who is the one controlling the negotiation in Oman? U.S. and Israel. So why say you don't want to listen to Trump directly, but indirectly you are listening to him? All we need right now is peace. Because as the war in that particular strait lingers, Russia and Ukraine will be going on, and we pray that no other serious war in the world will occur. Because when you have too many wars to fight, the world will be in chaos. But Bibi is saying for there to be an agreement, there must be total disarmament, a total surrendering of weapons by Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is saying death to Israel. So tell me now, who would want to survive? The fight rages on. Let's not pray that there will be a compromise. We'll last say this deal will be struck and reached if both parties can agree, if the three parties can agree. That is the question right now. The world is waiting for an answer, but nobody is giving the answer. Let's see how all this will pan out, because we're saying we need to survive, we need to breathe. As long as Iran is supplying weapons, giving economic power, or empowering the Hezbollahs, there will be no peace in Lebanon. We need to protect our territory. So the question now is, if all these things are happening at this particular point in time, what do you think will be the fate of the Strait of Hormuz? Remember, you're saying we are blocking the sea. Iran, you can't give out your oil. Iran is saying we are blocking the Strait of Hormuz. The world will not pass through the straits. And the more they squeeze, the more energy prices goes up. How can this be resolved? In chess, we call it stalemate. But there must be a winner for the world to go back to normal. Anyway, let's go on a break. When we return, I'll bring to you more stories. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. Like I said before, we had issues with our, visual masterpiece. That's the reason why some of our guests couldn't join us. Virtually talk about situation bothering the world. Some of our guests here were able to make it, but we have to make use of this time to bring to you reports making round around the world. All right. These are news stories. Well, as it stands right now, Israel have been accused of weaponizing archaeology at ancient West Bank site. Now, this is a next story. Remember that the fight between Israel and Palestinians is all about their heritage. We talk about heritage, you talk about monuments, you talk about landmarks, you talk about the mosque, you talk about the synagogue, all right? Now, you talk about two countries laying claims to a particular, how will I put it now, monument, site, edifice, you just name it. Remember, they have the same father according to history. Abraham, Jew, Abraham Ishmael. So the question is, why this fight? Like I said, the reason behind this fight in between Israel and Palestine is because they have the same father and they refuse to come to terms. Some are saying we are the owner of this. They're saying, no, you met us here. We're here before. And all these sites you're saying right now, they hold specific sentiments in the heart of the Jews and the Palestinians. If you take a look at genealogy, they are from the same tree, though different branches. Now, even saying that it belongs to them exclusively. But as I say, no, it belongs to us exclusively. Nobody wants to share. Hence the trouble. Because these two, they are intertwined, but they don't want to realize that they are intertwined. As it stands right now, since Israel has the upper hand, so to speak, they're able to develop themselves in terms of tech. You just limit us saying, look, this belongs to us. They went to their houses, dug out some documents, said, we buried it here, we will left for captivities. You know the Bible story now. Everybody came up with the fact, and they said the land belonged to them. But so I say, we were the one that gave you a place to stay when the German wanted to eradicate all of you during the time of the Holocaust. And you're given a piece of land in 1943, if I'm not making a mistake. So how would you say the land belongs to you? All these archaeological sites, all these monuments, all these things you're saying belongs to us. Remember the fight between Israel and 7 Arab states, right? In the 90s, so to speak, there's 19, how will I put it now, between 1960s or 40s or something of that nature. They fought so hard against Israel. They thought that Israel would be erased from the surface of the earth, but somehow Israel managed to survive and conquered. Ever since then, they've been pushing back all these persons. They pushed back Egypt, they pushed back Iraq, they pushed back Iran, they pushed back Palestine, they pushed back so many persons, and the war is still ongoing till today. Now, the more they push them back, all the sites in this particular region have succeeded in pushing all these other forces back. Israel is now laying claim on them. Be it a synagogue, a mosque, a church, sites, you just name it. Israel said, look, we don't want to see you guys here anymore. Hence, we've been accused of weaponizing these sites. And they are saying that even as a Jew, you guys know that we too, this is a person speaking right now, we should gain access to it. They need to do their prayers. Israel is saying, for you to come into this place, we have to search you properly so that you will not come hurting us. Remember way back, you read about suicide bombers. The Israel had it so hot in those era of suicide bombers that they have to now devise a means of cutting off Palestine from certain region of Israel. That is a war, so you cannot go beyond that war. If you must come in, you must be properly searched. And guess what? Over the years, population explosion, Palestine must only grow. They give birth. And they are saying that the space that Israel is caging them in is beginning to suffocate them. But they need to breathe. Hence, the fight between Israel and Palestine. I said, look, give us a two-state solution. That might just be the solution to this problem. They won't recognize Palestine. Israel said no. They don't recognize Palestine. And once Israel says no, U.S. is back in Israel. That means as it stands right now, even when UN says they recognize the Palestine state, Israel is saying no, U.S. is saying no. They should look for other means of some of these problems. So how are they going to do it? Population explosion rather. The Palestinians, they are increasing the population, but the space is not increasing. Hence the pressure. That was led to the invasion of Israel, but these Palestinians saying enough is enough, we want our land back. And to Israel, that is their biggest mistake, and it's going to be the first and last time able to penetrate Israel's defenses. That was the origin of the war. Israel got angry, all hell let loose, they started bombarding. And thousands of people lost their life because of this one. And right now, Israel is laying claim to archaeological sites, saying no Palestinian will be allowed to come visit. The Palestinians will be allowed to take a look at all these sites, even when the ancestry or the connectivity has been proven that these guys, they have rights also to these sites. Israel is saying because of security reasons, they don't want to see them there. If you go there on your own, now think about this, your heritage of your forefathers. Remember I said that one tree, different branches. Why can't they just get along? That's the question. Why can't they get along? I just hope that later all these things will be rectified so that there'll be peace. As long as these two nations are fighting, Iran must take sides. America must take side. You know what that means, right? So let's see how all this will be solved. It's a huge problem, a big problem indeed. All right, let's go to the next story where Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan signed defense pact. Yes, this is they say is the mother of invention. Remember what happened between Iran, Israel, and US, where Israel and US attacked Iran. Instead of Iran to fight back, they started throwing bombs, throwing missiles, sending drones to the neighboring countries in the Middle East. Iran said, look, we don't have problem with our brothers, but we are targeting US embassies, we are targeting US military base, we are targeting US installments in all these countries, but the citizens' life in other countries, they've been lost. They've warned Iran that they should stop doing this, but Iran said no, since they don't have peace. Other countries around the Middle East will not have peace because they are supporting, according to them, the US. So everyone must surely have a bite of the war. That was the interpretation of so many persons, and they are throwing their missiles. I know in this kind of situation, the people they call accidental discharge. If they're targeting point A in Oman or in Saudi Arabia, the person might just go and go to point C, missing targets, and of course the casualties. So these three countries are saying, look, it is high time we came together to put Iran in its place. That's simply put, they want to have this pact to protect themselves, to shield themselves. Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan. Now, Pakistan has nuclear weapons, but they are irrational. You're saying Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon because they are irrational. They can use it on anybody, on any state. That is the fear of many persons in the world. So, I believe that if these three can come together to form this defense pact, it was so difficult for Iran to do what they did in this particular dispensation, because a strike at one of these countries would trigger a retaliation from one of these countries, because Saudi Arabia have so much to lose, Qatar have too much to lose, Oman has so much to lose, Turkey, they have so much to lose. They don't want war. They've been talking to Iran to please calm down. Iran is not listening. Maybe this pact will not help them to really form a kind of anti-ballistic missile equipment that can neutralize all these bombs launched at them by Iran. Because some are targeting Iran right now as being restless, that they don't want peace in the Middle East. Now just paint the picture. A guy is punching you. You need to say, stop punching me, defend yourself against the guy. You are punching others. He's saying others will feel your pain. Is that how to really fight war? Hence, they are tired of this. So they want to come together to form a power bloc in the Middle East. As it stands right now, Iranian took our time. You must give it to them. They developed their tech in warfare extensively. You can't take it from Iran. We talk about kamikaze drones. They have it. Missiles, they have it. They've gone so deep into joint technology, and they're even building nuclear weapons. Tunisia said, look at what these guys are doing. US came in and said, stop it. You can't go beyond this level. And they have stockpiles of this. What was the mission? Take out Israel from the surface of the earth. You get here words like death to America, death to American allies. Now that's why the world is not happy with Iran. That's why Iran, they are too hostile, and they are extending this hostility to their neighbors. US and Israel fighting Iran. Iran, when they are targeting their neighbors, they're saying no, they're not targeting them, they're just targeting US bases. But we have a report that Iranian kamikaze drones went to Saudi Arabia oil installation, and damn, it went up in flames. People can just fathom it. Maybe Iranians want all these nations in the Middle East to join them in the fight against Israel and America. They said no. We have nothing to do with this fight. We want peace. If you watch the United Arab Emirates, they are flourishing. They don't want war. So everybody's flourishing. They don't want war. Turkey is doing its best. They're doing their best. Nobody wants war. But Iranians right now, they are saying that they are propagating the form of religion that is even at loggerheads with other Muslim religion. They are saying no. It's like trying to coerce other nations in the Middle East to join them in this particular fight. And Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Pakistan, Oman, they don't see the sense in this particular war. Even the crown prince of Saudi Arabia is saying, look, what is this? Everyone has been talking about it. Look, Iran, stop. Reach a deal with the U.S. Stop developing your nuclear weapon. Release the Strait of Hormuz, because U.S. said, look, Iran, if you don't listen to us, you don't own the Strait of Hormuz, is a natural border. So why would a country start attacking other countries because they're being attacked by one country? So they are saying that right now, what they will do to form a power bloc in the Middle East, they have to come together. And guess what? If they succeed in coming together, these four, we're talking about Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Pakistan, but of others too will join them for their personal protection and benefit against one nation, Iran. Because Iran is not very hostile to them. If they can form this weapon treaty, defense pact, it is going to be tough for Iran to bombard one without others retaliating. Because you know what, in this war, even Saudi Arabia was pushed to retaliate. United Arab Emirates, they were pushed to retaliate, but they had to exercise constraint. They said, no, we don't want to do that. Iran, take it easy. You see Oman being bombed, Kuwait being bombed. They were sent to retaliate. No, we just can't do. We cannot be irrational. That was the term they used. We don't want to be rational. Iran, calm down, and Iran is still throwing bombs. I believe that to shift the power block from Iran to this particular state, they really have to form their pact. It will be like a small EU in the Middle East checkmating everything that is happening in the Middle East, if they succeed. Because in Islam you have the Sunni and the Wat and the Shiites, and they don't see eye to eye. You know where Iran belongs, right? Where Saudi Arabia belongs. So for them to really form a formidable alliance to protect themselves, they're saying not to fight anyone, but also to protect themselves, protect their countries, protect the economy, protect the installation that is in their state, protect everyone in their country. They must form this pact. And if they should form this pact, that will lessen the power of Iran in that region. Maybe, just maybe, Iran wants to prove that there is no power in the Middle East. Others are saying, no, it is not true. So that it won't be something about you are joining your brother right now in quote, or you're joining your enemy, or let's say your brother's enemy in quote, order to kill your brother. Maybe that's the reason they don't want to go all out against Iran. That sees, you know, trying to be diplomatic about this. But they are saying it's getting too much already. Oman has no dog in this fight. Kuwait has no dog in this fight. Saudi Arabia, they don't have a bomb in this fight. Even Pakistan, then how come Iran is throwing bombs at them? They're saying no, it's only against U.S. installations, it's only against U.S. embassy. But the reports have it that sometimes these drones, or let's say these missiles, will just miss targets. And citizens of these countries have been killed because of this kind of bombardment. So how would you think they'll react if not for constraint and restraint on the part of the leaders of these countries? They would have fought against Iran. And if that should happen, Iran may just have nowhere to go. But I say, no, we are brothers. Iran, calm down. And this boils down to the peace deal. Is it going to work? Because saying Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Pakistan, Oman, Kuwait, Iraq, warn your brother Iran. Because I believe that somehow America is still holding back. That's what I believe. They are still holding back. Maybe Donald Trump is like, what will it profit if you say, okay, America go all out? Because they said they're going to bomb so many things, but they've not done that yet. There is some level of restraint in the person of Donald Trump. He said, no, just let's talk about this. But as he said, they don't want to talk. The U.S. must listen to them. And if this is what possesses my prayer is that they shouldn't push Trump to the brink of taking a very rash decision. That will paint him a monster who is trying to avoid. He's been talking a deal, but they are saying, no, we don't trust your deal. But they have someone else to like talk on the deal, and we are still watching. Let's see how it does pan out. If this pact is formed, who is going to bend, who is going to break, who's going to be in charge of the Middle East. All right now let me show down to another story where Houthi attacks mortally kill at least 30 Yemeni government forces. And guess who is sponsoring these Houthis? Yes, Iranians. They've not come to say it though, but the world knows that they are being backed up by Iranian government. And right now they are fighting against the Yemenis government, and they're in Yemen. And these were the same rebels that sent missiles against Israel when the fight between Israel and Hamas was ongoing. They are saying Hamas is their brother. Israel don't have right to kill them. It's actually missiles also. Israel also retaliated. America retaliated. And one of the fight against the government of Yemen. So you see, when you have a group of persons that have this particular belief so strong, whether it's right or wrong, they are willing to take lives, what will elevate them as? These are the rebels, Houthi rebels. They operate in seas. They've sacked so many ships. And they are saying that they have an agenda, they have a goal. Yes, to push for their own religion. But the world has evolved. The question now is, why can't these people evolve? Why is peace so hard for this group of people to seek after or to sought after? Is anything too hard to say, okay, fine, let's just move along, disarm, let's move on? But no, they are not having it. Now they've killed 30 Yemen government forces. That means the war against the Houthi in Yemen is still very much on. And it is reported that Yemen seems to be a hotspot for training terrorists. And the government is fighting tooth and nail. If Yemen should fall to these Houthis right now, what do you think will happen in the Middle East? I made a call for a forced retaliation by other forces to restore peace in Yemen, because the Yemeni government is almost been overrun by this group of terrorists you are seeing. People are talking about it and saying, look, killing 30, killing over and over again, it is not cool. It is not cool at all. We are watching, let's see how Yemen government will really deal with this rebel force. Do they need the help of Israel or America? Only time will tell. Finally, let's take a look at this story where ousted Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad sentenced to death in absentia. Yes, that young man you're seeing, someone saying he's an old man looking so younger than his age. Now, you know, a Syrian court has sentenced ousted dictator Bashar al-Assad to death in absentia after convicting him of committing war crimes and crimes against humanity during the country's civil war. Yes, Syria, former president chased away from Syria by other forces that say right now they've sentenced him, they've tried him, they found him guilty. If they see him anywhere, it's death. Well, Bashar right now is in Russia chilling and is watching his he's watching Syria, not his country anymore. He's watching Syria from afar. But the question now is, you sentencing a man to death in absentia, does it really make sense? Or is it an order to have him killed anywhere he's seen in the world by Syrian forces or Syrian government led by another group? Only time definitely will tell. But he's under Russian protection. He's in Moscow. And it'd be a difficult thing for anyone to assess Bashar since he's under the protection of Putin, because he just can't penetrate Moscow's defense, penetrate Moscow's military, the KGB, to get to this man. So can one deduce that all the threat or the court sentencing him to death in Syria is worth it? Does it make sense? Is it going to work? Or is just, you know, a threat and futility? But according to them, if they see him in Syria, it's a death sentence. Do you think he's willing to go back to Syria? That's a question we are waiting for him to answer. If he's seen anywhere near Syria or anywhere is at the range of being targeted by Syrian forces. Well, folks, this one will call it a wrap to today's edition of International Forum. Not to worry, next week our guests will be on the ground and would have fixed our visual equipment to get to hear their views and opinion no matter where they are globally. I'll see you again next week Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. the Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say ni wan. Wa bi dai ho. Wan da hi makeda dia de ma we po wa 7 say. Ke wa so no we zaja we ti ma we. Even ma wata ni on wa we de yo. Osaloba no ri again ni ma ya fe. Ibota wina we politics. Wina ugi na ya temata. Ma ya le ruhie do me no keke no o ya ye. Ibota ki. O hagedo ariogedo no ideka o hage ma vekia o bota ma rugenede egeni egena yena eni wa ye ba ne arie aruya ne aiviemo atuha maya o ha ata bota e ma yewe tama na ni wa de na nya eni ma agwa kan o ka oge igiogbe na rugio gbevedo okay de kan okunaga esoro ma you know ikani wa ona ogun egun ayemena ore wa na wo teme Victor Ibizugbo obokan wiye
baba buta adunawu wa adunawu somo
kwala jawiye
wa bitota wa bere ne ka wa wa ka bo gbe hokoto wa da he ma kan agbon na hu da na te mo no manya me ari lu na ri e ke na tai mo no ya we ni yori e wuku owa he me nwa bo wa yo pin o na la ha wo emi na agbon na we ga ho ya we ni hu da uvun ko bo ma gu hu mo pa ma wo ri e kesu ge wa wa hu la ba no kwa mi yo to owo se o ma ri o pale le gbe na ri e wuku wewe oto awa rugba ma o sa gba ru du we se oge ode itore oba atokpe
ise ni wa ya iwadan he matana ugibota no menobe gwana o sayo wa bo o se ngi ero no ri edo ba yo kai oge do ya fe ina be o kagbe o wi yo ya worldwide o saro ba ola wo no gumeto no le biwa no da hime mana meto ni wa le ta ba emi gogbe o Yesu fun awoto ezo bu no yere court ba me gogbe igbina yero ni ara gwo igbo are mo le ri ase oku ayo oto eri no sofa yare opa ye pase a ma ugwe no ri ewuku ra ya se me bo wa ye moto ze bi no salubo aka no uku na ga o me no ye ebedo o teme bo uku na ga
edo owe o ma na to so na wese o mo so esu lapa mami we owo no bie omawu to fi ya who that we dey agbo ya wo edopa agbon re garo ana te we no mawu e o dari abeyi owo na gba ona ya he we wo nwini na so abo age ni ba gbon mi no yo boru no uyo to mo no se ai owe ugbo ni ro ma gbe ebon wa mo ni iyan irai so pa ne de iye na no kan wo wa moto wo to gbo me imoto yi keke emi baba se ayoto olado kin e ki awi lalagbo no gogi so kanyo ma ma ri bere ere owe o ma no su sekun emi na wu o ma ri opa le gbe o se ayoto we no we wa ye wuku ni we wa ri hu le fun ko bo bai mi no gba enwa o kire ya we ni ami na ye gba ewu na de yu fi ni wala ho wo gba gi ma lu enwa wa we gele ugu ne ra se ayoto omo e ori huoma no ka ri tedu omo ri huoma ba ga ri hu ni o we keke na ri hu no we do kin o lo ma yo ma ruwa o ma keke omo na ri hu aho ba ri ni kin ro yeye ni ra ka won to we awu ga so re hu da we ma eruwe ma fi aro ba arun we do fi an gege na men we ye me wo ge be me nwa ri be se ni eruwe awo be so re nu we do wa ni uyo di yawe awi ayifie taya mu gbo he hu do ni we ri ori o to we ga wo pa wa fi ya ni ra de ge ra na me uro no se ba bi ha ra emo na bi wa e wa se e han yin ore ra igbe we na bi we se ere awe bi no pa se ru da wo ki we orun opa mo ka o no re mu ko geva o sa gba na gi ma kian alukan wu yan pa ora gbon wa re wa ko de sare bo ado fin agbo ma ti ma mi ori ono ma ya ga mi ri ma se ayoto ne ke na si ologo ma yima gbe oba atope
ise wo se ni wa ma you no cancel wo ukune e ma soro obie uriva aurea obielene yeyi wu ona anabega bien o wa ni ewuku era boy yeyi ewuku ya yeyi na be bobe ni eto bien ona bo o wa yi obe urevana uropa na wa ikuku eva ya aine no panabe ai pia no si sense ya oku panabe aru webuya ugbo ejo ari pa egbe yan ra ku yan na mo wa ne ra ni bere wuku yan na mo ne nodio gogbe na ni wa le yan na amu e o wa ni ra ni ribo oyewu ge ha o ge yan no yan na mo ne no ko no pa yan bibi ye yan na mo ne ezonai la diawo ni wa ewana o wana aga ese wo keke na aga he we ni meze wi oni wa ya ma aga ese ni jogbe ni nda ijogbe no ro ni ne na mu ra no kwa yi owe no do omodion inu napa no weke awega ni koke nipa ni ana ibira ikwe ha no ikwe ne no awega ni awo aye were ni nipa nike no emi maso obo na wa vio ne ikwiko no rowe bia ni ria ai wase nike ya ta woni eni go tin aga igogbe iya ma so de mi ewo ezo na de ni wa ezo ni iroto oye ni agbenayo ihon e oze na tabi o keke na ga eme o te inu kan kiri wo keke na ga ba ni
do na wuwa ma me be na ta ide na owo ka na bo hie erin erin be ri o be ka na yo go to kele na ya yo hon aba gun ame ni bi ma gun ame na na ka wa ya awe atena baby ku ya ma ye te gbe me be ri gele o pe ana no kun mi na ori yo re ja ni ori e wuku ore ni kin aga e kanene o boke be si ye kere yin na be ti boge ori boge yin na do ga me ureva ni bo ni ana fi ane e manike naga ni oge ni ka oni wa gu ene oni virus me na ado we gbe ga ni ewule wi ga ni oge ni wa kin ni e bona de wu we gbe no we ne no we han no yen ga ri e bo o ma ne na we wa be ye mi wi mo gba we mu na nu da wo pala mo na wo pa mo na ya fefe we ma mu hu ta gun ya o na ri e bo o ti e ti o ni ke na fure me ke na ga ru wepo yona wa we vana we vio no zeka a grace we vana we vio o ti we ni ere no be opu akra no be opu woge abiri ahi ni iye ya be me kere wo ni ege ke na wa gbi ho ye emi ni e to boy ye o boy ni la wu to ni e wa fi abo we eyin me wo o ma de vi
onora enyana munira no ewuku
enyana
mune ni ra boy ni ra wa munuro re etinye ni pa ha ine waruto ni mi ma so obo amagania mbarage ina we nesi eri boni no waru poge vani oni eihu ni opa awa mu era
wo yo pa oni oke na ra ni ra ebuku ni no we gene we so bien igi ogbe ni wa ki oni re ba ni ni na mi we era do bo do ba eni oni ahan do ra ai ga ave fi ani e ro
we se da ma be fi ani o ma be
me ma fi ani o do ye be oku era imari ra bo
oma
so pa ne era
eni wa e wa da e matana o be mi ro ni awa we kan yi owe aye o le wa le o àwọn na mo opo oge yo ale oko ale o le wa le o àwọn na mo opo oge yo ale o le wa le o Ọwa no mo oro pa oge yo. Ale le yo wa ni o. Ọwa no mo oro pa oge yo. Ale ono mo ima ya neru no mo ima ya fe omo aru wa ya fe wa nda yi man.
Ase.
O mo pe omo mo ko in adi aru wa.
Be say.
We have it to wa ya to do no pe o. We na ge no we share zone ni abeje. Okwa ore Lagos Street now. Isu ni ye ni wa no kun. Ore wu ona suku ra. Uhu ni no se ani obiye ona die uhu. Obiye no die uhu na ona ira. Supo maiko amaiga ni. Iya me baba, iya me ya. Iya me wago abe bigwe. Yengire omewe ko ona wu.
Hey.
Ewo mo.
So Ivan e kwa wa.
Ori wu ni a. Gbe na we. E ma ye ane. O ti obi. Obi ra. Obi ye. Ona gbe na we no re. Ona oyi re ne. Obi ra obi no ma ra ya. Ona wi onya wa. Ona gwe ndoko wa wo ko se ti mu jogbe. Owe nyonya wa ge
Ona de wa wa. Ope ana ora aro ona era yegbe yi ona ira.
Ona ira.
Ori ira now omaiko. Omo no yo mi ne zero modium. Ai wi be ya fi ayo uhu ni oke kino so bo. Ari mi ewe yema zuhu ni a. So pa ona ga mo te. Ina do gba. America ya ga mi ro pa. Èmi no ke kino so bo ka ye ga ene. Awa ga ene, ara ga ene. O ti o no ri mu di aye ni. Èmi na ga ni owo ti o eni no.
Da na mewe ori mo ya emo
na na
ba ka aga mi
èmi na ke ke no so egbe ori bi e
ejo e wa da he mi matana hunda
o ma ga ibu ona iye na iye ke bi so obo bi ge wa ni as no wan as o modun ori pa ni riri ya to ya go mo ni do ga bi wo keke ori no dun ni akawa ri oge wo bo pa o ma no mu dia yin yeke ori obi e no ori o ti ori mu dia yo oge ni ta mo ti ri e ne egbo ewe sunu ni memie o modion no go bra ro obo behe obo no po giver e mo e ma mi yin na dogu ake ga property ana ga oge ogbe va na ri ara mi ana mo pa ana mu mie eti o ni egi be simi e na gba yo bo be ya mu ake ga oge ni gini
wese ni wa ya wa da he matana hunda na ya wa kan wo bo be ni bu owe onwa ere o mako do we kwada ki e no aneru nai nako ukome owo modion eroko ukome oni o ma vi hu re ai ya ko emi na ya ko na kini wa o wa ni ga parari awo ai eto azite ai abi na yin oboyin we gbeso ete egan aberie ai esoro abe yabe ai aso esage ai ko na yakugbe ono na ado mayu woru pe na we do kana o ai mayu woru ne iwo no na aya ye kana ya siwa bagaro yimi pebi yon makaro mi gerede e wa ni adan na ya we adan awe agobo o ya fien ma ya wo ni hu yo we ora eyunorie ewewu ora emo no se yara to yara pe zo ile gbe na to mu yara si won le ka ihu yan aso iye yowo iyo abe swi yan ni le abe pe ma aduwa gba be ipede re yan na ya ro emi ni oru eni ariri edi owa aido yo asio egbe ni adirade oni edo ya ko oni edo arikure ba ukure na ika ayo tonu gipo ni egbe ni eri eyo ukure ni eri eke oni eyan igbewe yinya we okore uda egbe ni de mi ma we de he ma lawa da ma gwa wa osupu yise ogbera radio ihin we bege na de mi ma we le keke ri to beye èèyàn se ana we radio na ya ye wa ni re we orion ko ye ragun ye we orion iwe unu orion ye iwe unu onyo orion be o ma ra wu orion yi pa iwe re o pa unu re onyo spirit ni ma bege ni ma bege orion ni ma we hion ina we bege be to deku yin ona o we ewe na ya yon ofun no genu sarobo ya iye oni aye ga wa we iro ni wa oni we ne ukome yi ekara o be we ro ge egbe makata ba eri awu eme omopa o wa me omodion ni iye we wu le okoro eno dori eni biele mo so me kwefano idovio oibo wa ona eni ewu adobo wa ba yi ko wa owe ha owe yi owe ana iya iro yi fune oto yewe ro na ma bo wa yi yana wo bi egbe na wa ugari ana wa wese ona we igogbe na no uwe igbe na orin yen no ekene ye ya mo ni eyo wa ni ri ebo yiko wa so pa oyin ete no ye se ane ni tie ni aga ni tie yo pa ta ti wa mo o wa beba unda ekene amo ma yi igogbe no na na amu ye wa ni a igogbe eyi no so pa ye pa se ti igogbe no no re wo ge dai ke no re do o ra no kwa do yo boy egbe na ona we ga oto ne na mai bo na we ga ni ti egbe na wa wo yo ina eto en wa ko yo we o pe va gbera pe agbera pe ne gbera ba ni mo ni awi a imerere ya re ne ya we amaga ese na gbe we gbedo ga mi we ari mu gegbe o emi ni ari gegba ma egbe na we ma o tu wa ga de ro wa te ko yo ya wi ama ko yo ni egbe na wo ma
so boy
gbe egbe na wo ma egbe na we ni ya mu ekena wa da mu ra yi ni na mu ra yi ne pe ni ya ne pise uge ni a uge ha ni ya na we amoni ne igi ogbe no uge we va na kesu ge na uge va na ya na tia eva ya na mu ne etu eva wa ge o ni na we mu oye ne zo ni o me ke no ye ni o ko na de e mo che na ne no gwesi me na ya gwo ge sto gwo ge ya ni re o wa ni wa ge o teme
mata ma we na ye tie mami okpe na temo na oria oke eri akewu eri awu ona ira anamu wani anamu ne ase igiogbe oge now oboge ina we have we ona bobai meanwhile eri ni odo bi ade imobi we are we not carrying our water oto me wiro pa ye ni e o ke na ri ni e ma ni ke ya ni ke ni dori ni e bo ni keke we no ewuku ni o wa yo bo mu empty land no to ke kana ma be mi no ro ni a kan ri ni e ma ni ke ti e ga me ko no ma olawo ma wa do mu bo na wa mu ba wo wa ga ni ra do bo yi ko wa ni ina imoge o ri ra no ri ra mu yo to ina ri mu ni o ri ana wa la de wa go ru na wa yo bo mu ana ya fi ni aboto ke kan emi no ma e wa ti wu ara mi e wo o ka gbe na bi egbe won bo ye gbe lori o were gbe do fi e were do mi e wo wa de kere na ya papa gina ike ari do mu na omojo a do me ne gede gbe o da ra ire mo ne bote aberration o ma de yuvie go hi me oge e te wa no mami e no ije ni ehu emu no gwa ni oga geto na ma bo wa yi ni o be fian ni ma no ma so bo e o ke ne ko be fun ya ya ma yin a si yo bi ale wu no we so ni ada ga gbin na ga kan egbe na eri hin aye de yu fian a ke na gbon mu re eyin mi mu re so bo no ki eyin mi mu dani ma na no ma oba atokpe ise edun lo pe ya iwada yi ma nuda emu ku na ga na o ma te ewu egbe so re gede de eso re ro ya iwada yo nya ewani wana dekan ogwa na ka ga ne obi ori no don ga yin ya wi akoyo egbe wi awe ko yin awowo ewa ipe na ipe ha ipe agbera e ba awu igbe do ga ayinya ga ni agbe yin do ga ni yin do mu wa ni da do ba o wa ni bu yeke wu ne yin na mu no modio yin do ga no wa igbe no wa ma da po no ro yin do ga ni bi ka edoro pe wa hiri ni he roda amura ye wa ri ko wa o igogbe ni no wa de ni emi so owo mojo ni no ne na we amura yi oge tebe no so pa yo pa wa vie eva ana yi se ane ga ni anike ana ku eyan ni re awe na do ga igogbe egbe no we mi ni yayi wa ma khiasi do me wa gunwe money imare o unda ogbera ge wa ya mi we oreye oko oyira e ba wa ya ka yo no obi ya de ri obi no wo re oko ne ogbera popa ogbera pe ba ogbera pe ya e ba wa ibe gege ri obi ya wa ma ya ri de se da obi ya asa de ri ne ye aya ri ne aya ri o pa ne no ma ti e bo ati u ki eri ma ya ge o ni wan so de yo we ro ni mama en bi ni ma o la mi no keke na ga wa ni na ni bu ro be voto ni wan o ye o ri ko gbe ni maka ta ba oni ro ogoro na oro o ni emi na we ga o ye na we o we ro egbe na o ri po wa mate na ko o mo bo yi ma mo na yoto we ukome okeka bo wa we lele ukome ni o egbe ni taba na na ri egbe na na ri emi gbe oyimi na ri no no ze ni mana ya gbogbo ayi yoko wa ye ezeke ado a si wa be ni ma we ne de e ga na o yi pe di yan e ba na fi ma yi mani asofi moyo we na no ye no ya kin e bo ayi kin ayi ga wo wo wi me akoni o no koi o mu egbo ni ma ti o mi kin na do awe ni wo no ma ko ayawe ni wo eni wa ma de je eyewe gba ni ma de ma to eri ma no ri awa eso ogbemuda Dr. eso ogbemuda no mo UBTH gbo in 1969 eri mare to Professor Greg Akezwa no we nwinawa nwine se so we nwina re lo yare wa ere ne Professor Dr. Udiwe Iredosa obira otenwe waka bo nwina sense nwinu wa o we yagbon ya fere wa ni nwina we UBTH ere ne Dr. Osaho Inabulele ma be enwe huda
uswe doctor the egbawe utagun ya ewe okay uteni edo mo sense uyo e ba una we una re no na Vivian Aba uswe doctor ni we ba e ko obi edo Vivian Aba wa obi edo Vivian Aba be wa obo we una sense Professor Dr. Enwa Daliti Obaseki no we damu upoyo tededo maka abo wa kon sense ruga ma we mi we una be ugbowo ni be UBTH kate amanu do ya saiwe no ya gba upe 50 years na ri mwe e wa ni gbo inu na ise siwu na ma je we ye re o my professor Idia ise yamu na da ri na sare gba no we ri onwe nuka bo ya nwe na be ni ani ke nwe na so ko ma we yu ware ni wa we na ya na wata na ya fe ugbowo o ri oto ne UBTH na bolo wana ehiropa ama ugbowo ropa lo ko nwe na ba ero aye iyowe ya fe bote Nigeria eminari yaru ni ate 5% ari ne na bo wa ari ne ewo nya ba ugbowo UBTH gbowo oyi de na ye ni ugbowo ma we ya ni we doctor ama mi ya ba oye ya si ani poloto mewe me yo na yo tin ma re Idia Professor Idia ise ya mu no irona na mewe ebi gbowo na be yi unda utoni ama asani ri mama asani yima na moto ni no ugbo ya mu abaro ogbemudia Dr. Gbomdo gwo ya fe be ni wa ya to wa pe e ma ni we yesi ni nwuna ima ha be ayi are me mana be to salo ba tenika e ma na mu gibota we na yo to no sa bo se nyu no jotu wa ya fe ateme we jotu
na bu wa na bu zo wa ha we se e ho wa ya dan he na sare bu wa ge golo ma lare wa we se ga to ipon mo don we no re eyin mi no ragbon o tare gbe yo no mi ke na me we ni a bi se ya ma ala o da wa ha mi ni ko ya ke ni wa ye ke ro wa ka ri si
ọba to pe
ise
ITV, certainly the best.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure. Pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love to.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, you know, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that wields some level of control in the relationship.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio earlier, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds, and from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
Well, some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh, yeah. It depends. You look at it from contextual
perspectives, okay.
Right. Yep. The world is growing. We are evolving. We are becoming more modernized. And then again, people awareness has increased. And so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husband will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because with due respect to women, I found out over the years that women don't really filter. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US, without understanding that the scenarios are different. Okay. That's how that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media, and that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as well. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of controlling. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it control.
Because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture.
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her. And in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something and she begins to have stomach constipation, the effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy. I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to, because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' code.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as a lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your cosmates that are men.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words. Such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuffs and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No. Take a look at it now. They have two meanings. protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand? Yeah. You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will.
Okay.
You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and control.
Yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand? Okay. So now he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now, let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the truth is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything, she wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her own perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here. Okay. But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her.
Them, okay.
That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word control, we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check.
Okay.
Right? You have to, maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion tells them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's where the problem.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now.
Okay.
And I think I currently have one as a friend.
Okay.
That I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable.
Okay.
You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you are.
As you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself out.
To suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that? For a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church...
Okay, with church... Okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt...
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking... Whatever she has with God, I feel it is real, although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored. That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happened to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there. She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she had a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys,
their relationship
because of the lessons they took from Tonto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl.
Okay.
Blessing see you. Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
Don't have any business being in a relationship.
Lady, if you don't want control, just close your leg. In fact, you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy. Because if you, a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Waters brought, that lady may be surprised you will be going somewhere to be opening legs or somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
All right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside the whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at the young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical,
thought-based, love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
It's like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
To just add to what he said, you know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love. Because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her, I won't be able to guide her, I won't be able to protect her, just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will. So she's coming to
She has dated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get? She's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun. Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
But
is that a bad reason to love someone, though?
It's not a bad reason, but as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper. You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health, simply walk away from the relationship. Yeah, there's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love. Walk into love.
Wow.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you will break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochago for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie, Walter Emmanuel, good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just, does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Engato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and you set. Alright, so that was the first set, and we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds, and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you under that. What time please? 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes to the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's lastly, yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Please just sit inside of it. Alright? Please don't stand on it. Keep that like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies cross their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to leave more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
ITV. certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
lẹ́nu. Báwo máa yọ, báwo máa yọ, báwo máa yọ.
Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
Good morning. Big thanks for joining us on the AM News and ITV. I am Philip Omo-Gyupo. The government of Edo State has been commended for harnessing rich art, cultural heritage and tourism assets, focusing on digital innovation under the Shine Agenda in promoting the orange economy. This was the commendation from Course 48 Study Group 3 from the National Institute for Strategic Studies School, JUS, who were in the state on a study tour. Oluwafemi Farayola has more.
Leader of the delegation, Brigadier General Idris Abdurrahman, described Edo as the leading hub for the orange economy in the country, which has impacted positively on the lives of the youths in the area of job creation. Brigadier General Abdurrahman said this underscored why the study will focus on how the initiative has enhanced job creation and strengthening collaboration with key stakeholders on technological initiatives. The delegation also acknowledged efforts of the state government in addressing insecurity under the Shine Agenda. General Abdurrahman solicits support of the state government to enable the delegation accomplish its tasks.
Edo is the headquarters of orange economy, just as Lagos is the route where we channel our products to the outside world. And for the past 3 days, the team that has been with us has done very well. They're taking us around so many places, and we have confirmed my stand on the issue of Edo being the headquarters of orange economy. I want to encourage you, Your Excellency, to please continue with this drive so that tomorrow other state governors will queue up behind you.
In his remarks, Governor Monday Okpebholo pledged continued partnership with the Institute to ensure it realized the desired objectives.
I'm happy to receive you to Edo State. NIPS is one of the places that actually do one or two things in terms of IT infrastructure at the beginning of NIPS. It's a place that our people will still come back, and I believe very soon that when we have the opportunity, we will send students to NIPS. So I want you to extend my wishes to the Director General and tell him that I'll look into his request and see how we can support.
The visit for both NIPS and the Edo State government is expected to promote the existing symbiotic relationships. Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
The Nigeria Police Force, Zone 5 headquarters, Benin City, has paraded 6 suspects in connection with the alleged hijacking of a truck and the alleged murder of the driver, Mr. Usman Boni, coupled with the sale of the truck in Lagos. Adaize Ibe reports that the victim was allegedly killed by the suspects, who disposed of his body in a bush before selling the truck. The report is presented by Patience Osaogiwa.
The Public Relations Officer, Zone 5, SP Tijani Momo, said the truck, which belongs to On Time Construction Company in Ogara, Delta State, was reportedly missing after the driver was dispatched to a mining quarry site along Benin-Lagos Road on 6th of July 2026. He said the police investigations, aided by technical analysis of the deceased driver's mobile phone, led detectives to Apapa in Lagos State, where the first suspect was arrested. SP Momo said further investigations led to the recovery of the stolen truck and the arrest of other suspects allegedly involved in the hijacking, sale and purchase of the vehicle. The police disclosed that 2 of the suspects led investigators to the Ofosu Axis of Benin-Lagos Road, where the body of the missing driver was recovered.
Zone 5 Police Command Headquarters views this development as a significant breakthrough in the investigation of the case. The recovery of the truck, arrest of the suspects, and recovery of the remains of the missing driver demonstrates the commitment of the Nigerian Police Force to ensuring that criminal elements are identified, arrested, and brought to justice.
In an interview, one of the suspects denied involvement in the crime, insisting that he was not responsible for the murder of the driver. Another suspect admitted purchasing the truck, but claimed he was unaware that it was stolen.
I have not done this kind of business before. The man before, you say, me scrap motor. I say, I never scrap this kind of motor before. Me, I not go scrap.
SP Momo assured residents that the police remain committed to bringing all those involved in criminal activities to justice. He also urged members of the public to continue to provide useful information that will assist security agencies in tackling crime across the states. From Benin, Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
Osun State Police Command has described as a source of serious concern the viral video of Senator representing Osun 8 Senatorial District, Francis Fadahunsi, allegedly calling on supporters to kill opposition members in Ilasia, a town in the state, before the governorship election slated for Saturday. The development followed the outrage on social media over his purported comments, instructing all Progressives Congress supporters to allegedly kill members of the rival Accord Party if seen during the electoral process in some parts of the state. The Public Relations Officer, Osun State Police Command, DSP Abiodun Jalabi, noted that the police would not support violent public incitement. DSP Ojalabi said the police had before now issued warnings against inciting statements. The letter signed by Samuel Etaifo Erale, the Commissioner of Police Elections in Osun State, ordered Senator Fadahunsi to report to the State Criminal Investigation Department in Oshogbo on Wednesday. There was confusion at the urban market end of King Square, Benin City, following a free-for-all between scrap scavengers and some youths of Lagos Street over the stabbing of one of their members at Lagos Street. The report is presented by Efosa Owangwe.
Commotion and confusion enveloped the popular King Square, Benin City, as some scrap scavengers tried to revenge the assault of one of their members who was stabbed with a barrel. The situation later degenerated into a chaotic scene as residents scampered for safety while the affected scrap scavenger laid helplessly on the ground. Some eyewitnesses said trouble started when the victim and one of the sons of a popular native of Lagos Street engaged in an argument. They said before they knew what was happening, somebody was on the ground with a barrel pierced into one of his eyes.
He called a blow the wheelbarrow boy. They give and blow. The next thing, now he used barrow with their hand, choke the guy for eye.
Government, Mona, I beg, may help us. My brother, may you not die. I beg government. My brother won't die. Now that guy come took barrow inside my brother eye.
What may government look our eye, may help us for that thing. That guy will do the thing, may they arrest her.
At the time of filing the report, Oba Market police officers has rushed the victim to the hospital. From Benin, Efosa Owangwe, ITV News.
Edo College has marked its 2026 graduation and prize-giving day ceremony on Tuesday inside its school premises in Benin City. Amidst pomp, music, and celebration. Joy Obai Siagbon reports that best graduating students in different categories were awarded with cash prizes and plaques.
The atmosphere at Edo College graduation ceremony was one of pride and jubilation as students dressed in academic robes celebrated 6 years of learning, discipline, and camaraderie. Tagged the Eaglet Take Flight, the ceremony drew parents, teachers, and guests who watched the graduates take a final bow out of secondary school. Sir Cesar Orwe, who chaired the occasion, represented both former Edo State Governor Chief Lucky Nosakari Gbinedion and the worldwide chairman of ECOBA, Engineer Gregory Ogbefun. In his address, congratulated the graduating class and commended ECOBA for its sustained support in positioning Edo College as one of Nigeria's leading schools. He urged the outgoing students to hold on to the values of unity that define the college.
I told you to keep that line, follow our footsteps, the studios, the hard working.
The executive principal, Mr. Justice Segehaigbe, also acknowledged the graduates, their parents, and the teaching staff for their commitment over the past 6 years.
These accomplishments are the product of hard work, determination, and perseverance, made possible through dedication of a highly committed staff.
The event attracted wide gathering of distinguished alumni, ECOBA stakeholders, as well as the Edo State Chairman of Senior Secondary Education Board, Dr. Rita Erowele, represented by the Director of Social Mobilization, Mrs. Mabel Ojaifo.
I encourage you to remain focused, disciplined.
The highlight of the day was the presentation of awards to deserving graduating students in recognition of their academic excellence and outstanding conduct, bringing the celebration to a colorful close.
Parents and to everyone, thank you for your trust. You gave us the best, and together we gathered it.
Where we couldn't get to as parents, that's where they are going to start from.
From Benin, Joy Obai Siagbon, ITV News.
Kaduna State government has commenced their distribution of free fertilizer to wet season farmers across the state following the flag off of 500 truckloads of farm inputs by Governor Uba Sani. Farmers in various local government areas have continued to receive the fertilizer, describing the intervention as timely support for increased food production. Unma Mohammed has more.
The Kaduna State government has last month flagged off the distribution of 500 trucks of free fertilizer to wet season farmers as part of measures to strengthen agricultural production and support farmers. The exercise has now moved to the local government areas where beneficiaries are collecting bags of NPK, urea and other agricultural inputs. At Kachia and Igabi local government areas, farmers were seen as designated redemption centers, receiving their allocations. Although some farmers describe the distribution as coming late in the farming season, they said the inputs will still help improve the cultivation of various crops and reduce the cost of production. Speaking on the exercise, Kaduna State Commissioner for Agriculture, Murtala Muhammad Dabo, said 69 redemption centers have been established across the state's 23 local government areas. He explained that each local government has 3 redemption centers, with every qualified farmer entitled to 2 bags of fertilizer.
Where we started with the plateau, where we saw the redemption exercise picked up smoothly. The same with the Euro Redemption Center, visited and see farmers doing their fertilizer. Here in Gadagan, which is the third local government, they are just offloading the goods. Tomorrow morning, they've already started receiving text messages. Tomorrow morning, they are up in the morning. Where we have 69 redemption centers across the state, 3 in each local government.
The commissioner urged beneficiaries to apply the fertilizer appropriately to improve crop yields and contribute to food security in the state. From Kaduna, Mohammed, ITV News.
You're on the M News on ITV. More stories after this short break.
ITV. ITV. ITV, certainly the best.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many as experts are.
Thank you for staying on. Edo State Ministry of Information and Strategy, in collaboration with Novel Communications, has trained information and public relations officers across the state on strategic communication and effective information management. The one-day training held at the John Odigi Oyegun Public Service Academy in Benin City was tagged Amplifying Shine Agenda, Strategic Communication for Transformed Edo State. Patience Osaogiwa has more.
The participants were drawn from ministries, departments, and agencies across the 18 local government areas in Edo State. Declaring the training open, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Prince Kasim Afegwa, urged the officers to be proactive and provide timely and accurate information to promote government policies and programs.
Be factual in what you present. One sentence can be a long way in helping to explain something to a lot of people who don't have information.
The Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, Dr. Desmond Agbama, spoke on the importance of strategic government communication and effective public relations.
Public relations builds and projects how the public, media, and key groups see an organization. It creates mutual trust and understanding through storytelling, or messaging.
The head of Public Relations Department, University of Benin, Professor Comfort Obaje, highlighted the importance of effective media relations, professional press writing, and strategic use of digital platforms in communicating government activities. Dr. Obaka Jimo of the University of Abuja focused on crisis communication, reputation management, and the need for ethical communication in promoting transparency and public confidence in governance.
You cannot tell people not to perceive things the way they want to perceive. But your ability to manage the perception brings out your work as public relations officers.
As a PR person, you have crisis, you are the combatant in the front because the world is facing you.
The officers have been equipped with knowledge on how to be strategic with their communication.
It gave us the ability to unlearn the things that we thought we knew and that was wrong.
The training is expected to strengthen the capacity of information and public relations officers to effectively communicate government policies, programs, and achievements to the people. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
The Chief Medical Director, UBTH, Professor Idia Niboku-Nzeyamo, has been commended for transforming the health institution to a cutting-edge center where people in need of critical clinical services do not hesitate to utilize the services provided. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Ms. Daju Kachalom, gave the commendation after a facility tour and inauguration of projects executed by Professor Idia Nzeyamo within 1 year as Chief Medical Director of UBTH. Ikpamosa Ogiagbe reports that Kachalom, who was represented by the CMD of National Orthopedic Hospital, Benin, Dr. Philip Ubodaga, was accompanied on the facility tour by top management staff and corporate clients of the hospital.
The facility tour and inauguration of projects is part of activities marking 1 year in office of Professor Idia Niboku-Nzeyamo as Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital. The tour took the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, Daju Kachalom, represented by the CMD of National Orthopedic Hospital, Benin, Dr. Philip Ubodaga, to the police post, accident and emergency, mortuary, and inauguration of newly constructed multi-faith center. Others include the renal unit, pediatric outpatients, oxygen plant, geriatrics, commissioning of special investigation unit, radiology, dentistry, radiotherapy, and commissioning of the pantry. Speaking at the end of the facility tour, Daju Kachalom commended Professor Idia Nzeyamo for the projects executed within 1 year in office, saying she represents a beacon of hope to clinicians and female folks.
Your professorship, your consultancy, and your administrative acumen result from years of service, years of commitment, years of duty to the fatherland, and that given this opportunity to transform all those ideas you have always had over the years, that you have not relented, and I dare say that this perhaps will be just the beginning for you.
Earlier, the CMD of UBTH, Professor Idia Niboku-Nzeyamo, said the projects are to ensure effective healthcare delivery to all manners of patients.
We are not stopping to get the very best for our people. Sickness does not know age, it doesn't know gender, it doesn't know tribe, it doesn't know creed, it doesn't know tongue. When you are sick, you are sick. And when you are sick, you need a competent facility to manage you. The University of Benin Teaching Hospital is that competent facility, that it's a one-stop center.
Ikmamosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
That's it on the AM News. Thanks for watching. I am Philip Omo-Gyupon. Coming shortly is TMI. Happy viewing.
ITV, certainly the best.
calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secrets to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply